Chapter 1479. As the saying goes, one may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. During his time in the Fu clan, he had treated Xiaohua very well, but who knew what he was thinking? Perhaps he wanted to win Xiaohua over and make him conceal his true nature. But the problem was, this kind of winning over wasn't reliable. If the Fu clan offered a greater temptation, would Xiaohua be at ease? Even if Xiaohua only wanted peace and quiet, the best outcome would be to fish in troubled waters. He had never thought of exposing the Fu clan, but he didn't know who the Fu clan was. Moreover, the Fu clan was aware of the Fu clan's inheritance. If the Fu clan found out, only death awaited. Therefore, the most appropriate thing to do was to get rid of Xiaohua. After understanding this, Xiaohua sneered inwardly. When he first met the Fu clan, he was only in the 7th layer of the Qi refining realm. Now that 2 years had passed, the Fu clan was at most in the 8th layer of the Qi refining realm. Ever since Xiaohua killed Xianxia and other 7th layer cultivators, he had a certain understanding of his own strength. He wasn't afraid of the Fu clan, so he smiled and said to Yi Shuguang, "I arrived at Jinhua Mountain at the same time as senior marshal brother He and also met the same senior marshal sister. I'm afraid senior marshal brother He loves the house and its crow. In short, it's fate. If fellow Taoist Xiao succeeds in the Fu clan in the future, don't forget about us." Ming Sui said meaningfully, Let's wait until we return to senior marshal brother He. I still want to hug his thigh." Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew out of Jinhua Mountain. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang also laughed as they followed him. It took nearly 10 days to travel from Jinhua Mountain to Jianyu Mountain through the transporting formation. A round trip would take 20 days, not including the time to teleport to other places. The Fu clan's talisman craftsmen definitely didn't have enough time. Therefore, Xiaohua and the others headed to the transporting formation in Siue Town, which was only 4 days away from Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua had never been to Siue Town before, but Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang had come from the teleportation array there. Xiaohua didn't need to worry about it. 4 days passed quickly. On the evening of the 4th day, when the lights were lit, Xiaohua and the others arrived at the west side of Siue Town. Before Yi Shuguang could tell Xiaohua the location of the teleportation array, a figure flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. There seems to be... Xiaohua was slightly stunned when he saw the figure, and he raised his voice. "Is that fellow Taoist Xianlon?" When the figure heard the call, she paused for a moment. Soon after, she stopped in midair and turned around. It was Xianlon, who was practicing talisman crafting with Xiaohua. "Fellow Taoist Xian, why? Did you also ask for leave?" Xiaohua Fei cupped his hands and smiled. "Why can't I ask for leave?" Xianlon glanced at Xiaohua and said very unhappily. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said, "Since senior brother Fu thinks so highly of you, why don't you practice more in Jinhua Mountain? Isn't it a waste of time to ask for leave?" "Senior brother Fu doesn't think highly of you?" Xianlon asked. Xiaohua touched his nose and didn't answer. He pointed his finger and said, "This is fellow Taoist Yi Shuguang and fellow Taoist Ming Sui, who are next to my residence." Then he introduced Xianlon. "This is fellow Taoist Xianlon, who is practicing talisman crafting with me." After the three of them greeted each other, Ming Sui smiled and said, "I wonder where fellow Taoist Xianlon wants to go. If we stay together, we can take care of each other." Xianlon shook her head and said, "I don't have a specific place I want to go. I just feel that after staying in Jinhua Mountain for so long, I want to go out for a walk. If the three of you have something to do, you can do as you please. I don't want to disturb you. And, since it's like this, we were too reckless." Yi Shuguang smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xianlon, please go first." "Okay, I will take my leave." Xianlon didn't hold back. She cupped her hands towards the three of them and flew towards the teleportation array. After Xianlon left, Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui glanced at each other and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you have to face this kind of fellow Taoist Xianlon every day. It's really hard on you." Of course, when you think about senior brother He, it's really like the difference between the clouds and mud. Xiaohua laughed and said, feeling a bit closer to Yi Shuguang and Ming Sui. After a while, Xiaohua also said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, fellow Taoist Ming, I also have to go to the town of Thought You to take care of some things. Let's part ways here. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang smiled and said, we know. We'll go first. You can come back later. Xiaohua smiled and said, fellow Taoists please. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang cupped their hands and said goodbye to Xiaohua before flying towards the teleportation array. Xiaohua also walked towards the town of Thought You. After a while, Xiaohua found a secluded place and wore the camouflage before slowly flying towards the teleportation array. Although it was already nighttime, there were still many people using the teleportation array. The town of Thought Yu's teleportation array was much more convenient than the one in Yenyuan City. At the very least, there was no need to make an appointment. Xiaohua only took out a high-grade spirit stone and said that he was from Shallow Speech City. He was then led into the teleportation array and teleported together with two cultivators who didn't seem to be from the Fu clan. Shallow Speech City's teleportation array seemed to be underground. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a huge pillar. That pillar was inlaid with more than 10 head-sized moonstones, brightly illuminating the surroundings of the teleportation array. Xiaohua looked at the cultivator sitting on the ground next to him and calmly walked out of the teleportation array. Next to the teleportation array were a few people who looked like city guards. When they saw Xiaohua's actions, their faces immediately showed respect. Fellow cultivator, I would like to teleport to Yenyuan City, may I? Xiaohua walked in front of one of the city guards and cupped his hands. Senior, please know that you need to make an appointment to go to Yenyuan City. I'm afraid you can't do it today. The city guard quickly bowed in return. Why is Yenyuan City still like this? Is it not over yet? Xiaohua's tone turned cold. That's not it, senior. Although the incident at Yenyuan City is not over yet, it is not as tense as it was 2 months ago. Cultivators who use the teleportation array do not need to show their true faces. The city guard quickly explained, however, because Shallow Speech City is quite far from Yenyuan City, it costs too many spirit stones to teleport each time. Therefore, we have to wait until there are more people going before we can teleport once. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this old man naturally knows this. Check how many people have made an appointment to Yenyuan City? Senior, please wait a moment. The number of cultivators going to Yenyuan City has indeed decreased recently. The city guard turned and left. After a while, he turned back and said with a smile, what a coincidence. There are 4 cultivators going to Yenyuan City tomorrow afternoon. Including Senior, there will be 5 cultivators. All right. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out a high-grade spirit stone. He said, do I need to leave my name? The city guard quickly waved his hand. Since Senior has already given me the spirit stone in advance, there is naturally no need to leave your name. The city guard took the spirit stone and handed over a token. He smiled and said, your Shallow Speech City is much stronger than Yenyuan City. Senior, thank you for your praise. This is all because of our city Lord Mo's good management. The city guard smiled and said, Senior only needs to come tomorrow afternoon and give this token to the city guard. All right. Xiaohua took the token, turned and walked out of the teleportation array. When he reached the surface, it was already late at night. Xiaohua looked left and right. Not far away, there was an inn. Xiaohua asked for the price and found a room to stay in. The night passed uneventfully. Xiaohua only came out of his room when it was close to noon the next day. Although it was Xiaohua's first time in Shallow Speech City, he didn't want to cause trouble and didn't plan to walk around. However, just as he walked out of the inn, he heard a familiar voice behind him ask, Waiter, how do I get to Yueming Temple? Enemies really don't meet. Xiaohua thought to himself. That voice wasn't just anyone, it was Xianlan who was walking up and down in a straight line. Xiaohua didn't turn back. He walked to the entrance of the inn and stood still, pretending to look around. Senior Immortal knows. When you go out, walk straight south. When you see the shop taught by Xuanyan, head west. The waiter was eloquent and said a lot in one breath. Xiaohua felt dizzy listening to him. Xianlan smiled and said, Thank you, waiter. That waiter was very flattered and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Xianlan quickly walked out of the inn and looked at Xiaohua who was standing at the side. Her face showed a trace of vigilance. She walked a few steps and secretly turned back. Seeing Xiaohua slowly walking in the direction of the teleportation array, she felt relieved. She hurriedly walked according to the waiter's instructions. This Xianlan doesn't have a fixed place, right? Why would she want to go to Yueming Temple just by walking around? Xiaohua only had a fleeting thought. What Xianlan did had nothing to do with him. Why would he worry about her for no reason? The buildings in Shallow Speech City were different from those in Yenyuan City. They were all built with huge bluestones and the distance between them was very large. The inn wasn't far from the teleportation array, but the bluestone road between them was more than twice as long as the one in Yenyuan City. Xiaohua looked at the various people on the bluestone road and then looked at the many shops with different styles. He thought to himself, I wonder if Shallow Speech City is one of the top 10 cities in the country of Xi. When I return from Xuanyan cult and see if I have enough time, I'll take a look around and broaden my horizons. The teleportation array was also built with bluestones and its shape was very strange. Huge bluestones slanted above the building and pointed in all directions. At first glance, it looked like a hedgehog. Xiaohua walked to the entrance of the teleportation array. The city guard stepped forward to block him and bowed politely. Xiaohua didn't answer and took out the token from yesterday. Senior, please wait a moment. The city guard also took out a magic tool that looked like a disc and placed the token on it. A layer of faint green flashed and some words appeared on the token. The city guard looked at it and kept it in his sleeve. He raised his hand and said, Senior, please. The 3 seniors heading to Yenyuan City have already arrived. They can be teleported in a moment. But it's already noon and there are still people not here? Could it be? Xiaohua frowned slightly. This is not something this humble one can know. The city guard respectfully led Xiaohua to a guest hall and turned to leave. Chapter 1480. At this time, there were already 3 cultivators in the hall. After Xiaohua walked in and swept his gaze over them, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot. These 3 cultivators were all late-stage Foundation Establishment seniors. Foundation Establishment cultivators were usually rarely seen, but now, 3 of them had suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohua. Moreover, they were all late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Xiaohua suddenly felt an incomparable pressure in his heart. Moreover, none of these 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators were dressed in camouflage. They were all very magnanimously sitting on jade stools with their eyes closed in meditation. Seeing someone come in, the 3 of them slightly opened their eyes and glanced at him. Seeing that it was a person in camouflage, they slightly released their divine senses. However, just as they swept over Xiaohua's body, their divine senses touched each other and they immediately withdrew them. With just a sweep of their divine senses, Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. At this time, Xiaohua's cultivation had already reached the mid-4th stage of the aura refining realm, but his actual magic power was close to the 8th or 9th stage of the aura refining realm. These late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators' divine senses naturally couldn't see through his camouflage. However, the camouflage couldn't withstand the might of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Not to mention 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, even if it was just one, Xiaohua's limbs would immediately go soft. Fortunately, these 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators seemed to be afraid of each other. None of them rashly released their might. Alas, my cultivation is poor. It's really unbearable. Xiaohua somewhat trembled as he walked to a jade stool far away from the 3 people. He only put half of his butt on it and also closed his eyes to rest. He actually wanted to calm his mind, but the 3 cultivators next to him were more frightening than tigers. No matter what, he couldn't calm his heart. At this time, footsteps were heard again. The city guard led another late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator in. Senior, please sit. We can teleport in a moment. That city guard saluted and left. Different from how they treated Xiaohua, the 3 late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators opened their eyes. When they saw a cultivator of the same cultivation level, they didn't release their divine senses. 2 cultivators still had their eyes closed, while the other smiled and said, fellow Taoist Gon, how come you're also here? The cultivator called fellow Taoist Gon also looked around for a moment before releasing his divine sense to scan Xiaohua's left and right. He stepped forward and cupped his hands. If fellow Taoist Shui can go, why can't this poor Taoist go? Then he glanced at Xiaohua, walked to the jade stool next to Shui Daoyu and sat down. He said, Shihuang town is so lively, I naturally want to take a look. Fellow Gon, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Shui Daoyu said with a faint smile, then glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua really couldn't take it anymore. He got up from the stool, took down the bewildering Huan, and walked in front of the 4 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. He bowed and saluted, saying, Seniors, this junior greets you. Because I have some unspeakable troubles, I have to leave. If I have offended you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. When Xiaohua took down the bewildering Huan, the 4 cultivators had already seen Xiaohua's cultivation level. They were already disdainful of him. When they heard Xiaohua's words, none of them paid attention to him. That fellow Taoist Gon also withdrew his divine sense and whispered something to Shui Daoyu. However, he had already used a sound transmission technique, so others couldn't hear him. After Xiaohua finished speaking, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He put on the bewildering Huan again and silently sat to the side. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the city guard came in and said the transportation formation was ready. He asked everyone to get up. Xiaohua didn't dare to leave first. He waited until the 4 foundation establishment cultivators left before he walked in last. Following a passage with restrictions, they walked underground for a while. A transportation formation appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It was the same formation that Xiaohua used to come to Shallow Language City yesterday. The transportation was very smooth. When Xiaohua carefully pretended to be dizzy and sat in the transportation formation, he had already arrived at Yenyuan City. The 4 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't even look at Xiaohua. They rushed out of the transportation formation and went straight to find the city guard. As for how they were going to be transported to Shihuang town, Xiaohua didn't want to know. He only estimated that it was about time for him to pretend to be dizzy and walked out of the transportation formation. Just like before, when Xiaohua just came out, several divine senses locked onto him. However, when Xiaohua left Yenyuan City as if nothing had happened and directly flew in the direction of Xuanyan cult, those divine senses gradually disappeared. Damn it, why did I come out like a thief? This feeling is really unbearable. Xiaohua was extremely depressed by the inexplicable divine senses. He didn't know that the pearl in his space had caused such a huge disturbance in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. From Yenyuan City to Xuanyan cult, Xiaohua traveled together with Kai Wuxia. It took quite a long time. This time, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. His left and right body were confused. No one knew what cultivation level he was at. Urging all the transcendence energy in his body, he rushed towards Xuanyan cult with a speed comparable to Foundation establishment. Alas, things remain the same but people have changed. It's just like this. Xiaohua saw Xuanyan cult's unusually grand guest pavilion and thought of Kai Wuxia in his heart. If fellow Taoist Kai is here, she must be overjoyed. That embryonic breathing pill can help her break through the barrier of the 5th level of qi refining. When Xiaohua landed on the ground, the ones who came out of the guest pavilion were still Ming Feng and Ming Cheng. When Ming Feng saw Xiaohua, he was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Ming Cheng and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist, have you been to my Xuanyan cult before? Ming Cheng was also a bit confused. He smiled apologetically. Fellow Taoist, are you that loose cultivator? Xiaohua had already removed the confusion, so it was naturally his true appearance. He smiled and said, I am indeed Xiaohua. It's fortunate that you 2 fellow Taoists still remember you. You're really that loose cultivator? Ming Cheng's face showed even more astonishment. I remember that half a year ago. Fellow Taoist cultivation was only at the early 4th level of qi refining. In just half a year's time, Ming Feng blinked his eyes and said somewhat strangely, I only had some other opportunities. It's nothing. Compared to the disciples of two famous sects, the difference is too great. Xiaohua didn't say much. He directly took out Zhuo Qingyuan's keepsake and said, I still came to visit fellow Taoist Yua this time. I wonder if it's convenient for you to notify me? This Ming Cheng was a bit hesitant. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know the reason? He hurriedly took out several medium-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and handed them over, saying with a smile, Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. This is a small token of appreciation from I. Please accept it. Ming Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, there's no need to be polite. It's not that I don't want to notify you, but Senior Martial Brother Zhuo seemed to be in closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. He seemed to want to attack the 12th level of qi refining. I don't know if Senior Martial Brother Zhuo has come out of closed-door cultivation. Ha! Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed in his heart. Zhuo Qingyuan is in closed-door cultivation. Is there even a need to say it? It's definitely because the embryonic breathing pill was successfully refined. Immediately, Xiaohua stuffed the spirit stones into Ming Cheng's hand and said with a smile, Fellow Taoists, feel free to try. If you haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I will leave right away and come back after a period of time. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao is too courteous. Please. Ming Cheng received the spirit stones and raised his hand. Please wait inside for a moment, fellow Taoist Xiao. Good, it really makes a difference whether or not I have spirit stones to open the way. Xiaohua inwardly sighed with emotion. The last time he came, these two boys simply didn't notify him and left Xiaohua and Kai Zhuoxia hanging in front of them for several days. This time, they actually directly invited Xiaohua to wait inside the guest pavilion. In fact, Xiaohua actually still had some misunderstandings. His visit this time was different from last time. First, in half a year's time, he went from the early 4th level of qi refining to the middle 4th level of qi refining. This kind of progress in cultivation, even in Xuanyan cult, was considerable. Second, the Zhuo Qingyuan he wanted to visit was also different from half a year ago. He was at the 12th level of qi refining. Very soon he would become a foundation-building senior. How could these two boys dare to slight him? Especially when they knew that Xiaohua and Zhuo Qingyuan were acquainted. This was a very exquisite small room. Inside, there was a jade table and a jade stool. On the table, there were fresh spirit fruits. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng invited Xiaohua into the small room. Only after someone brought in some spirit tea did they withdraw. Xiaohua looked around and saw that the walls were faintly shining. He knew that there was a restriction in this small house. He sat on a jade stool and picked up a spirit fruit to taste. He had been hurrying on the road for more than 10 days and was also a little worried. It really made Xiaohua feel a little tired. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua had just finished drinking the spirit tea when Ming Feng came in with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Senior Martial Brother Zhuo already came out of seclusion several days ago. Right now, he's at the master's place. Please wait for a moment. Senior Martial Brother Zhuo will come right away. Xiaohua stood up and asked, Then fellow Taoist Zhuo, Senior Martial Brother Zhuo has indeed entered the peak of qi refining. If nothing unexpected happens in a few years, I will have to call him Martial Uncle Zhuo. That's great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, Then congratulations to Xuanyan School. Hearing Xiaohua mention Xuanyan School, Ming Feng's expression also became serious. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. This is all due to Senior Martial Brother Zhuo's diligence, all due to the hard work of my master. Ming Feng poured some more spirit tea for Xiaohua then withdrew. After waiting for a while, Xiaohua's excitement slowly calmed down. Since the embryonic breathing pill was useful to Zhuo Qingyuan, it was also useful to him. However, since cultivating until now, Xiaohua had never encountered a bottleneck. He himself didn't know when to use this embryonic breathing pill, so he could only treat it as a backup. Just as he was thinking, the room's door was pushed open. Xiaohua stood up and said with a smile, Congratulations, fellow Taoist Zhuo. However, when he saw the person who came in, he was stunned. The person in front of him wasn't Zhuo Qingyuan, but Xiao Mao. That 4th layer qi refining, somewhat arrogant, somewhat childish, and somewhat impulsive Xiao Mao. Big brother Xiao, it's little brother. When Xiao Mao saw Xiao Hua, he quickly took a few steps forward and bowed in greeting. Big brother Xiao? Xiao Hua scratched his head and hurriedly supported Xiao Mao, somewhat muttering in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao? Xiao Hua supported Xiao Mao and said with a smile, "This? The two words big brother. I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Xiao Mao straightened up, his eyes looking very sincerely at Xiao Hua and said, "Little brother didn't understand before and did things that didn't care about the consequences. If it wasn't for big brother Xiao stopping me in time, I'm afraid I would have brought a lot of trouble upon myself." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "That was just a small effort. The key point is that fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of Xuanyan school. I am just a loose cultivator, so I don't deserve this title." Chapter 1481. Big brother Xiao is wrong. Xiao Mao said with a smile, "My aptitude is considered inferior among all the martial brothers. I'm not much better than big brother Xiao." Ouch! Only now did Xiao Mao notice Xiao Hua's cultivation. His face was filled with shock as he said, "Big brother Xiao, you are already at the middle of the 4th level of qi refining? It's only been 2 years and big brother Xiao actually jumped from the 2nd level of qi refining to the middle of the 4th level. This aptitude, even in Xuanyan school, it's considered average. This is nothing." Xiao Hua said indifferently, "It's just some luck. How can it compare to the elegance of your Xuanyan school? If fellow Taoist Xiao breaks through the bottleneck one day, the peak of qi refining can also be expected." Sigh, Xiao Mao's face showed a trace of bitterness, but he immediately covered it up and forced a smile. "I'll borrow big brother Zhao's auspicious words. I hope this time, it will be effective." This time? Xiao Hua didn't understand, but seeing that Xiao Mao had no intention of explaining, he didn't pursue the matter. "Actually, big brother Xiao, the reason why I call you big brother is because my family has fallen from grace since I was a child. My parents tried to protect my life, but they were killed by someone with a high cultivation. That person thought that I was young at that time and didn't know his true identity. Actually, I remember very clearly. If I had a high cultivation, I would definitely avenge my parents." Xiao Mao said, tears in his eyes. Xiao Hua watched from the side and didn't know how to comfort him. He could only say, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao has a blood feud, you have to work hard and cultivate. You can't let your emotions affect your decisions." "Cultivate?" Xiao Mao said with a bitter smile, "Big brother Xiao is a loose cultivator. You should know which is more important between cultivation and talent. Admittedly, I entered Xuanyan school, but I'm afraid I've already reached the end of my cultivation. Sigh, let's not talk about it. Big brother Xiao." When big brother Xiao entrusted the jade pendant left behind by mother to senior martial brother Zhua, "I've already treated big brother Xiao as my big brother. I don't know big brother Xiao's background, and I don't know if big brother Xiao is willing to be this big brother. However, I don't have any relatives. In this world, there is no one like big brother Xiao. He didn't even know who this little brother was, yet he helped this little brother. Furthermore, this little brother had mocked him several times. It's true, brother Xiao. When I saw the familiar jade pendant that often appears in my dreams, I felt that I must be dreaming." Xiao Mao said somewhat emotionally. "Xiao Mao, I really didn't think too much about it. This is just a small matter for I." Xiao Hua scratched his head. "Giving favors to others without asking for anything in return. Big brother Xiao, only such a person can be my big brother." Xiao Mao said in high spirits. But Xiao Hua still somewhat declined. He had been used to being alone for the past 2 years. He had never thought that someone would call him big brother. "Actually, big brother Xiao, please don't make things difficult for me." Xiao Mao seemed to have matured a lot in this half a year. He wasn't in a hurry and instead said, "The reason why I want to call you big brother is because of big brother Zhao's kindness. But more importantly, I'm afraid I won't be able to see big brother Xiao again." "What?" Xiao Hua was stunned and asked anxiously, "This? What's going on?" Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant. A trace of craftiness appeared on his somewhat childish face as he said with a smile, "This is my Xuanyan school's secret. If it's not my family, this little brother wouldn't dare to easily tell you. Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Looking at the trace of anticipation in Xiao Mao's eyes, he reached out and patted Xiao Mao's head a few times, just like he did at Jinghua City's EG. He said, "Since you don't want to call me Big Brother, it's fine if you don't say it." Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Mao almost jumped up and shouted, "I knew it. Big Brother Xiao will definitely be my big brother. After all, we're both surnamed Xiao. If you don't become my big brother, who will?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said to himself, "I really don't know what my surname is." However, he still smiled and said, "Enough. This big brother of mine is just a loose cultivator with a shallow cultivation. You won't get any benefits from calling him that." Xiao Mao's eyes had some tears as he said, "Big Brother Xiao, you're wrong. If you agree, I'll have another family member in this world. This is better than giving me anything." "And Xiao Mao, sit down first. What's the matter? You're just 12 or 13 years old. Even if you can't cultivate, it's not to the point where you won't be able to see Big Brother in the future," Xiao Hua said with a wave of his hand. "I'll let Big Brother know." Xiao Mao waited for Xiao Hua to sit down before he sat to the side and explained the matter. The reason for the matter was also very simple. Xuanyan School obtained a cultivation method's cultivation chant from who knows where. However, this cultivation method was left behind from ancient times. It had already been who knows how many years since anyone cultivated it. However, this cultivation method could rapidly increase a cultivator's cultivation. It was something that all the cultivation methods in the present day could not hope to achieve. Thus, Xuanyan School selected 99 disciples from some disciples whose cultivation was not up to par and let them try this cultivation method. Of course, Xuanyan School also clearly explained the consequences of the cultivation method's success and failure, allowing these disciples to choose for themselves. Needless to say, even if it was Xiao Hua, if he encountered this kind of opportunity several years ago, he would also choose to try it without hesitation. After all, this was a kind of opportunity. Although the chances of failure were very high, but it was still better than not making any progress in cultivation. Strange, there's actually this kind of cultivation method? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the blood shadow technique. That kind of demonic technique that swallowed a cultivator's essence was the most direct and fastest way to increase cultivation. Xiao Mao, that cultivation method wouldn't be related to the demonic realm, right? Xiao Hua knew that he shouldn't ask, but he still couldn't help but ask. "Big Brother Xiao, what are you thinking?" Xiao Mao explained the matter, and the stone in his heart was also put down. Seeing Xiao Hua ask, he smiled and said, "My Xuanyan School is a large cultivation sect in the country of Xi. How could we use the demonic realm's techniques? Moreover, little brother has already agreed to participate in the trial. I've already obtained the cultivation method and such. In little brother's opinion, it has nothing to do with the demonic realm." "Oh, then that's good." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Hee, Big Brother Xiao, you don't know. After little brother saw that cultivation method, only then did I know that in this world, there's actually such an unimaginable method that can actually merge magic treasures into the body at the qi refinement stage." Xiao Mao seemed to be a little excited as he concealed it. "Shoo," Xiao Hua hurriedly said, "this is the secret of your Xuanyan School. There's no need to tell Big Brother." Xiao Mao smiled and said, "That cultivation method is Xuanyan School's secret. When the teacher passed it on, little brother had already made a blood oath. But the method of merging magic treasures into the body didn't say that it can't be passed on. How about little brother tell Big Brother about it?" Xiao Hua's heart stirred, and he nodded and said, "If that's possible, Big Brother naturally wants to hear about it." When Xiao Mao told him about this method, Xiao Hua also slapped his head and said with a smile, "This method is indeed useful. But it seems the requirements for the body are a little high. I'm afraid that those body cultivators came up with it. Big Brother Xiao is indeed experienced and knowledgeable." Xiao Mao clapped and said, "I heard some senior brothers say that it's indeed so. It's precisely because the requirements are too high that it's very difficult for people to do it, so there's no need to be afraid of it being leaked." Soon after, his mood became downcast again. It's also because it's so difficult, and this method is only the simplest threshold for cultivation methods, so I'm afraid it'll be difficult for little brother to succeed. It's also because of this that senior martial brother Zhuo received news that big brother Xiao was coming, so he sent a message to little brother, telling little brother to come see big brother Xiao one last time. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Although Xiao Mao's cultivation was about the same as his, he was still a 12-year-old boy after all. His mood was unstable and there wasn't any path ahead. It was no wonder that he was dejected. Xiao Mao, since you've chosen this path, then you must walk it with the idea of success. Otherwise, if you yourself don't believe that you'll succeed, will the heavens give you the chance to succeed? Xiao Hua didn't know what to say to persuade him, so he could only say it simply. And little brother knows? Xiao Mao raised his small face and said, little brother just suddenly gained a relative like big brother Xiao, so it's somewhat hard for me to control myself. Just as they were talking, the door to the room was pushed open again, and Zhuo Qingyuan walked in. Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao hurriedly stood up. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, congratulations, senior martial brother Zhuo. Now that you've reached the peak of the aura refining realm, you can expect to enter the foundation establishment realm. Zhuo Qingyuan hurriedly returned the greeting and said with a smile, isn't this all thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao? Then he looked left and right and asked, where's fellow Taoist Kai? Could it be that she's not in a hurry to get this embryonic breathing pill? Xiao Hua's expression was gloomy as he said, fellow Taoist Kai has already died. She can't use this embryonic breathing pill anymore. What a pity. Zhuo Qingyuan's face was also shocked as he said, fellow Taoist Kai's character is upright, and she clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. She's an extraordinary woman that's rarely seen. Why did she leave just like that? Sigh, this is fate. Xiao Hua briefly explained the matter. What a pity. Zhuo Qingyuan also shook his head. If I hadn't told fellow Taoist Xiao about the fire essence flame crystal, I'm afraid this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. I clearly know that the fire essence flame crystal is an item that's practically extinct in the cultivation world, but I still felt lucky. After all, my Xuanyan sect put in a lot of effort for the fire essence flame crystal this time, and the reward is very generous. It's extremely beneficial to fellow Taoist Xiao or Lu Yang's Kai family, so Zhuo Qingyuan said very apologetically. I understand fellow Taoist Zhuo's feelings, but I still thank fellow Taoist Zhuo for his good intentions. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Then his eyes turned and he asked, could it be this fire essence flame crystal is very hard to find? Haven't the other cultivation families found it? Maybe after a long time, but right now, there's no such thing. Zhuo Qingyuan said absent-mindedly. Then he patted his hand and took out a few jade bottles from his storage bag. He handed them over and said, these are 14 embryonic breathing pills. My sect's alchemist refined 24 of them and kept 8 for himself. I took 2 of them, so please accept them, fellow Taoist Xiao. Chapter 1482. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and reached out to receive them. He looked at Xiao Mao and handed 2 over, smiling. I just said that I didn't have anything to give you, and now I have. Seeing this, Xiao Mao's small face flushed red. He wanted to reach out to receive them, but also wanted to wave his hand. However, when he saw Xiao Hua's very concerned gaze, his heart warmed, his nose soured, and tears flowed down. He used his sleeve to wipe them away, reached out to receive them, and said, thank you for the medicinal pills, big brother. Big brother? At the side, Zhuo Qingyuan was slightly stunned. His brows furrowed for no reason, but immediately after, he also sighed and said, Xiao Mao, since you've made your choice, don't regret it and don't have too many worries in your heart. I let you come to see fellow Taoist Xiao because I want you to untie the knot in your heart. Otherwise, if you go to the trial with too many grudges, you'll only end up dying. Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Xiao Mao hurriedly put away the embryonic breathing pill and bowed very respectfully. Sigh, I just heard from Master that the trial this time has extremely high requirements for meridians. Go back and take a look at the sect's cultivation technique that strengthens meridians. It might be beneficial to you, Zhuoqing Yuan said after some hesitation. Disciple understands, Xiao Mao said in a low voice. After sending fellow Taoist Xiao off, disciple will go look for it. Oh, right, fellow Taoist Zhua. When the two finished speaking, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, I want to ask, the surprise that fellow Taoist Zhua spoke of earlier, what is it? Hee for fellow Taoist Xiao, what else can it be? Of course it's the complete cultivation technique, Zhuo Qingyun said with a smile, but suddenly he was stunned again and asked somewhat incredulously, could it be that? Fellow Taoist Xiao obtained fire essence flame crystals? How many are there? Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat impatient. Seeing Zhuo Qingyuan's expression, Xiao Hua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand, took out a jade bottle, and said with a smile, what even a cultivation family can't find, how much can I find? Just this little bit. Great. Quickly let me see. Zhuo Qingyuan's face was filled with joy. When Zhuo Qingyuan saw the green bean-sized fire essence flame crystals in the fiery red jade bottle, he said in surprise, so many. There's still a lot? Xiao Hua stared blankly and secretly regretted it. If he hadn't known earlier, he also didn't know how to divide this thing into 3 pieces. All right, fellow Taoist Xiao. With so many fire essence flame crystals, you can definitely exchange for that qi refinement technique. Zhuo Qingyuan put away the jade bottle and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait for a moment. I'll be right back. Fellow Taoist Zhua, please wait a moment. Xiao Hua anxiously tugged on Zhuo Qingyuan's sleeve. What? Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zhuo Qingyuan was confused. Other than cultivation methods, is there anything else? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. Zhuo Qingyuan asked curiously, aren't cultivation methods what individual cultivators need the most? This is a complete qi refinement cultivation method. If it wasn't for the fact that our humble sect urgently needed these fire marrow flame crystals to try out the primordial cultivation method, we might not have taken it out. Xiao Hua was shocked again. He turned to look at Xiao Mao and felt very uneasy. But Xiao Mao lowered his head as if he hadn't heard anything. It was too late for Xiao Hua to regret now. After all, he had already given the fire marrow flame crystals to Zhuo Qingyuan. He could only ask, I just want to know if there is anything else? There is. One is a cultivation method, one is a magic weapon, and one is the true samadhi fire technique. Zhuo Qingyuan said. Then what is the true samadhi fire technique used for? Xiao Hua smiled apologetically. Oh, there are many ways to use the true samadhi fire. It can be used to refine weapons, concoct pills, create talismans, and attack. However, it has an extremely high requirement for the cultivator. Generally, only foundation establishment cultivators can control it. Zhuo Qingyuan said casually. It can be used to concoct pills? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, please, fellow Taoist Zhua. I want this true samadhi fire technique. Are you sure? Fellow Taoist Xiao. This is a cultivation method used by foundation establishment cultivators. Zhuo Qingyuan frowned and asked. Yes, I am sure. I hope fellow Taoist Zhua can handle it. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. All right, no problem. Even though Zhuo Qingyuan didn't know why Xiao Hua was like this, he still agreed. He turned his head and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, you accompany fellow Taoist Xiao. I'll be right back. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiao Mao said very respectfully. Zhuo Qingyuan turned around and left. However, after walking halfway, he turned around again and said, oh right, I still forgot something. Please speak, fellow Taoist Zhua. When I asked this lowly pill refiner to refine the embryonic breathing pill, a pill refiner called Yen Yu once asked I who wanted to refine it. Of course, I didn't say fellow Taoist Zhao's name. Zhuo Qingyuan said with a smile. Hee, thank you, fellow Taoist Zhua. This Yen Yu, I don't know him. Xiao Hua was shocked in his heart, but he still replied calmly. Is there even a need to say this? Yen Yu, Yen Liwei, they are both surnamed Yen. This pill refiner called Yen Yu is probably Yen Liwei's direct relative. Zhuo Qingyuan didn't say anything. He turned around and left the room. After he left, Xiaohua immediately said apologetically, "Xiao Mao, Big Brother still harmed you." Big Brother didn't know that this fire essence flame crystal was actually something you guys needed for cultivation. Big Brother, don't take it to heart. Xiao Mao said with a smile, "Didn't you hear what Senior Martial Brother Zhuo said? Even if Big Brother doesn't bring this thing over now, other cultivator families will sooner or later. Moreover, our lowly sect took out cultivation techniques, magic tools, and true samadhi fire to exchange for it. With such a great reward, there will definitely be brave men. The sooner Big Brother brings it over, the sooner Big Brother will benefit." "I'm ashamed." Xiaohua's heart was still uneasy. He sat on the jade chair and was very restless. After all, he had just recognized a little brother. If he immediately pushed him into the fire pit, it really couldn't be justified. "It's okay, Big Brother. Didn't Senior Martial Brother Zhuo say that? He told me to look for a method to strengthen the meridians. Little brother might not be useless." Xiao Mao saw Xiaohua's frown and comforted him. Looking at this rather sensible boy, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment, then stood up and said, "Xiao Mao, Big Brother has a cultivation technique to pass on to you. However, you have to make a blood oath and not tell anyone about it." "Big Brother is going to teach me a cultivation technique?" Xiao Mao was stunned. "Yes, a cultivation technique to strengthen the meridians. So it's like this?" Xiao Mao was somewhat disapproving, but he still made a blood oath according to Xiaohua's words. "Okay, listen carefully." Soon after, Xiaohua used a yellow talisman to silence the sound and whispered the most basic part of the dragon transformation art to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was confused when he heard it. After Xiaohua finished speaking, he asked curiously, This cultivation technique is indeed related to the meridians, but how does little brother cultivate?" "Don't be impatient." Xiaohua smiled mysteriously and explained the part of the blood shadow art that he used to cultivate the dragon transformation art in detail to Xiao Mao. This Xiao Mao was indeed worthy of being a disciple of a famous sect. Although he was still a qi refinement boy, he already vaguely knew the dark side of this cultivation technique. After Xiaohua finished speaking, Xiao Mao let out a long breath and nodded. "Big Brother, just now little brother thought that the cultivation technique that I, Xuanyan, taught was inconceivable. Now it seems that Big Brother's cultivation technique is truly inconceivable." "Yes, since you know, then you should know how powerful it is. You have already made a blood oath, I hope you can abide by it," Xiaohua said solemnly. He was still somewhat worried about this teenage boy. "Big Brother, don't worry. Little brother is very clear about what a blood oath is. Big Brother, remove the silence. Senior Brother Zhuo will be back soon. Little brother will carefully comprehend and memorize what Big Brother said." Xiao Mao sat cross-legged on the jade stool and closed his eyes to memorize. Xiaohua did not disturb him. He also sat at the side and waited quietly. It was also strange. He originally thought that Zhuo Qingyuan would be back soon, but after waiting for a long time, no one pushed open the door and came in. Could it be that something happened? Xiaohua frowned. He began to worry about his gains and losses. Xiao Mao opened his eyes. For a few questions about the dragon transformation art and the blood shadow art, Xiaohua patiently answered them. "Big Brother, you have such a miraculous cultivation technique. Why worry about the great Tao?" Xiao Mao sighed with emotion. "Sigh, it's a long story." Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to speak, the door was pushed open. Xiaohua hurriedly turned his head. It was Zhuo Qingyuan who walked in with a smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, how is the situation?" Xiaohua asked somewhat impatiently. Zhuo Qingyuan smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I've made you wait for a long time. I'm afraid your heart is uneasy." "Indeed." Xiaohua was not polite and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that something good will happen again." Hearing Xiaohua's words, Zhuo Qingyuan patted his storage bag and took out 2 books. He said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please be at ease. My Xuanyan school is a large cultivation sect in the country of Xi. How can we go back on our words? I came late because I asked for an extra qi refinement cultivation technique for fellow Taoist Xiao. I want fellow Taoist Xiao to consider again. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to choose a cultivation technique now, it's still not too late. Understanding Zhuo Qingyuan's meaning, Xiaohua was grateful in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhuo, I appreciate fellow Taoist Zhuo's intentions. I have already thought it through. It's better to choose that true samadhi fire." Alright, since fellow Taoist Xiao still chooses this way, I also have nothing to say. Zhuo Qingyuan was somewhat helpless. He handed over a book in his hand and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please check it." Xiaohua received it. On the book were the 4 large words, "True Samadhi Fire." He flipped through it again. It was the content on how to practice the true Samadhi fire and how to use it. And what Xiaohua was most interested in was actually how to use the true Samadhi fire to refine medicinal pills. Excellent. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He put away the true Samadhi fire and bowed, saying, "Many thanks for fellow Taoist Zhuo's great kindness. I am endlessly grateful. No need to be so courteous. Fellow Taoist Xiao is chivalrous and benevolent, taking care of Xiao Mao. This need not be mentioned. Fellow Taoist Xiao has also helped I a lot. Not only did you give I the opportunity to set foot on the peak of Qi refinement, you also gave me the fire essence flame crystal, allowing I to gain face in front of my master. This kind of kindness is nothing more than a slight effort. I don't deserve your thanks." Zhuo Qingyuan said very sincerely. "Hee, I also received many benefits from fellow Taoist Zhuo." Xiaohua said with a smile. Then there's no need to say anything." Zhuo Qingyuan laughed as he put the cultivation technique into his storage bag. Chapter 1484. Soon after, Zhuo Qingyuan took Xiao Mao back to the mountain. Before leaving, Xiao Mao asked Xiaohua for a communication talisman and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this poor Taoist will send you a message in 3 or 5 years. If I send you a message, I'll report your kindness to you." Seeing that Xiao Mao's eyes were red, Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. Stay in Xuanyan school and cultivate well. According to what fellow Taoist Zhuo said, stabilize your meridians. In a few years, you will become a hero of Xuanyan school." Thank you fellow Taoist Xiao." Xiao Mao bowed. Although it wasn't a big bow, the respect in his eyes was no less than a big bow. Xiaohua watched as the two of them flew away. Then he rose and flew away as well, rushing towards Yenyuan City. Along the way, Xiaohua did not idle. He read through the True Samadhi Fire manual from beginning to end. Indeed, this manual was just as Zhuo Qingyuan had said. It could only be practiced by foundation establishment stage cultivators. Based on Xiaohua's current level of cultivation, there was no hope of him mastering it. However, after Xiaohua finished reading the entire cultivation technique and memorizing it, he accidentally activated his magic power and cultivated according to the cultivation technique's records. He was pleasantly surprised to find that he could actually cultivate a cultivation technique that only foundation establishment cultivators could cultivate. Strange. Xiaohua thought, could it be that Zhuo Qingyuan was lying to me? That's not possible. Xiaohua immediately denied it. After thinking for a long time, he could only blame it on his fire attribute body. Xiaohua's thoughts were correct. As mentioned before, Xiaohua's body was formed from the flesh and blood of a phoenix. This true samadhi fire was a foundation establishment cultivator's ability, but in front of Xiaohua, it wasn't too difficult to cultivate. Young master's luck has finally exploded. Xiaohua thought as he flew, with this true samadhi fire, I don't need to find any earth fire anymore. I can just use it to refine pills. Moreover, young master has so many spirit herbs in his space. If I can turn them all into pills, why would I be afraid of not increasing my cultivation? Even Xuanyan school's technique can't compare to this, right? As Xiaohua thought of this, he saw Yenyuan City in the distance. However, at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly felt that he had missed something. Xiaohua abruptly stopped in midair. Although he was wearing a camouflage robe and others couldn't see his expression, his slightly trembling figure clearly showed the excitement in his heart. A shortcut, a shortcut. Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. A voice kept roaring in his mind. What quick method? Isn't it just the method of fusing magic tools into the body that Xiao Mao first talked about? Didn't Xuanyan teach Xiao Mao and the others such an unimaginable technique just so they could guide the fire attribute spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal into their meridians? And their method, which is what Xiao Mao didn't tell me, isn't it the method to absorb and refine spiritual energy? This young master doesn't care about their spiritual energy refining method. Isn't this young master lacking true energy right now? This young master only needs a method to guide the fire attribute spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal into his meridians and refine that extremely pure fire attribute spiritual energy into his own true energy. Then, wouldn't my cultivation be able to speed up as well? It was as if a path to the heavens had appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. But, can't this fire marrow flame crystal be absorbed using an ordinary technique? Since Xuanyan school has a special method to guide spiritual energy into the body, and also has a secret technique to refine spiritual energy, this fire marrow flame crystal, the fire attribute spiritual energy is probably not that simple, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was no longer in a hurry to go to Yenyuan City. He landed on the ground, found a secluded cave, and blocked the entrance. Then, he took out another fire marrow flame crystal and removed the yellow talisman from the jade bottle. An extremely hot and desolate aura came from the fire marrow flame crystal. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. He held the fire marrow flame crystal in his hand and tried to use the method of absorbing fire attribute spiritual energy into his body. Unfortunately, after several attempts, not a single trace of spiritual energy was drawn out from the fire marrow flame crystal. As expected, Xiao Hua was not alarmed but happy. He very carefully put away the fire marrow flame crystal and closed his eyes to meditate. He thought about the technique that Xiao Mao had taught him from beginning to end several times. Then, with a wave of his hand, he took out a piece of top-grade fire star spirit stone from the space. He formed a few obscure seals in his hand and wrapped the spirit stone in layers. Then, with a slap of his hand, the spirit stone gradually seeped into Xiao Hua's arm. Immediately after, Xiao Hua mobilized the magic power in his body and tried to draw out the spiritual energy from the spirit stone according to the instructions of the technique. After several attempts, the spiritual energy in the top-grade spirit stone did not move at all. Not a single trace of spiritual energy seeped out. Strange. Xiao Hua slapped his hand and the top-grade spirit stone bounced out from his arm. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the fiery spirit stone. He felt a little strange. The spiritual energy in this fire marrow flame crystal, could it be that it is different from the spiritual energy in the top-grade spirit stone? Thinking about this, Xiao Hua spat out his magic power and the spiritual energy in the spirit stone was absorbed into Xiao Hua's meridians. Presumably, it is different. Xiao Hua was speechless. Should I merge the fire marrow flame crystal into my body? Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, it was immediately extinguished by Xiao Hua. This is the same size as the fire marrow flame crystal that was given to Xuanyan school. According to Zhuo Qingyuan, that fire marrow flame crystal was already a lot and was enough for Xiao Mao and the others to use. So many of them only used one. How would I dare to use so many by myself? Wouldn't the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal explode? Xiao Hua shrunk his neck and also put the top-grade spirit stone into the space. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend the true Samadhi fire technique. The next day, Xiao Hua came out from the stone cave. He put on a camouflage cloak and flew into the air. He first looked left and right before flying towards Yenyuan City. After Xiao Hua entered Yenyuan City, he did not go to the Fu Clan store. Instead, he went directly to the transportation array. Unfortunately, there were only 2 cultivators heading towards Shallow Speech City. Including Xiao Hua, there were only 3. Unless Xiao Hua was willing to pay 3 extra spirit stones, he could only wait here. What kind of person was Xiao Hua? How could he pay extra spirit stones for this transportation array? After leaving behind the message talisman, Xiao Hua left the transportation array. When the divine senses circling around Xiao Hua saw that Xiao Hua was going to Shallow Speech City, they decreased in number. When they saw that Xiaohua did not pay extra spirit stones, they immediately disappeared without a trace. They were no longer interested in him. Haha, this young master was originally a poor man who started from scratch. You all have misjudged me. Xiaohua sneered as he walked. Xiaohua temporarily stayed in Yenyuan City. He left a message talisman for the city guard at the transportation array and found himself an inn to cultivate. As for Shallow Speech City, in the southwest corner, there was a rather large building. This building had a very grand aura. It had an earthy red door, a towering archway, and a wall that was about the height of 3 people. On the wall, there were curtains carved with strange patterns. On the door, there was also a set of very strange relief carvings. However, all of these things were in decline. Not only were their colors dim, but many places were damaged. Although it was not to the extent of being in ruins, it was not far from it. Many mortal cultivators inadvertently passed by this door. None of them paid attention to the 3 strange words, Moonlight Temple, engraved on the door, which were engraved with all kinds of patterns. At this time, inside the Moon Temple, in a place where weeds grew and cobwebs were densely covered, behind dozens of large stones, an ordinary-looking female cultivator without any lines on her body was anxiously pacing back and forth. This female cultivator was none other than Xianlan. Xianlan looked at the sky and then looked at the ground. She lost her composure and said in a low voice, It's been more than 10 days. Senior Chiu, why hasn't he come yet? Could it be because he knows that the Fu clan is the main culprit and changed his mind at the last minute and doesn't dare to come? But if Senior Chiu doesn't dare to come, how can our Liao clan take revenge? Liao clan? If Fu Min was at the side at this moment, her eyes would probably fall to the ground, right? At this time, the weeds on the ground moved without any wind and a few of them actually floated in the air. Then, a huge pressure descended from the sky and a slightly fat figure appeared in the distance at the entrance of the Moon Temple. Senior Chiu. Xianlan saw the figure and was overjoyed. She quickly rushed over and bowed. Xianlan, I'm late. Did you wait anxiously? Senior Chiu was more than 50 years old and his body was like a ball. When he walked, the fat on his face jiggled. How did he look like a foundation establishment cultivator? I wouldn't dare. I've only been here for a few days. Xianlan smiled apologetically. You little girl, how can you be as shrewd as your father? I've received your 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman for more than 10 days. If you've only been here for a few days, then it would be strange. Senior Chiu scolded with the look of an elder. I've only been here for a few days. I've walked around Shallow Speech City and it's also a kind of experience. Xianlan smiled apologetically and said, My time isn't much. I'm sure you've been delayed by something? Of course. Actually, I've already received your 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. However, I've been near Shihuang Town and had some urgent matters to attend to. That's why I've been delayed. Senior Chiu looked a little regretful and said, I'm just a little late. If I had gone earlier, seeing Senior Chiu's expression, Xianlan didn't want to ask but she couldn't help but ask curiously, what matter actually made Senior Chiu think so highly of it? With Senior Chiu's foundation establishment middle stage cultivation, what matter can't you handle easily? Sigh, a lightning pearl that has always been rare in the cultivation world. If I could refine this lightning pearl into my own magic treasure, wouldn't I have an extra ability? Even if I faced a golden core cultivator, I would have the power to fight. Senior Chiu sighed and said, Unfortunately, I was too late. Lightning pearl? Golden core cultivator? Xianlan covered her mouth in shock. Not to mention that she had never heard of the lightning pearl, even a golden core cultivator, was someone she could only dream of. To be continued. Chapter 1485. AI, why am I telling you this? Senior Chiu suddenly laughed. Don't look down on me just because I'm a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. When I arrived at Shihuang Town, I found out that Splendid Sect actually sent 8 foundation establishment late stage cultivators. 7 Skills sect also sent 4 foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. As for Xuanyan School, I haven't met them yet. There are also other foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. With my little cultivation, I really don't dare to go forward. So, foundation establishment late-stage cultivators. Xianlong couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, let's not talk about it. Liao girl, you sent me a message in such a hurry. Did you find some clues in the Fu clan? Senior Chiu asked. When Xianlong heard this, her face became serious and she nodded. Yes, Senior Chiu. I did find something. Something? Senior Chiu frowned and said, I did promise you something, but the Fu clan is also a cultivation clan. If there isn't anything concrete, it's not convenient for me to make a move. Moreover, I only promised you to make a move once. Regardless of success or failure, the deal between you and me has to start. You have to keep your promise. Moreover, you just went to the Fu clan. How can you find any clues in just a few months? I'm just a female cultivator. I don't have the chance to enter the Fu clan as a disciple. If I can't find anything now, I definitely won't be able to find anything in the future. Things are really coincidental. Perhaps the ancestors of my Liao clan are still alive in the underworld. Although I've only been in Jinhua Mountain for a few months, I really did find some clues. Xianlong said sadly, Moreover, please be at ease, Senior. I will definitely fulfill the promise that I have made to you. As long as Senior makes a move this time, I will definitely fulfill Senior's wish. Good, since you said so, how can I not dare to make a promise? Tell me what happened. The head of the Fu clan in Mount Jinhua is only at the early foundation establishment stage. This old man is still able to shoulder the responsibility. Senior Chiu took a step forward. The fat on his face jiggled as he spoke in a very arrogant manner. Thank you, Senior Chiu. Xianlong bowed and said calmly. On the Dawn Rain continent, there was a place that was filled with sandstorms. Countless hurricanes blew up the sand on the ground, and they suddenly rose into the air. In the air, the hurricanes that suddenly appeared blew the sand far away. This sandstorm covered the entire world, and the sun and moon could not be seen above. The ground could not be seen below, and there was only darkness in the boundless world. In this darkness, a faint light suddenly appeared. That light seemed to be moving very slowly, but in the blink of an eye, it moved very far away. The faint brilliance looked very weak, like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with a single blow. However, after the hurricane swayed a few times, the brilliance was like a small blade of grass in the wind and rain, able to stand tall. Countless grains of sand rapidly struck the brilliance, like thousands of flying swords. However, these grains of sand could only penetrate half an inch into the brilliance before they lost their strength and softly slid down from the brilliance. Looking at the brilliance again, there were actually 2 frail women. The first was a female cultivator in her 20s. Her figure was slender, and her skin was snow white. She wore a fiery red robe, which was completely different from the style on the Dawn Rain continent. The woman's eyebrows were like black, and her curved eyes were like crescent moons. In those curved eyes, there was a pair of purple pupils that showed a trace of confusion. Looking behind the female cultivator, there was a little girl with her hair draped over her shoulders. She was only 5 or 6 years old, and her skin was also snow white. In the little girl's hand, there was something that looked like a flower basket. That flower basket should be able to emit light, and the brilliance around the 2 women came from that flower basket. The little girl held the flower basket in one hand, and the other hand was placed in front of her chest. In that hand, there was a small yellow marten. The small marten's eyes were slightly closed, and it looked like it was on the verge of death. Behind the small marten, there was a tail that was even bigger than the small marten, hanging straight in the air. From time to time, it would tremble slightly, showing that it still had a trace of vitality. Empress! Outside the brilliance, the wind and sand were raging, and no sound could be heard. However, inside the brilliance, there was silence. The little girl's voice sounded, This little thing is probably going to die, right? Maybe. The female cultivator who was called Empress frowned and whispered, "I don't know either." "Then, why don't you hurry up and cast the spell?" The little girl was a little anxious. "I don't need you to tell me what I do." The woman was slightly angry. The little girl was a little panicked, but she was not afraid. She stuck out her tongue and said, "I saw that Empress likes this little thing, and this little thing is really cute. I don't think there is such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm." "You haven't seen it before, but it doesn't mean that there isn't such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm." The woman sneered, "Although this thing looks like the small marten, it is also different from the small marten. However, the root of the problem is that the Xiaoyu continent is just a cultivation world. How can there be a demonic beast that doesn't exist in the 10,000 demon realm?" "But," the little girl bit her lips and argued, "this demonic beast seems to have a kind of extremely high-level aura." What high-level aura? Isn't it just a strange eye between its eyebrows? It's not like there isn't such a demonic beast in the 10,000 demon realm." The woman was still unhappy. "Forget it, since Empress doesn't like it, then I'll just leave this thing here." The little girl pretended to throw it away. "The wind and sand here are very strong. If we leave this little thing here, it will die in a moment. Empress and I will have peace of mind." "Shut up. When did I tell you to throw it away?" The woman angrily scolded. "Hee, I know that Empress is kind and doesn't want to hurt it." The little girl stuck out her tongue and laughed. "You little girl, you have a temper after coming to the Xiaoyu continent. How dare you talk to me like this?" The woman smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that I don't want to save this little thing. It's just that what? Empress, you are the most merciful. Hurry up and use your supreme magical power to save it." "Nonsense, although I have magical power, it is far from being a supreme magical power. Don't say it and let others laugh at you." The woman scolded with a smile, "This little thing? I can't figure out the damage it suffered. It doesn't seem to be the common damage of the body, but the power of space and time. Well, I can't be sure. After all, I'm not clear about this kind of damage. In addition, I also tried to use the method of using the life source spirit beast." Hearing this, the little girl was shocked and said, "Empress, how can you use such a method? This servant has wronged you. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Why would I talk to you, little girl?" the woman said snappily. "Besides, the method of using the life source spirit beast didn't work." That's right. The little girl suddenly realized, Empress's method of using the life source spirit beast is the best in the 10,000 demon realm. How can it not work? Could it be? The little girl's mouth was wide open. She looked very carefully at the little marten in her hand. Even her arms were trembling and she stuttered, "This little thing is a divine beast?" The woman laughed. Her charming smile was like the most gorgeous flower in the dusk. Even the little girl was stunned when she saw it. The woman ignored her and said with a smile, "You have heard too many legends. I'm afraid that divine beasts only exist in the immortal realm, no, the god realm, right? Empress, is there really a god realm?" The little girl was curious. The woman didn't seem to expect the little girl to ask this. She was obviously stunned and said with a smile, "It's all made up by others. The immortal realm is the place that cultivators like us should go. The god realm is just a place of sustenance." "What sustenance?" This servant doesn't understand. The little girl was very confused. It's very simple. It's a place that cultivators who didn't ascend to the immortal realm made up for those who did. It's a kind of jealousy of us ordinary cultivators. The immortal realm of the immortal realm? Jealousy? The little girl laughed very happily. At this time, the little marten also woke up. It opened its eyes weakly, and its little mouth slightly opened a few times. Then it slowly drank again. "Listen, Empress, this little thing is calling for its mother again." Where is its mother? It sounds so pitiful." The little girl stopped laughing and said with some sadness, "Yes, I heard it. This little thing has always been missing its mother." As soon as it wakes up, it will call for her. It's because of this concern that this queen's soul beast technique is unable to plant a seed in its consciousness. The woman frowned and was puzzled, but this is different from the 10,000 demon realm. In the 10,000 demon realm, even if there is mother's demonic beast, I can still control it with ordinary beast techniques, not to mention the life source spirit beast technique. But this little thing is an exception? It's okay, Empress. As long as this little thing's mother is in the immortal realm, with your abilities, are you afraid that you won't be able to find it? The little girl said with a smile. Also, this little thing keeps looking towards the south. I'm afraid that its mother is in the south. Empress, if you go all the way south, are you afraid that you won't be able to find her? But the woman raised her head and looked at the sandstorm in the distance and murmured, although the Dawn Rain continent is an immortal realm, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Mother? In Yenyuan City, Xiaohua was cultivating with his eyes closed. An inexplicable palpitation suddenly came and that familiar voice sounded again, "Little Yellow," Xiaohua also called out inexplicably. But then Xiaohua woke up and scratched his head. Oh my! What's wrong with this young master? It's clearly calling me mother. Why the hell would I agree? But Little Yellow, it sounds so smooth. Why does it sound so similar to Little White? Little White. Where did Little White go? Is it dead or alive? Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the little white dragon that escaped with its soul essence. This Dawn Rain continent is really so many strange things. Xiaohua sighed and lost the mood to cultivate. He got up and left the inn. Chapter 1486. It's already been 3 days. Could it be that the teleportation formation still hasn't gathered enough people to go to Shallow Speech City? Xiaohua walked out of the inn and thought to himself, if it really doesn't work, then I'll just have to spend money. With that thought, Xiaohua walked towards the central plaza of Yenyuan City. Isn't this the Imperial Pill School's shop? Why does it look a little different? Xiaohua frowned as he thought to himself as he walked towards a shop. Soon after, he looked left and right before walking in. When Xiaohua walked to the door, a shop assistant dressed like a mortal cleverly went up to him and said with a smile, "Sir Immortal, do you still want to buy immortal pills?" Immortal pills? Xiaohua said with a smile. Since when can the Imperial Pill School refine immortal pills? The shop assistant's face turned red and he didn't know what to do. He pinched the corner of his face with one hand and rubbed it with all his might. Xiaohua saw this and said with a smile, "Don't bother with call a fellow cultivator from the Imperial Pill School over. Otherwise, you won't understand what I say." However, all the immortals in the shop are not here right now, so I'm the only one here to serve the immortals. The shop assistant said all of this in one breath before taking a deep breath. I see. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the empty shop. He said curiously, I came to this shop half a year ago. There seemed to be a lot of immortal pills. Why are they suddenly gone? Sir Immortal, I only came here a month ago. I don't know the exact situation. The shop assistant answered honestly. So, this shop seemed to have reopened a month ago? Xiaohua probed. The shop assistant thought for a moment and said hesitantly, according to what I know, the shopkeeper has changed. However, the immortals' business is different from my knowledge. I don't dare to make a conclusion. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of the shop assistant, Xiaohua said, since there's no one here who knows the business, I won't stay any longer. Sir Immortal, please take care. The immortals will be back in the time it takes to eat a meal. Sir Immortal can come back then. The shop assistant smiled apologetically. Xiaohua replied, then turned around and left. Xiaohua thought as he walked, this Imperial Alchemy School gained a lot from the auction half a year ago. How could they suddenly disappear? Could it be? A layer of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's back. Could it be that Yenyuan City, Xuanyan School, or other large powers have seen through some clues? During the auction, Xiaohua also made some moves. He couldn't help but be shocked. Just as he was thinking, a tea house appeared not far from the Imperial Pill Sect's shop. There were many cultivators sitting in the tea house. Some of them were sitting alone with a cup of spirit tea and a plate of spirit fruits in front of them. They were slowly sipping their tea. Some of them were sitting in groups, chatting and eating spirit fruits. Wonderful, this is an excellent place. Xiaohua looked at the few people in the tea house who were similarly mesmerized, and walked in without hesitation. After ordering a cup of the so-called yunxi tea, as well as the famous drunken heart fruit, Xiaohua also sat alone at a table. Fellow Taoist, please. A second layer qi refining cultivator placed the spirit tea and spirit fruits in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded and handed over the spirit stones. Soon after, he picked up a drunken heart fruit and placed it in his mouth. When the familiar taste entered his mouth, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Xue Xue, the beautiful female cultivator who tasted the drunken heart fruit in front of him. According to the undercover Ling clan cultivator, Xue Xue seems to want to enter a famous cultivation sect. I don't know which sect it is. It seems that it's very easy for the disciples of cultivation aristocratic families to enter a cultivation sect. Perhaps this Xue Xue and Xuanyan school were all predetermined. Even if it wasn't arranged beforehand, it's about the same as Su Yenyun's Yun clan's Yunjichong. People often say that all cultivators in the world are fair in front of the heavenly Tao, but where is fairness? This young master has thought of every method, but I still can't find a cultivation sect to enter. Thinking about this, Xiaohua sighed and drank a mouthful of spirit tea. He waved his hand and the waiter from before came over. He asked, "Fellow Taoist, please. I want to ask, has the Imperial Pill School store opposite the tea house changed owners? I bought a marrow cleansing pill from that store half a year ago. Why is there only a mortal serving customers today?" Fellow Taoist is very considerate. The waiter smiled apologetically, looked around and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist may not know that Imperial Pill School seems to have offended some famous sect. In one night, they were chased out of Yenyuan City by the city guards. As for which sect they offended and why, I don't know. But there's such a thing? Imperial Pill School opened a store in Yenyuan City. Isn't it protected by Yenyuan City?" Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. "That depends on what it is. According to I's estimation, this Imperial Pill School has offended even Yenyuan City." The waiter looked around again and said in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist may not know, but half a year ago, during the auction in Yenyuan City, something extremely strange happened." "What happened?" Xiaohua asked in surprise. "First, a sect threw out many pills that could increase one's magic power. Second, a set of qi refinement cultivation techniques appeared. Strange. Which sect is this? Which sect obtained this cultivation technique?" Xiaohua asked. Do you still need to ask?" "Of course it's." The waiter glanced at the Imperial Pill School store. It's understandable that the one selling the pills is the Imperial Pill School. Could it be that the cultivation technique was also obtained by the Imperial Pill School? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. "If fellow Taoist is looking for that cultivation technique, who do you think obtained it?" The waiter said disdainfully, "Other than the Imperial Pill School, who could have made such ample preparations?" "Hey waiter, bring me a cup of spirit tea." A voice called out. The waiter responded and left in front of Xiaohua. I didn't expect that the Imperial Pill School would take the blame for me." Xiaohua smiled and picked up the teacup, preparing to drink the tea. However, just as the teacup touched his lips, Xiaohua suddenly froze. That voice just now? Xiaohua suddenly realized. Wasn't that the voice of the old man who was talking to Ling Yun in Yunxi Lake? Xiaohua thought and was about to turn around, but he stopped halfway and laughed inwardly. Who cares who he is? Ling Yun's revenge has nothing to do with me. Soon after, Xiaohua quietly drank his tea. After the time it took to eat a meal, the number of cultivators in the tea house increased. There were qi condensation cultivators and a few early foundation establishment cultivators. Many cultivators were talking through voice transmissions, and even more were talking loudly. Xiaohua, who was at the side, heard everything clearly. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This is actually a good place to gather information. Just as he was thinking, a cultivator stood up from his seat and walked straight out. Fellow Taoist, where in Yenyuan City is the rice garden? The cultivator walked to the door and asked casually. Xiaohua raised his head slightly. This cultivator was talking to Ling Yun. At this moment, Xiaohua could clearly see that he was a short, white-haired old man in the 6th level of qi refinement. Let me tell you, fellow Taoist. The rice garden is not in Yenyuan City. Fellow Taoist, follow this street to the west. Leave through the west gate of Yenyuan City and walk another 10 li. The waiter smiled and added, the rice garden is one of the most beautiful places in Yenyuan City. However, the season is not right now. All the trees in the garden have fallen. Fellow Taoist, if you go there because of its reputation, you will be disappointed. The old man was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, isn't that so? I don't come to Yenyuan City often. Since I'm here, I might as well take a look. At least I'll have an impression. As he spoke, the old man lifted his leg and walked towards the west of the city. Xiaohua sat quietly, but his heart was in turmoil. Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang's words in Jinhua Mountain rang in his ears again. After a while, Xiaohua stood up and thought to himself, forget it. I shouldn't have the heart to harm others, but I shouldn't let my guard down. This old man seems to be plotting something, and he knows that I've seen him in Jinghua City. I'll go take a look. If there's nothing, it'll be good. If there's something that's disadvantageous to me, then I can't just sit around and wait for death, can I? Xiaohua walked out of the tea house, neither too fast nor too slow. When he was out of Yenyuan City, Xiaohua clapped his hands and was about to take out an Earth Escape talisman. He suddenly smiled and said, why would I need an Earth Escape talisman? Wouldn't a ready-made Earth Escape technique be more convenient? Then he formed a hand seal and his entire body sank into the ground, quickly disappearing. A few dozen li to the west of Yenyuan City was a large patch of bare forest. This forest was different from ordinary forests. There weren't any commonly seen trees in the forest, but rather paddy trees that were as thick as a thumb. These paddy trees were taller than a person and often grew in clusters. The branches of these paddy trees were extremely large, all reaching towards the sky. When the season was right, the fiery red paddy flowers on these paddy trees would look like burning flames, extremely beautiful. But now, the paddy flowers had long since withered. Not a single one was left. Only the lush weeds in the paddy garden swayed left and right in the gentle breeze. Along with the gentle breeze in the paddy garden, the unique fragrance of the paddy trees in the paddy garden faintly diffused around the garden. At this moment, on the east side of the paddy garden, an old man was holding a yellow talisman in his hand. His eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, appearing to be very vigilant. Goo goo, one after another, what sounded like the chirping of a bird was very abrupt in this quiet paddy garden. But when the old man heard it, he was overjoyed. His body leapt up, revealing his upper body from the lush branches. Sure enough, at the source of the chirping, Xiaohua also revealed half of his head and was looking around. When he saw the old man, he was also overjoyed. He looked around and slowly flew over. Uncle Xiang. Xiaohua approached and bowed as usual. Uncle Xiang also smiled and helped him up. He asked, young master, did your trip to Mount Jinhua go smoothly? Xiaohua straightened up, not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he carefully looked around. The young master has indeed grown up. Uncle Xiang was very pleased and said, this old servant has already checked this area for a long time. There are no traces of humans. But just as Uncle Xiang's voice fell, Xiaohua's half-polled head popped out from under several paddy trees several zhang away. Chapter 1487. It can't be helped. I've been living in fear in Jinhua Mountain, afraid that I might lose my life. I'm used to it. Songde smiled apologetically. Uncle Xiang said gently, that's good. Young master, the world of cultivation is full of dangers. It's better to be safe than sorry. Can you tell this old servant about Mount Jinhua now? Thus, Songde told Uncle Xiang everything that happened in Jinhua Mountain. However, Xiaohua was surprised that Song didn't tell Uncle Xiang about the Fu puppet and Fuzhu. It's not bad. You've just entered the Fu clan and you're already recognized by the Skyward Pavilion. You'll enter the inner circle and get closer to Fu Yunhua. If you have the chance to kill him, that would be the best. Otherwise, you'll be eyeing the elder position. Once you've stabilized your position, Uncle Xiang said proudly. Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping on the side, couldn't help but shiver. You're not afraid of thieves stealing, but you're afraid of thieves remembering. Song seemed to be absent-minded. After Uncle Xiang finished, he whispered, Uncle Xiang, isn't this arrangement too long? I thought, too long? How can it be so long? Uncle Xiang waved his hand and said, Fu Yunhua is an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How can you, a 7th-stage qi refining kid, be his opponent? If you don't rely on time to kill him, how can you have a chance? Moreover, you're a direct descendant of the Fu clan. Once you enter the inner circle, you'll be the same as when you were at home. You'll still cultivate and craft talismans. The only difference is that your status will be different. Uncle Xiang advised earnestly. Uncle Xiang, I feel that the Fu clan only has secret talismans and cultivation techniques. As long as I can get my hands on those techniques and talismans, even if I go to Mount Gung and rebuild the Liao clan, won't I be able to establish a Fu clan? It's easier said than done. Uncle Xiang smiled bitterly and said, This old servant is very pleased that young master is so ambitious. However, this matter cannot be solved by hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness alone. It requires a meticulous plan. It is much easier to snatch the Fu clan from the original Fu clan than to build a new one. After that, Uncle Xiang persuaded Song Heng for a long time. Song Heng was slightly impatient and said, Let's leave it at that, Uncle Xiang. There's still a long way to go. Let's play it by ear in the future. That works too. Little young master, although your magical power realm has already declined and your appearance is not the same as when you were young, Fu Yunhua will definitely not be able to recognize you. However, this identity must be kept a secret. Otherwise, any plan will be in vain. Oh, no one in the Fu clan recognized you, right? Why would I? I've never been to the inner yard and have only stayed in the Skyward Pavilion. I've never had the chance to see the elders of the inner yard. Then he hesitated and said, However, there was a talisman master in the Skyward Pavilion who saw me at the Jinghua cities e.g. What? There was some anger on the old man's face. Does he know who you are? He knows. I told him my name at that time. He knows that I'm Song Heng. Song Heng said helplessly, However, I saw that he was very honest. He didn't leak any information during this period of time. You're so short-sighted. Uncle Xiang lamented. Just because he didn't say anything now doesn't mean that he won't say anything in the future. Just because he didn't say anything in the future doesn't mean that he won't say anything in the future. He's a talisman master and at most a Qi refining realm level 6 cultivator. Can't you, a Qi refining realm level 7 cultivator, kill him? You should have found a chance to kill him long ago. Is only a Qi refining realm level 4 cultivator. Song Heng hesitated. I've seen him in Jinghua City. I think he's a good person. He's also very difficult. He's similar to me in the past. Moreover, he's also very obedient. He's always been close to me in Jinhua Mountain. You're too soft-hearted. Uncle Xiang was furious. Young master, if you still want to avenge master and take back the Fu clan, then the first thing you need to do is to kill this little cultivator. You still have a long time to stay in Jinhua Mountain. It's hard to guarantee that this guy won't deliver you to Fu Yunhua in exchange for his future. This. Song Heng still hesitated for a while. He said in a low voice, He's in Jinhua Mountain's Fu clan. I don't have a chance. If I kill him, I'm afraid it'll attract the Fu clan's attention. Then lure him out and kill him outside. Uncle Xiang said without hesitation. Isn't it easy to kill someone? A Qi refining realm level 7 cultivator killing a Qi refining realm level 4 cultivator is as easy as stepping on an ant. Alright. Think about it again. Song Heng actually agreed. After that, The two of them talked for a while more before they left in a hurry. After waiting for a long time, Xiaohua appeared next to the paddy tree. He looked at the direction the old man left with a cold smile on his face. Although Xiaohua knew the old man's words were correct, the person he wanted to kill was him. Xiaohua was naturally unhappy. "Humph, I didn't plan to disturb you. However, if you want me to kill you, with your cultivation level, it's really not enough." Xiaohua's cultivation level had increased, so his courage had also increased a lot. After laughing coldly, he escaped from the ground and appeared in the vicinity of the paddy tree. Just as Xiaohua arrived at the inn, a fiery red summoning talisman flew in front of him. Xiaohua received it and was overjoyed. "I finally gathered enough people. I can return to Shallow Speech City." However, Xiaohua immediately woke up. "I owe his grandma." Is there even a need to say this person? He definitely matches. Sure enough, when Xiaohua arrived at the teleportation formation, one of the cultivators matched. Of course, he also wore camouflage clothing. However, Xiaohua was very familiar with this camouflage clothing. It was very similar to the one Song Heng sold to Xiaohua. Other people might not be able to tell, but Xiaohua was very clear about it. "Fortunately, I have a real camouflage clothing. I'm not afraid of being recognized by Song Heng." Xiaohua secretly felt lucky. After arriving at Shallow Speech City, Xiaohua did not continue to teleport. Instead, he first went out of the teleportation formation to see what Song Heng did. Just as Xiaohua expected, Song Heng chose to teleport again and did not come out of the teleportation formation. Since Song Heng directly returned to Thought You Town, presumably, he also listened to Uncle Xiang's words. "I just don't know if this guy has any disloyalty towards me?" Xiaohua pondered for a long time and decided to wait and see. He rested for a night in Shallow Speech City and teleported to Thought You Town the next day. The next day, Xiaohua was teleported to the town of Thought Moon. Xiaohua went to the outskirts of the town and got rid of the bewildering insect. He sent out a message talisman and soon flew over. When the two met, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Senior brother He, have you been in the town of Thought Moon for a long time? I have some matters to attend to this time. I've made senior brother wait for a long time." "Hee, it's nothing. Doesn't it matter where I stop? I've already finished my business and waited here for several days. If junior brother doesn't return today, I'm afraid I'll have to return to Jinhua Mountain alone," Song Heng said calmly. Xiaohua looked into the distance and said with a smile, "What about Ming Sui and Yi Shuguang? Senior brother He, have you seen them?" "But I haven't seen them. Perhaps they haven't returned from Thought You Town," Song Heng said. It's about time. We'd better hurry back to Jinhua Mountain," Xiaohua said. "All right, I'll lead the way." Song Heng took the lead and flew away. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Heng's figure. With a wave of his hand, he took out the black iron needle from the space and hid it in his hand. Then he urged his transcendence energy and chased after Song Heng. The first 2 days were nothing out of the ordinary. On the third day, Song Heng smiled and said to Xiaohua, "Junior brother Xiao, this Gold Phoenix Ridge is said to be the closest scenic spot to Jinhua Mountain. I've been waiting at Jinhua Mountain for several months but haven't had time to see it. Now that we're passing by, why don't we go and take a look?" Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "This? I'm afraid there's not enough time. We only took a little over 20 days of leave. Counting with my fingers, it's already passed. Or should we wait until later?" "It doesn't matter." Song Heng smiled and said, "When I asked Elder Fu for my leave, I already said 30 days. It's enough." Xiaohua nodded slightly. Seeing this, Song Heng led Xiaohua and flew in the direction of Gold Phoenix Ridge. Gold Phoenix Ridge was indeed as Song Heng said. Lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, strange rocks and strange peaks, and all kinds of wonderful places really made people linger. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart wasn't at ease. On one hand, he paid attention to Song Heng's behavior. On the other hand, he still had to deal with Song Heng's words when he casually pointed out the beautiful scenery. It really made him angry. Several times, Xiaohua wanted to make the first move to gain the upper hand and kill Song Heng. But every time the black iron needle jumped, Xiaohua forcefully suppressed it. While they were talking, the two arrived at the location of a waterfall. They saw a string of bright white water flowing down from the top of the mountain, splashing up countless fine mist. The shwa-shwa sound of the water hitting the mountain rocks and the pool was like an ox, covering up the two people's conversation. It's really a good place to kill and rob. Xiaohua secretly praised in his heart. Junior brother Xiao, look at the top of the waterfall. As Songheng spoke, he took half a step forward and placed his hand on his storage pouch. Xiaohua had already released his perception. Although he couldn't see what Songheng was doing, he could roughly feel it. You finally gave yourself away. Xiaohua coldly snorted. He released his right hand, and the black iron needle in his hand was released. It quietly drew an arc in the air and flew to Songheng's back. If it was a normal situation, Xiaohua would still have to do something to cover it up. However, with such a loud sound of water and Songheng's back facing him, Xiaohua could definitely kill him with a single blow even if he used the tip of the devil's spear, let alone the black iron needle. According to the talisman puppet, the Golden Phoenix Ridges waterfall is a spirit spring that comes from the mountain. It contains an abundance of spirit energy. If one can drink this spirit water, one's cultivation will also increase imperceptibly. Songheng's words were faintly discernible in the sound of water, but Xiaohua didn't really listen. Seeing Songheng lightly pat his hand, he took out a yellow talisman from his storage pouch. His arm moved slightly, and without even turning his head, he threw it out. Chapter 1488. With a wave of his hand, the yellow talisman in his hand shot out. Xiaohua didn't hesitate either. His fingers moved slightly, and the black iron needle rapidly pierced towards Tsong's back. But at this moment, Tsong's voice faintly transmitted, "I wonder if the talisman puppet has already arrived?" What? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. When he raised his head to look, sure enough, Tsong's talisman was a transmission talisman. That scarlet light was flying towards the top of the waterfall. Damn it! Xiaohua's fingers moved continuously. Arousing all the magic power in his body, he tried his best to retrieve the black iron needle. Hiss! The black iron needle rapidly trembled, just like Xiaohua's trembling heart. Fortunately, when the black iron needle pierced Song's back, it stopped. Sigh. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was covered in sweat. Junior brother Xiao, are you not feeling well? Is it too difficult for you to leave this time? Song sensed Xiaohua's abnormality and asked with concern. No, it's nothing. Xiaohua wiped the sweat on his head. He controlled the black iron needle to fly back more than a foot, but it still stopped in midair. It's good that you're not. Song said with concern. When I was drifting around Jinghua City, I also suffered a lot. Often, I would suddenly lose control of my magic power like junior brother Xiao. This was caused by painstakingly training without caring about the consequences. If junior brother Xiao returns to Jinhua Mountain, it's better for you to stop your cultivation for a while. Consolidating your realm and foundation is the most important. Then, he hesitated for a moment and took half a step back. Moreover, from my observation, junior brother Zhao's cultivation seems to be increasing too quickly. This kind of rapid advancement is a big taboo for us cultivators. In this half a year, I don't seem to have made much progress. Senior brother you're overthinking. Xiaohua said thoughtfully. These are all words from the bottom of my heart. Whether or not junior brother can listen is junior brother's matter. Song shrugged. His posture was quite carefree. Damn it, even this posture is learning from young master. Xiaohua laughed and scolded in his heart. However, you're much more carefree than young master. Why don't you make a move as well? Save yourself the trouble of blocking my brilliance. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a fiery red figure flew down from above the waterfall. It was the symbol puppet dressed in fiery red clothes. The symbol puppet was already beautiful, and when she wore such delicate and beautiful clothes, she was even more beautiful. Seeing this, Song Yu also flew up and greeted him. The two of them hugged each other in the mist beside the waterfall. Alas! Xiaohua, who was standing on the ground, waved his hand. The black iron needle in the air also flew into his hand. After carefully looking at it, he sent it into the space. Junior brother Xiao, do you want to tour the Golden Phoenix Ridge with us? In mid-air, Song Ying asked Xiaohua with a faint smile. Looking at Song He's completely insincere smile, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, just now, little brother's true qi was somewhat obstructed, so I want to meditate for a moment. Senior brother you can go. Come back tomorrow morning and call little brother. Alright. With a wave of his hand, he flew away with the talisman puppet. You still have the nerve to laugh. Xiaohua also smiled for no reason and scolded, you bastard, if you have a date with the talisman puppet, then so be it. There's no reason to use little brother as a shield. What's wrong with being a shield? Still not explaining? If it wasn't for little brother's vigilance, I'm afraid you would have already lost your little life. Xiaohua found a secluded place and took out the stealing the sky cultivation method to comprehend it. Gradually, he had some gains. The next morning, in the midst of the crisp chirping of birds, Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, had a slight tremor on his face for no reason. Soon after, the left side of his face slightly caved in, then protruded again. His entire face slightly trembled and slowly became round. Haha! Xiaohua laughed loudly, scaring away the surrounding birds that were looking for insects. Little brother is still the smart one. Xiaohua kicked a big tree to the side, and then borrowed the force to do a somersault in the air. As he flew, he said, this stealing the sky only talks about the incantation and the use of magic power. This young master has tried countless times, but was unable to succeed. Who would have thought that the magic power was not used on the flesh, but on the bones? As long as the bones change, the flesh on them will naturally change. Of course, the face can also change. But how can the bones be changed at will? Wuxia practiced for more than 10 years and was only able to change her face. If she mastered the stealing the sky, wouldn't she be able to change her body? But why do I feel that bones changing is not very difficult? As if I could also change it in the past. Using the stealing the sky cultivation method made Xiaohua feel a sense of familiarity. Could it be I know the stealing the sky? That's good. In the future, even if there is no more mystic puppet, others will not be able to find little brother. Soon after, Xiaohua continued to try to change his face until little brother found him. Senior brother should we return? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Little brother nodded slightly with a trace of a smile on his face, as if he was perfectly satisfied. Senior brother you seem to be very proud of your success. Xiaohua said curiously. Is that so? Little brother heart trembled. The smile on his face disappeared and he said, what is it? It's just that I'm in a good mood after touring the Golden Phoenix Ridge with little brother Hua. Xiaohua laughed dryly. He did not say much and did not ask about the whereabouts of the talisman. Thus, the two of them gathered their transcendence energy, activated the flying talisman, and flew straight back to Mount Jinhua. In the remaining 2 days, although Xiaohua did not lose his vigilance, little brother did not make any strange movements and safely returned to Skyward Pavilion. In the following 2 months, Xiaohua's life returned to normal. He spent most of his time refining medicinal pills and only spent a little time at Fu Min's to learn how to make talismans. Of course, Fu Min was still cold to Xiaohua. A wood life talisman was still wrong in some key details. Moreover, she never used the real wood life talisman in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not care at all. He only said that his aptitude was limited and could not learn it. He did not blame Fu Min in the slightest and had a respectful appearance. Xianlan also leaned close to Fu Min and coaxed Fu Min into a daze. She said almost everything to Xianlan. She simply treated Xianlan as her lover. Of course, this was under the condition that Xianlan could enter Fu Min's eyes. Facing Xuanlan's, think about it and what do you know, Xiaohua basically avoided her. He simply did not have any thoughts of conflict with Xianlan. After all, they were not cultivators of the same level. Xiao Hua directly ignored her. There were even many times when Xiao Hua saw Fu Min's sanctimonious face and Xuanlan's appearance that had the potential to criticize her. He thought maliciously in his heart, does Fu Min want to use Xuanlan's flattery to set off her own noble character? And does Xianlan use Fu Min to show her outstanding talisman-making talent? However, these trivial matters could not stop Xiao Hua's success in refining pills. As early as the first 10 days, Xiao Hua successfully refined the parasol pill. Immediately after, he refined the Giji pill and the clean lotus pill. These two kinds of medicinal pills that increased transcendence energy were also quite popular in EG. Sure enough, this transcendence energy increasing medicinal pill was somewhat different from the parasol pill. When Xiao Hua was refining it, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it. After trying and fumbling for a long time, he was finally able to successfully refine it. Of course, it was also because of this that Xiao Hua temporarily did not refine the higher-level Peiyuan pill and the marrow cleansing pill. He began to be unable to resist taking out the true Samadhi fire technique to comprehend. As early as when Xiao Hua first obtained the true Samadhi fire, he had flipped through it. This true Samadhi fire was admittedly a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation method, but Xiao Hua could faintly use it. Thus, after several tens of days of cultivation, Xiao Hua was actually able to produce a wisp of slightly purple flame in the palm of his hand. This flame could emit scorching heat, and the spiritual energy around the flame was all absorbed by this flame. Looking at the true Samadhi fire that floated around and did not extinguish, Xiao Hua was extremely satisfied. At this time, his transcendence energy was insufficient, so he could only produce such a small wisp of true Samadhi fire. Once he truly reached the foundation establishment realm, he would naturally be able to produce even larger wisps of true Samadhi fire for refining pills. This way, he would not have to look everywhere for earth fire. However, why is this true Samadhi fire somewhat different from the one recorded in the cultivation method? It should be a pure red color, so why is there an additional wisp of purple within this red color? Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the true Samadhi fire flew in front of his eyes, faintly flickering. Perhaps it's because my transcendence energy is shallow. Xiao Hua thought as he opened his mouth and inhaled. The wisp of flame was sucked into Xiao Hua's mouth. Let's go, I'll let this pill furnace warm up for now. When I return, I'll take a look at the pill formula for the clear pleasure pill and prepare to refine the clear pleasure pill next time. Xiao Hua thought as he stood up, preparing to leave. At this moment, the warning talisman he placed around the pill formula suddenly sounded. "Io, who is it?" Xiao Hua was shocked. His figure quickly flew in front of the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix patterned furnace. He was not afraid of the high temperature of the pill furnace, and with a slap of his hand, he stored it into his space. Then, without caring about covering up the traces of the earth fire, his body swayed and disappeared, escaping into the blue stone below the pill room. There seems to be someone refining pills here? A familiar voice sounded. It was Fuzhu. That's impossible. Another voice sounded. Didn't your Fu clan ban refining pills a long time ago? Moreover, the Fu clan head has already designated this place as a forbidden area. Other than us, who would dare to come here? Hee, since we dare to come here, naturally there will be others who dare to come here. Fu Zhu giggled as she pulled his hand and flew up to the high platform. At this moment, Xiao Hua's head popped out from a dark corner of the pill room, and he frowned in annoyance. Junior brother He, there is indeed someone here. Fu Zhu's voice was somewhat serious as she shouted. Look here, this high platform is so clean and tidy. It definitely doesn't look like it hasn't been here for more than 100 years. Chapter 1489. That's right, Juer. Look at this earth fire, it seems like someone is using it. Song Yi pointed at the earth fire and said in surprise. Isn't that so? I was wondering why the smell of sulfur around the forbidden area has lessened a lot. So this is the reason. Fu Zhu said happily, if I report this news to the patriarch, he will definitely what? You will definitely be punished. Song Yi sneered, You trespassed into the forbidden area's alchemy room. This is something Fu Yunbo will definitely not allow. But I have the duty of patrolling the mountain. I can enter and leave the forbidden area. Fu Zhu could not help but refute. You can pass through the air, but I'm afraid you can't land, Song Yi said in a low voice. Fu Zhu was silent for a while. She walked to the place where Xiaohua usually sat and sat down. She said faintly, "Since you know that I can't land at will, then why did you let me meet you in the forbidden area? Zhuer, let's go out and talk. If there is a senior refining pills here and we bump into them, it will definitely be bad." Song Yi looked around nervously and persuaded. "Junior Marshal Brother He, don't panic. Although this earth fire has been used by someone, it may not be used for alchemy. If it was really used for alchemy and the alchemy furnace isn't here, then the senior who refined the pills must have gone out and won't be back in a short time. We're just sitting here for a while. How could something happen?" Fu Zhu said unhurriedly. "Moreover, it is currently patrolling the mountain outside. Senior brothers are all passing through the forbidden area. If they see us, all right." Song Yi helplessly sat beside Fu Zhu and hugged her in his arms. Fu Zhu also very meekly turned her body sideways and leaned her head against Song Ye's chest, looking like she was enjoying it. The two of them stayed like this for a while. Song Ye's hands began to wander around Fu Zhu's body. Fu Zhu's breathing gradually became hurried. "Go away." Fu Zhu pushed Song Ye's hands to the side and scolded, "Every time you see me, you are always so impatient. Can't you talk properly?" "I do want to, but my heart really misses you, so I can't help but love you," Song Ying whispered with a calm face. The Xiaohua, who was in the distance, couldn't help but curl his lips. This little gigolo is really something. Fine, this young master doesn't have the heart to listen to your sweet talk. What kind of needle eyes do you have? Thinking of this, Xiaohua formed a spell seal and prepared to flee. But at this time, the warning talismans all around the alchemy room issued another warning. Why is my pill room so lively today? Who is it this time?" The location of the warning was very far away, so Xiaohua couldn't see it clearly. When he released his perception, although he couldn't see it, just based on his familiarity with that person, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this person here? On the high platform, Feng Luo didn't know that someone else had come in. He only put his mouth next to Fu Zhu's ear and gently moved, blowing a hot breath on her earlobe, causing Fu Zhu's face to turn red and her body to heat up. "Junior Marshal Brother, you also treat Zhuer like this?" Fu Zhu suddenly said, causing Feng Luo's body to stiffen. He immediately said, "I've already told you countless times in my heart. There is only you are the one I love the most. It's only because Fu Zhu is very good to me, and she is also your blood-related little sister, that I can't bear to hurt her, so I've been hiding it from her, not daring to tell her. Moreover, isn't this what you said? After this period of time, you can tell her properly, okay? Sweetheart, I did say this before. But you can't be with her every day, you treat her like this. How can she think that you don't love her?" Feng Luo bitterly smiled and shrugged. "Do you think I want to? Fu Zhu comes to find me every day, I can't refuse." Feng Luo's words were very clear in the alchemy room. Not only did Xiaohua hear it, even the person who secretly came in from afar heard it. That person who was hiding in the shadows trembled violently, almost flying into the air, but in the end he managed to hold himself back and lowered his body. "I don't care, you have to find a chance to tell her clearly, otherwise." Fu Zhu nonchalantly glanced into the distance and said coquettishly, I know, I will definitely take care of it." Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu in his arms and whispered, "However, I still feel that I should obtain the Yunqing talisman first. It won't be too late to talk about it after I learn the method to refine this talisman." What does this have to do with the Yunqing talisman? Fu Zhu pushed Feng Luo's hand away and asked curiously, "Furthermore, this Yunqing talisman is a secret passed down in my Fu clan, only males and not females. How can I obtain it?" Then, she suddenly realized, "Junior Marshal Brother He, could it be that you like me because I can help you obtain the Yunqing talisman?" No, no, definitely not. Feng Luo hurriedly coaxed. If I can obtain the Yunqing talisman, won't the Fu puppet retreat in the face of difficulties? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Fu Zhu shook her head. Zhu and I are both direct disciples of the Fu clan. If you don't choose the two of us, is there anyone more suitable than us? Of course not. Zhu, the one I like is you. Even if you're not a direct disciple, I still love you. Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu and slowly kissed her. Although Fu Zhu wanted to struggle, her body was still as soft as mud in Feng Luo's arms. In the darkness, that person clenched his fists tightly. Oh right, senior martial brother he. Fu Zhu said breathlessly, I have good news to tell you. What good news? Feng Luo was stunned and asked softly. Look, what is this? Fu Zhu clapped her hands and took out a book from her storage bag. Yunqing talisman? Feng Luo laughed and reached out to take it. Fu Zhu pulled her hand back and smiled. Of course it's not the Yunqing talisman. Guess? If it's not the Yunqing talisman, then what is it? Feng Luo scratched his head. If you can't guess it, I won't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a smile. Your Fu clan's Yunqing talisman is the most famous. If it's not this, could it be the beast armor talisman? Feng Luo guessed again. The beast armor talisman can turn a cultivator into a spiritual beast similar to the beast's skin and blood used for the talisman. This kind of strange talisman is more important than the Yunqing talisman. I can't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a pout. Then what is it? Tell me, I'll reward you later. Feng Luo said softly. Fu Zhu's face turned red and she said shyly, I can give it to you, but after you get it, you have to tell me one thing. You swore a blood oath to tell the truth. There's a blood oath? Feng Luo was stunned. Yes, it's a blood oath, Fu Zhu said while biting her lips. But I promise you. Feng Luo also gritted his teeth and swore a blood oath. Fu Zhu's heart ached when she heard this, and she handed the book over. Feng Luo took a closer look and was overjoyed. Invisibility talisman? When did the Fu clan have this kind of talisman? How do you know the Fu clan doesn't have this kind of talisman? Fu Zhu asked curiously. Feng Luo stuttered and changed the topic, but Fu Zhu's mind was obviously not on this topic. She said, no matter what, you just have to keep the blood oath and tell me the truth. Tell me, what do you want me to say? Feng Luo kept the book and laughed softly. She wants you to say, do you like her or do you like me? The black figure on the ground couldn't take it anymore and stood up and said loudly. Feng Luo was stunned and said in disbelief, You came here? Just now, you heard everything? Of course I heard it. When you were hugging Zhu, I heard it. With tears on her face, the Fu puppet slowly walked towards the high platform. She looked up and said, I have always kept you in my heart. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. If you want to learn how to make talismans, I will give you all kinds of talisman refining methods. If you want to improve your cultivation, if you want my Fu clan's secret cultivation method, I will risk my life to get it for you. What did I do it for? Didn't I just want you to be true to me and love me? But why did you lie to me? Moreover, you lied to me and my sister at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that I went out to accompany you 2 months ago and was seen by Zhu, who became suspicious and asked me over and over again, how would I know that you're actually two-timing? You wanted to play with us and use us. You wanted to get both the cultivation technique and the talisman-making technique. You are really hateful. Feng Luo's face was as white as snow as he stared blankly at the two. After a while, he crouched down on the stage and said in a low voice, I didn't lie to you. I really do love you. Whether it is Zhu or Zhu, I gave you my true feelings. It is because I can't choose between the two of you and can't find out who I love more, that I have always hesitated, always didn't dare to tell the two of you. TSK, such eloquence. Xiao Hua on the side was filled with admiration. If he was Feng Luo, his face would have already turned red and he wouldn't know what to do. It's precisely because I can't make a choice that I can't answer your question. It's also precisely because I can't make a choice that I desperately want the cultivation method. I want the method of making charms. I want to cultivate myself to become an elder who is second only to the clan lord. Then, I can ask the clan lord to make both of you my dual cultivation companions. He stood up and spoke with sincerity. You wish. Fu Zhu's face turned red as she scolded. Even if you are willing to take both of us as your dual cultivation partners, but how can the two of us agree? If this guy's words are always sweet as if there is honey on his mouth. Sister, you must not believe him. The Fu puppet also asked. But from the tone of the two, it was no longer as sharp as before. It was as if the two had already expected this answer. What should I do? Suddenly, a faint voice came from a dark corner. Chapter 1490. As for Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet, they first made Song's matter clear. When they confronted each other, Song's back was covered in sweat. Just as they were about to bring out the words they had thought of before, Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's tone changed again. Listening to them, they actually didn't have any particular objections towards the two girls working together as a husband. Xiaohua hid at the side, a burst of admiration in his heart. But thinking about it, it was natural. Song's relationship with the two twin sisters was close, so there was no need to talk about favoritism. It was really difficult for Song to make a choice. Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were extremely clever and didn't let Song make a real choice. Looking at the situation, the two sisters had already discussed it before they laid their cards on the table. Therefore, even though Fu Zhu knew that Song's feelings towards her were different, she still gave Song the refining method of the invisibility talisman. After Fu Puppet understood Song's true feelings, she only asked a few questions before relenting. Song also dropped a stone to the ground, almost wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But at this time, another faint voice sounded from another corner. Then, Song, what should I do? Xiaohua was shocked. This person seemed to have been here for a long time, but he actually didn't notice. The warning talisman in the pill room also didn't give any warning. But hearing that familiar voice, Xiaohua's heart settled. This person wasn't just anyone, it was Fu Puppet. Fu Puppet? When Fu Puppet heard this, her eyes were about to fall out of her head. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she turned her head and scolded, "What does the matter between us sisters have to do with you? Why are you interfering?" On the high platform, Song stared at Fu Puppet without saying a word. His face also had a trace of astonishment and a trace of resentment. "Puppet, don't be anxious. Let's hear what he Fu has to say." Although Fu Zhu was shocked, her face didn't change as she shouted in a low voice. "But, big sister?" The Fu Puppet was a little anxious, but when she saw the Fu Puppet gradually approaching and saw the Fu Puppet's pale face, the Fu Puppet promptly shut her mouth. Fu Puppet didn't seem to see Fu Puppet, nor did she seem to hear Fu Puppet's question. She only stared at Song with a pair of extremely disappointed eyes, slowly approaching step by step. "He Lang, do you remember what you told me?" The Fu Puppet enunciated each word clearly. Her voice trembled as she tried her best to suppress her emotions. Gradually, there was a trace of anticipation in her voice. "I remember when you came to find me and told me that the one you liked was me. Even though I wasn't as pretty as Fu Zhu and Fu Ai, but what you liked was my heart. Do you know? When I heard your words at that time, my heart was about to fly to the heavens. Actually, I was very puzzled. How could the two of them gain your favor? I don't have the looks, and I don't have the status. If you stay with me, I will only be a burden to you. But He Lang, I really like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I think about you day and night, but when I can't see you, I can't even focus on cultivation. I know that I can't compare to Fu Huang and Fu Zhu, but for you, I still fought with them and went to see you every day. Alas, it's also because of this that I still choose to believe you even though I'm skeptical about what you said. I believed that you were good to me, and I believed what you said to me. In order to gain your favor, I was willing to do anything you wanted me to do. I told you all the incantations I knew, and I gave myself to you." I gave you everything I had. Furthermore, when you told me that for the sake of your future in the Fu clan, you had to compromise and accompany the Fu puppet, and that you were very distressed, I foolishly asked you, what can I do so that you can stay by my side? But you didn't tell me until I was desperate. Then you told me that as long as you can obtain the Fu clan's Qingyun talisman and successfully refine it, you will have a place in the Fu clan. Once you have a status, you won't have to be afraid of the Fu clan anymore. You will be able to be with me openly. He Lang, do you know how foolish I was? I actually believed you. Even though you didn't tell me to steal the refining method of the purity talisman from the talisman hall in the inner court, I could see the desire in your eyes. I know that you're right. This is your sorrow as a talisman master. If I want to be with you forever, this is the only way. Every time I think of the pain in your eyes, my heart aches. He Lang, I don't have any peerless elegance or status to be proud of. I only love you and I only want to be with you. The only thing I can do is to help you steal the purity talisman from the talisman hall for you. But what kind of place is the talisman hall? It's the top secret place of the Fu clan's talisman refining method. Not to mention a female disciple born of a concubine like me, even the direct disciples of the Fu puppet and the others would find it extremely difficult to enter. In this half a year, I went to the talisman hall many times. Not only did I not attract the attention of the disciples on guard, but I also had to find the flaws in it. Do you think it was easy for me? However, when I thought of how I could be with you forever after obtaining the purity talisman, I mustered up my courage. Today, I finally got it. He Lang, I finally got the purity talisman that you wanted. However, when I looked for you with an incomparably excited heart, you weren't in the skyward pavilion. Where did you go? I was so foolish. I only wanted to make you happy as soon as possible so that you wouldn't be pestered by the Fu puppet. Hence, I sent out the message talisman. Now, do you know? I really regret it. I really shouldn't have sent out this message talisman. If I didn't send it, I wouldn't have come to this forbidden area and seen this heart-wrenching scene. I would rather be kept in the dark by you and be your silly plaything. The Fu puppet's face was ashen. She swiped her hand across her chest and took out a small booklet. She raised her hand and threw it onto the stage. The booklet drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed at the feet of He Lang. However, He Lang didn't pick it up. He just stood there in a daze and looked at the Fu puppet without moving an inch. This purity talisman must be returned tomorrow morning. He Lang, better hurry up and comprehend it. The Fu puppet also looked at He Lang. Her voice was calm as she spoke in a low voice. Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet at the side also stood there in a daze. They didn't know what to say. The scene in front of their eyes had long surpassed their imaginations. Xiaohua, who was listening from afar, was also dumbfounded. Although this matter wasn't very thrilling, but it felt more miserable than any legendary story. At this moment, the alchemy room's warning talisman moved again. Xiaohua stared blankly and immediately understood. Didn't the Fu puppet send out the message talisman? That message talisman must have triggered the warning talisman. Hence, Xiaohua didn't care and released his perception on the stage. He Lang didn't move. Fu Zhu sighed inwardly and walked forward. She picked up the purity talisman refining method at He Lang's feet and said in a hoarse voice, "Fu puppet, the talisman hall's security is tight. Even direct disciples like us have difficulty entering. How did you take out the refining method for this purity talisman?" Hearing this, the Fu puppet's pale face flushed red. Before she could speak, a clear voice rang out, "Because I was the one who allowed her to take it." Senior Fu. Fu puppet? Why are you here? The last was Fu puppet's panicked voice. You promised me the purity talisman. I will return it to you tomorrow morning. A thin and tall middle-aged man with a pockmarked face slowly walked out from the darkness. He was actually at the 11th level of Qi refining. You only spent a night with me and you want to take the purity talisman away for a night? Don't you think this matter is too simple? Fu puppet said lecherously, if I didn't come out with you, how could I see these two great beauties? After today's matter, aren't these two great beauties for me to take? Hearing this, the blush on Fu Puppet's face disappeared. Her pale face didn't have a trace of blood. Is what he said true? There was no expression on He Lang's face. He just looked at Fu Puppet and said indifferently, "Yes, yes." Fu Puppet said without hesitation, "I don't have anything on me. If I want to take the purity talisman out of the talisman hall, this is the only way. He Lang, you don't have to care about me. Quickly leave." "Leave, Fu Puppet laughed loudly. "You think you can leave as your lover?" Then he looked at Fu Puppet wretchedly. "You don't look like much usually, but I didn't expect your dual cultivation technique to be so exquisite. It really exceeded my expectations. This is all thanks to this kid. Fu Zhu, Fu Puppet, I will have a taste of you in a while." "Damn you, you're courting death." Fu Puppet couldn't take it anymore. She slapped her hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from her storage bag. Channeling her transcendence energy, she threw them at Fu Puppet. You really dare to attack?" Fu Puppet said arrogantly. "Aren't you afraid that the family head will find out?" Fu Puppet was stunned. She waved her hand and the yellow talismans in the air stopped, seemingly hesitant. "You're called He Fu, right?" Fu Puppet laughed evilly and said loudly, "I don't care what you want the purity talisman for, and I don't care what happens between you and these 3 girls in the future. However, I want to play with both Fu Puppet and Fu Zhu. Furthermore, I want one of them to dual cultivate with me in the future. Otherwise, I will take your life first and then send these 3 girls to the family head. I don't know how long you've been in Jinhua Mountain, but you must know the rules of the Fu clan. As for the fate of these 3 girls, I don't want to tell you more, right?" Then, Fu Puppet looked at the 3 girls and laughed. "I've already played with both Fu Puppets. Let me play with 2 more of you, it's worth it." Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's eyes were burning with anger, but they didn't dare to attack. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to defeat a Qi refining stage 11 Fu Puppet. Chapter 1491. Well said. Just when the girls were at a loss of how to respond, Fu Ying took a few steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, "However, I don't know how I can be at ease with senior brother Fu's high cultivation level." The Fu Puppet laughed. "If I ask you to be at ease, then you can be at ease. Or do you want me to make a blood oath?" I wouldn't dare. Song Cheng took a few more steps and flew down from the stage. He cupped his hands and said, "Actually, senior brother Fu has misunderstood. Look, these 3 girls, have already used them. Furthermore, you see, they have already obtained what I should have obtained. Tell me, do you think I still need them?" In an instant, the entire pill room was as cold as winter. Not only the Fu Puppet, but even Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's faces were stiff. They didn't know what expression to put on their faces. As long as senior brother Fu can let me live today, not only will these 3 girls belong to senior brother Fu, but I will also follow senior brother Fu's lead in the Fu family in the future. Song Cheng stood in front of the Fu Puppet and said sincerely, "You also know that the family head is very fond of me. It's because I want to make a name for myself in the Fu family that I've thought so much." "Stop right there." The Fu Puppet sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you trying to sneak up on me while I'm careless?" When Song Cheng heard this, he shrugged his shoulders innocently. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Fu is at Qi refining level 11 and I'm only at Qi refining level 5. Even if I wanted to sneak up on you, do you think I would do something as stupid as knocking an egg against a rock?" I don't think you would dare." The Fu Puppet pointed and said with a sinister smile, Go bring the Fu Puppet to me and strip her of her clothes." "Yes, I'll go now," Song Cheng said carefully and walked towards the Fu Puppet. I misjudged you." The Fu Puppet was furious. He pointed his finger and the yellow talismans that were suspended in midair suddenly rained down on Song Cheng. The talisman puppet was in the 9th layer of Qi refining. How could it possibly be a match for him? However, he did not panic. He turned his head and glanced at the symbol puppet. Sure enough, the symbol puppet waved its hand and a top-grade yellow talisman shot out. It formed an invisible light screen in midair and blocked the yellow talismans. Following which, the symbol puppet pointed its finger and the light screen rolled forward, wrapping around the yellow talismans that were about to explode. A series of pa-paj muffled sounds rang out as all the yellow talismans were destroyed by the light screen. This was the difference between the 11th layer and the 9th layer. Just as the symbol puppet's yellow talisman was being destroyed, the symbol puppet's other imprisonment talisman was even faster than before. While the symbol puppet was still in shock, the symbol puppet was tightly imprisoned. Complete. Both Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were enraged. They no longer cared about anything else and slapped their storage pouches. Unfortunately, before their hands could touch their storage pouches, their bodies were immobilized. It was precisely Fu Puppet's confinement talisman that had imprisoned them. Song Qing sneered. He walked in front of the symbol puppet and hugged her. Returning to the front of the symbol puppet, he smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Fu, do you really want me to strip off her clothes?" "Nonsense, didn't I just say it?" The symbol puppet said irritably. Yes, I will do as you say." Song Qing smiled charmingly and tore at the symbol puppet's towering chest. With a ripped sound, the symbol puppet's clothes were torn apart, revealing her beautiful chest that was as clear as jade. The symbol puppet's voice was like a cuckoo's cry. Her tears fell like rain as she stared at Song Qing. She actually forgot to cover her delicate breasts with her arms. How could the symbol puppet's beauty and figure be compared to the symbol puppet? However, under the soft glow of the moonstone, her breasts attracted the attention of men. The symbol puppet couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and lose focus for a moment. Go to hell. Just as the symbol puppet was lost in thought, Song Cheng's eyes suddenly flashed with an ominous glint. The Fa Li in his body surged, and in an instant, he rose from Qi refining stage 5 to Qi refining stage 7. Song Cheng waved his hand and a glittering talisman flew out towards the symbol puppet. Just as the talisman flew out, Song Cheng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. The talisman received Song Cheng's blood and suddenly scattered, turning into 6 snowflakes. As they danced in the air, they quickly surrounded the symbol puppet. The surrounding area immediately became as cold as an ice cellar. Seeing this, the symbol puppet let out a maniacal laugh. Its body suddenly flew up, and in the gap between the 6 snowflakes, it flew out. Song Cheng's face immediately turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He then waved his hand and the 6 snowflakes quickly caught up to the symbol puppet. Pa 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 pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the snowflakes that stuck to the symbol puppet's body and broke the various defensive yellow talismans on its body. Wah! The symbol puppet was in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the snowflakes had injured its meridians. On the high platform, Fu Zhu's face was filled with joy and she hurriedly urged. However, the snowflake talisman danced in the air for a moment before slowly flying back. When it landed in front of Song Cheng, it returned to being a glittering talisman. 6th 7th Void Sealing Talisman. The symbol puppet's face showed a trace of ecstasy. It laughed and said, "You actually have this kind of talisman? It's really incredible." Haha, it's also my luck. If you had waited a moment longer and let me use it when I was in ecstasy, wouldn't I have been sealed in this talisman array? Even if your Fa Li could only last for a moment, it would be enough to freeze me to death. What a pity! How can I let you taint my woman? Song Cheng's mouth had a trace of blood and his body was limp on the ground. His eyes were wide open and he said fiercely, Your woman? The symbol puppet waved its hand and the binding talisman on the symbol puppet's body was removed. It sneered and said, "This is your woman. Didn't I use it all the same?" Song Cheng. The symbol puppet shouted and rushed over. It was very distressed as it helped Song Cheng up. Go away. Song Cheng pushed the symbol puppet to the side in disgust. At this time, his Fa Li was already exhausted and he was also suffering from the backlash of his Fa Li. His body was extremely weak. The symbol puppet did not fall, but he fell to the side. Song Cheng. The symbol puppet's face was filled with tears. She did not know what to do. Seeing Song Cheng fall into the dust, she wanted to help him but did not dare to. Get out of here. You've already been tainted and you still have the face to come back. Song Cheng sneered. The symbol puppet covered her face and cried. She did not know how to explain. The symbol puppet laughed sinisterly and said, Symbol puppet, see? This is the true face of your lover. He's not as straightforward as I am. Then, looking at Fu Zhu and the symbol puppet, he clapped his hands and took out a sword talisman. He said, I was still in the mood to let you see me and your two little lovers. But since you don't know what's good for you, I can't be bothered with you. With that, he waved his hand. The sword talisman turned into a flying sword and pierced towards Song Cheng's heart. The flying sword was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced Song Cheng's chest. At this time, the symbol puppet raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Cheng's lower body. It shouted, Who is it? Just as the Fu puppet was distracted, the Fu puppet's figure suddenly flew over and pounced in front of Song Cheng to block him. You. The symbol puppet's expression changed. It quickly waved its hand, but it was too late. The flying sword seemed to have pierced through the symbol puppet's back without any obstruction. A stream of cold blood flowed down the symbol puppet's back, and flowed down. Puppet. Seeing this, Song Cheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He struggled to hold the symbol puppet in his arms. Sigh, symbol puppet, why do you have to do this? The symbol puppet smiled bitterly. It wanted to take out the flying sword talisman that pierced its heart, but it didn't dare to. It could only say this with a complicated gaze. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. The symbol puppet suddenly flew up from the ground. As it flew up, the tip of a jet-black spear appeared from the ground and pierced towards the symbol puppet's feet with incomparable speed. Where did this thing come from? The symbol puppet flew up into the air and barely dodged the spear as it shouted angrily. Following the appearance of the spear was Xiaohua. Seeing that his spear was so close to piercing the symbol puppet, Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Just now, when the symbol puppet wasn't paying attention, he had already hidden under the symbol puppet's body. When he was about to kill it in one strike, the symbol puppet used the flying sword talisman to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua had no choice but to escape to save Song Cheng, which alerted the symbol puppet. Which bastard are you again? After listening for a long time, Xiaohua gnashed his teeth in hatred towards the symbol puppet. He asked the same question, and the demonic spear pierced towards the symbol puppet's chest. Ah, what a joke. Just now, a Qi refinement, 5th level became 7th level Qi refinement, and now a 4th level Qi refinement appeared. Who do you all think you are? I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Seeing this, the symbol puppet laughed madly. It waved its hand, and several top-quality yellow talismans hit its body. Several layers of flowing light flashed, firmly protecting the symbol puppet. At the same time, when the symbol puppet formed a hand seal and disdained to take out the yellow talismans to deal with Xiaohua, Xiaohua's demonic spear pierced the symbol puppet's chest. Walala, a burst of crisp sounds rang out. The demonic spear pierced through several yellow talisman light screens, but it still couldn't shatter all of the symbol puppet's defensive yellow talismans. Io, you really have some tricks up your sleeves, to actually be able to pierce through my defense? The symbol puppet was very shocked, but it didn't panic in the slightest. The hand seal in its hand changed, and before the defensive brilliance around its body was extinguished, it poured magic power into the area pierced by Xiaohua. Immediately, the area pierced by Xiaohua rapidly repaired itself. Damn it! Is this the power of the 11th level of Qi refinement? Xiaohua laughed bitterly in his heart. His hand needed to exert even more strength, but when he saw the symbol puppet's hand seal about to attack him, Xiaohua knew it wasn't good. He pulled out the demonic spear while inexplicably waving it in the air. Chapter 1492. With a wave of Xiaohua's hand, a streak of black light shot out from the top of the symbol puppet's head and pierced towards its Baihui acupoint. It was the black iron needle that Xiaohua had secretly released long ago. He had been holding back until now to use it. At the same time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew outside, wanting to take advantage of this fleeting opportunity to escape. A magic tool. The symbol puppet was shocked. It didn't have time to wonder how a fourth-layer qi refining cultivator was able to use a magic tool that it couldn't even use for the time being. It flipped its hand and used the lightning palm spell to send the black iron needle flying. The black iron needle was something that Xiaohua had been accumulating for a long time. The power of this stab was incomparable. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the layers of light that the symbol puppet had placed on its body and was about to pierce the top of its head. The symbol puppet's face immediately turned pale. Its figure suddenly flew downwards like a heavy object falling from the sky. At the same time, the lightning palm that had yet to take shape in its hand shot towards the top of its head with all its might. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the black iron needle was about to pierce the top of the symbol puppet's head, the symbol puppet's palm arrived and the black iron needle pierced into its palm. See, the symbol puppet sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling extremely lucky in its heart. It really couldn't understand why the black iron needle was so sharp. Fortunately, it didn't dare to be careless. It directly placed its palm between the black iron needle and the top of its head before releasing the lightning palm. If it had released the lightning palm first, it might not have been able to stop the black iron needle. Xiaohua watched as the profound steel needle pierced into the symbol puppet's palm and was immediately repelled by the lightning palm. The profound steel needle rolled up and down within the lightning palm. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He didn't bother to retrieve the profound steel needle, and his figure flew out of the alchemy room without stopping. But in the blink of an eye, his gaze swept past the lightning palm in the symbol puppet's hand. With another glance, he saw the symbol puppet's exposed breasts and a trace of shock and even more despair in her eyes. Immediately, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He clenched his teeth and his figure that was flying outside slowed down. "You brat, where are you running to?" How could the symbol puppet let Xiaohua go after suffering such a great loss? After sending the black iron needle flying, he shouted loudly. A trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. His figure was several times faster than Xiaohua's. As he chased after Xiaohua, he activated the thunder palm in his hand and struck it down towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua's figure cut a very sorry figure. Under the activation of the talisman puppet's magic power, it caught up to him before he could even fly to the side of the pill room's stone wall. Xiaohua seemed to have been scared silly by the palm thunder. He even forgot to take out the yellow talisman from his storage bag. His fingers only moved slightly, as if he couldn't control them. In fact, when the lightning palm of the talisman puppet struck, Xiaohua actually fled like a headless fly, and this elsewhere was not just any other place, but the direction the talisman puppet was chasing from. "Humph, you're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua so flustered, the talisman puppet felt great satisfaction in its heart. The thunder palm pressed down, wanting to kill Xiaohua in an instant. However, just as the thunder palm struck Xiaohua's body, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure trembled along with the thunder palm, but in the instant of trembling, Xiaohua's originally slow speed suddenly increased. Fast like a bolt of lightning, fast like a gust of wind, even faster than the talisman puppet's speed of chasing Xiaohua. He directly threw himself into the talisman puppet's bosom. What is this guy doing? The talisman puppet was shocked at Xiaohua's speed. Was his brain not enough to comprehend it? Could it be he still has some talisman? However, the talisman puppet originally flew very fast, but Xiaohua turned around and flew even faster. Just as the talisman puppet's thought appeared, Xiaohua flew in front of the talisman puppet. Seeing Xiaohua's empty hand move towards its chest, the talisman puppet couldn't help but find it funny. I'm not a girl, why are you touching my chest?" Just as the talisman puppet thought this, Xiaohua's hand touched the talisman puppet's first layer of defense. At this moment, the talisman puppet's face turned deathly pale. When Xiaohua's hand touched the yellow protective talisman in front of the talisman puppet's chest, a scarlet flame suddenly emerged from his palm. Within that flame, there was even a trace of purple. True Samadhi fire. The talisman puppet cried out sorrowfully in its heart as it watched its layers of protective talismans being burned through by the true samadhi fire in an instant. It watched as Xiaohua's true samadhi fire patted its chest. Ah! The talisman puppet finally screamed at the top of its lungs. Its figure flew back at an extremely fast speed, and its hand was not slow either. An ice seal technique hit its own chest. Unfortunately, that was the true samadhi fire. The talisman puppet's ice seal technique did not extinguish a trace of the true samadhi fire's flame at all. Instead, the true samadhi fire received the ice seal technique's spiritual energy, and with a swell, more than doubled in size. With a pa sound, the talisman puppet couldn't care about anything else. It instinctively slapped its hand, and very stupidly, it patted the true samadhi fire. The result was that the true samadhi fire also burned its hand. The talisman puppet screamed again. Incomparable pain came from its hand and chest. The screams resounded throughout the entire pill room. When the talisman puppet raised its head, it saw Xiaohua, who was less than 2 zhang away from it. At this time, Xiaohua's face was also pale, and he had a frightened expression. It seemed like he still hadn't escaped from the danger just now. That's right. This was a high-level qi refining cultivator of the 11th layer. It was far from what a 7th or 8th layer qi refining cultivator could compare to. Xiaohua saw the talisman puppet's miserable state just now, and his blood boiled. He wanted to try out the true samadhi fire that only foundation establishment cultivators could use. What happened just now could be said to have happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Xiaohua himself had just woken up, and a voice madly shouted in his heart, 11th layer qi refining. This young master will kill an 11th layer qi refining expert tonight. This young master will be invincible. When the talisman puppet saw Xiaohua's mind wander, its eyes immediately filled with resentment. Without the slightest hesitation, it urged the flying talisman to fly towards Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua still hadn't woken up from his intense shock. When he saw a black shadow flying over, the talisman puppet was already a few feet away from him. In the distance, Fu Zhu almost wanted to shout out loud. She wanted to warn Xiaohua, but when the talisman puppet's shadow, which was illuminated by the moonlight stone, touched Xiaohua, the shadow began to violently tremble. The talisman puppet first used all its strength to slap the true samadhi fire on its body in midair. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws and fangs. Very quickly, it fell from midair. How could it still care about hurting Xiaohua? At this moment, the true samadhi fire had already burned into the talisman puppet's heart. The talisman puppet only lay on the ground and struggled for a moment before it was burned to ashes by the true samadhi fire, which wasn't very strong but was incomparably tyrannical. Sigh. Xiaohua, who was standing to the side, let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the talisman puppet's storage pouch was caught in Xiaohua's hand. Very naturally, he kept it in his sleeve. Puppet, puppet? At this moment, a mournful voice came from the ground not too far away. Hiling, I was wrong. I'm sorry. It's just that, on account of how well I treated you, don't chase me away, okay? The talisman puppet's life force was gradually fading away. It had long since forgotten what was happening beside it. It only stared deeply into Hailang's eyes and said with great difficulty, Puppet, puppet, you didn't do anything wrong, really, you really didn't do anything wrong. Tears also flowed out of Hailang's eyes as he said in a low voice, Though chasing you away just now was for your own good. Who was afraid that the talisman puppet would kill you? The fiercer I am to you, the safer you will be. Puppet? You're finally calling me puppet? The talisman puppet was very surprised and said, Hailang, even in my dreams, I wanted you to call me puppet. And in the future, I will call you that every day. Hailang said in a choked voice. Hailang, you still don't know my heart. I would rather die in your arms than be scolded by you, than be chased away by you. I know that my body is dirty and I can't live with you, but don't chase me away. I would rather be a servant for the talisman puppet and Fu Zhu, and stay by your side. Puppet. Hailing didn't know what to say anymore. The talisman puppet's body gradually became cold. The flying sword talisman had already torn her heart apart. Being able to say so much was already the talisman puppet's greatest effort. Sigh. Xiaohua let out a long sigh not far away. He didn't even look at the talisman puppet as he flew onto the high platform. He reached out his hand and took out the tip of the devil's spear. He pierced the imprisonment talisman on Fu Zhu's body several times and broke it. Fu Zhu looked at Xiaohua with an extremely complicated gaze. She didn't dare to say anything and immediately flew to the talisman puppet's side. She took out clothes from her storage bag and helped the talisman puppet put them on. Only then did she support the talisman puppet and look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua once again pierced the imprisonment talisman on the talisman puppet. He turned his head and looked at the talisman puppet who was gradually losing her breath. He slightly shook his head, then flew to the pill room and removed the warning talisman. He then twisted his body and escaped from the pill room. In the pitch-black night, he returned to the small building. From beginning to end, Fu Zhu and the talisman puppet wanted to say something to Xiaohua but hesitated. They held a kind of respect and fear in their hearts. Xiaohua returned to the small building and saw that there was nothing to pack. He then went to the talisman crafting room and swept away all the talisman crafting materials. Then, he came to the door of the small building and quietly waited. Sure enough, after a short while, the talisman puppet and the talisman puppet returned. Seeing the two women of the talisman clan following the talisman puppet, Xiaohua really admired the talisman puppet. Master Xiao, fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for saving my life. The talisman puppet saw that Xiaohua didn't leave and was overjoyed. He bowed and thanked him. The talisman puppet and talisman puppet behind him also bowed. Xiaohua helped the talisman puppet up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. Fellow Taoist has already taken care of me in Jinghua City. This is just a repayment." The talisman puppet felt ashamed in his heart and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. "What is fellow Taoist's plan?" Xiaohua asked. The talisman puppet let out a long sigh. "Two people died tonight. How can I's matter not be exposed? Of course it's better to leave." "Two senior sisters?" Xiaohua raised his head and asked. One took the talisman technique from the talisman clan and the other took the invisibility talisman. How can we still stay in the talisman clan? Fu Zhu smiled bitterly. Chapter 1493. Oh, speaking of cultivation methods. Songda continued Fu Zhu's words, I know that fellow cultivator Xiao is lacking in cultivation methods. If you don't mind, please accept this set of cultivation methods. As he spoke, Songda took out the cultivation method that Fu Zhu gave him from his storage bag. Xiaohua looked at it, shook his head, and smiled. Actually, I came to the Fu clan for the Qingyun talisman. Qingyun talisman? Songda's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head. Fellow cultivator Xiao, the Qingyun talisman is my Fu clan's heirloom. Even if I am unfilial, I can't give it to you. Fu Zhu and Fu Zhu's faces turned red. Oh, so it's like that? Xiaohua nodded. Then I won't force you. Fellow cultivator Xiao, don't worry. I can't give you the Qingyun talisman, but I can give you the invisibility talisman. If you like it, please accept it. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't want the Qingyun talisman, Songda was overjoyed and immediately said, and that's fine. Xiaohua hesitated, then said, of course, if you can give I the cultivation concealment technique, that would be even better. Hehe, does fellow cultivator Xiao need such a nameless technique? Songda laughed, then clapped his hands, and handed over the talisman refining technique that Fu Zhu gave him, as well as an incomplete book. But Xiaohua didn't hesitate and took both items, then said, when I understand the invisibility talisman, I will return it to you. That's the best. I thank fellow cultivator Xiao. Songda was overjoyed. At this moment, several huge fireballs rose into the night sky from all directions. Then, dang dang dang, a series of bell sounds echoed throughout the entire Jinhua mountain. Soul extinguishing bell? Songda's expression changed. Oh no, He Lang, the inner court found out about the Qingyun talisman. Leave. Fu Zhu was also shocked, and hurriedly shouted. Leave? Easier said than done. Songda looked at the bright skyward pavilion and Jinhua Mountain and smiled bitterly. A cold snort was heard, as if someone was right next to his ear. However, this voice wasn't specifically directed at Xiaohua and the others. Instead, it was directed at all the disciples of Jinhua Mountain. It was as if he was expressing Fu Yunhua's anger. Patriarch. Fu Huang and Fu Zhu's faces turned pale when they heard the voice. His entire body was trembling. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go to Skyward Pavilion. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. We definitely won't speak of it. Knowing that time was of the essence, Song Cheng hastily cupped his hands and said to Xiaohua, Hey you guys, take care of yourselves. Xiaohua knew that it was impossible for him to contend against the initial stage foundation establishment Fu Yunhua, so he nodded. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said, What if I help you hide the talisman? Everyone glanced at the Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet. They knew that the Qingyun talisman, which was so popular just a moment ago, was now evidence of a crime. Anyone who held it would risk being killed by Fu Yunhua. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we can't implicate you in this matter. Fu Zhu shook her head and said, We should take responsibility for our own actions. Nonsense. If you want to live, hurry up and give the Qingyun talisman to I. When Fu Yunhua's divine sense arrives, everything will be too late. Xiaohua scolded. Song Cheng heard this and gritted his teeth, saying, Okay, I'll leave it to you, fellow Taoist Xiao. Song Cheng said and took out the Qingyun talisman and the cultivation technique. Xiaohua took it and threw it into his own space. Then, he flew up and headed to Skyward Pavilion. Xiaohua, the Fu puppet said worriedly. Sigh Xiaohua, I'm afraid it's Senior Xiao. Since he doesn't covet the Qingyun talisman and isn't afraid of Fu Yunhua finding it, he probably has some tricks up his sleeve. The problem is, the Fu puppet said again, Don't say any more. Zhu? Senior Xiao saved our lives. Even if he learns how to refine the Qingyun talisman, what's wrong? After all, he will return the Qingyun talisman to our Fu clan. Also, from now on, you must never mention Senior Zhao's name. Fu Zhu scolded. Yes, I understand. The Fu puppet's expression turned serious. At this moment, a divine thought swept over from afar and locked onto the three of them. When Xiaohua arrived at Skyward Pavilion, there were only a few people inside. It seemed that no one was familiar with the soul-extinguishing bell. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all the talisman masters had arrived. Naturally, this included all the talisman masters of the Fu clan. The Skyward Pavilion was packed to the brim. At the same time, the inner court disciples of the Fu clan had also arrived and surrounded the Skyward Pavilion. These inner court disciples had extremely high cultivation levels. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Xiaohua knew what had happened, but how could the other talisman masters know? They stood in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. The Skyward Pavilion was in a mess. Xiaohua didn't know when Song Cheng arrived or where he was standing. What he needed to do now was to protect himself. Xiaohua looked at Elder Fu Feng, who was standing on the Skyward Pavilion's high platform with an unfriendly expression, and Elder Lu Yun and the others standing beside him. He thought to himself and prepared himself for their censure. Everyone, Elder Fu Feng's divine thought swept across the Skyward Pavilion. He clapped his hands and said with a stern face, This time, our Fu clan has rung the soul-extinguishing bell for an important matter. Everyone in the Skyward Pavilion fell silent when they heard Elder Fu Feng's words. They looked at each other for a while before they all looked at Fu Feng. Fu Feng seemed to be hesitating. After all, these talisman masters were different from the inner court disciples. Many of them might not stay in the Fu clan in the end. If this matter was exposed, it would inevitably cause the Fu clan to lose face. Let this old man speak. A voice rang out. A foundation establishment cultivator flew in from outside the Skyward Pavilion. A foundation establishment cultivator? Many of the talisman masters in the Skyward Pavilion had never seen Fu Yunbo before. This old man is the head of the Fu clan, Fu Yunbo. Fu Yunbo flew to the high platform and scanned with his divine thought. Then, he said in an emotionless voice, "Just now, something extremely shameful happened to our Fu clan. The method of making talismans that our Fu clan has passed down for generations has been stolen." Talismans? Everyone could not help but exclaim softly when they heard this. Yes, this matter is not known to unrelated people. However, this old man has always been magnanimous. You are all talisman masters of the Fu clan. Whether you can stay in the Fu clan in the future or not, at least you are now in the Fu clan. Therefore, I must let you know. Senior Fu, could it be that you think one of us stole the method of making talismans? A talisman master who was closest to the high platform asked boldly. Of course, this old man is not sure. The inner court disciples have already begun to search. Since you are in the Golden Mount Hua, I can only inconvenience you. Fu Yunbo replied. But, Senior, do you have a plan in mind? That's right. Fu Yunbo laughed loudly and said, if this old man did not have some confidence, why would I gather you all? That's good. Senior, please point out the culprit and clear our names. Damn it, why does this sound more and more like Fu Yunbo's arrangement? Xiao Hua heard clearly from afar and cursed in his heart. You still don't want to stand out? Fu Yunbo said coldly. Xiao Hua did not know what he meant by match. His heart turned cold. This Fu clan head, how did he know the name of the match? Even if he said the name of the match, this young master would not be surprised. Match who? The talisman masters of the Skyward Pavilion looked at each other. Many of them even stole glances at the surrounding inner court disciples. Do you really think this old man does not recognize you? Although your appearance is very different from your father's, the valiance in your eyes is exactly the same as when he was young. Fu Yunbo raised his head to look at a certain spot in the Skyward Pavilion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, after all, you're a descendant of the Fu clan. I won't blame you for taking the method to refine this talisman. Obediently take the book back, and I'll naturally pass it down to you when your cultivation is high enough. Following Fu Yunbo's gaze, in a corner, a somewhat dispirited match appeared in front of everyone. The match? Those who knew Match were somewhat surprised. Match, however, had a blank expression. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and asked curiously, Senior Fu, are you talking about me? Yes, it's you. Fu Yunbo's divine sense firmly locked onto Match and said with a smile, you are this old man's junior. It is normal for you to hate this old man because of past misunderstandings. This old man does not care. Moreover, this old man gathered all the talisman masters in the Skyward Pavilion to let them hear this old man's promise and testify for this old man. With a smile on his face, Match took a few steps forward and said with a smile, Senior Fu, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Although this junior's name is somewhat similar to the so-called Match, this junior is the Match, not the Match. I also do not know what talisman Senior is talking about. Seeing Match's categorical denial, Fu Yunbo was not angry and said with a smile, sure enough, you have the same stubborn temper as your father and grandfather. You will not turn back until you hit the southern wall. Alas, if not, how could my Fu clan have declined so much 100 years ago? While they were talking, two disciples flew over from afar. One of them walked in front of Fu Yunbo and whispered a few words. Fu Yunbo nodded slightly, then looked at Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, come over here. Senior Fu, what is it? Xiao Hua walked from behind the crowd to the bottom of the high platform. Give me your storage bag. Fu Yunbo said indifferently. Xiao Hua was stunned, his face showing an unnatural expression. In the distance, Match's heart also jumped. What? You don't dare to let this old man see? Fu Yunbo sneered. It's not that I don't want Senior to see it. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, Junior's storage bag definitely does not have the talisman refining method that Senior is talking about, but, there is no but, just let this old man see it. Fu Yunbo said as he stretched out his hand. Chapter 1494. Looking at Fu Yunbo's outstretched hand, Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He unwillingly took off his storage pouch from his waist and handed it over. Fu Yunbo coldly took it and used a strand of divine sense to scan Xiaohua. He opened the storage pouch, but when he finished looking at the contents of the storage pouch, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, You're talking about this? Xiaohua's face was full of innocence as he smiled apologetically. Junior is obviously talking about this. What else can it be? Junior has been practicing Wood Life Talisman for half a year under Senior Brother Halai's guidance, but I haven't made any progress. Senior should also know that Junior was a loose cultivator and didn't have any spirit stones on me. Senior Brother Halai also taught Junior that, to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools and insisted Junior use a high-grade talisman brush. Where could Junior find one? I could only borrow a talisman brush from the talisman crafting room. This is Junior's fault, please forgive me. Wood Life Talisman? What Wood Life Talisman are you practicing? Fu Yunbo frowned and asked curiously, You can refine Fireball Talisman. Earth restrains fire and fire produces earth. You should be refining Earth Concealing Talisman. Why did you practice Wood Life Talisman? I seem to have told my disciple to let you practice Earth Concealing Talisman? Is that so? Xiaohua's face was full of confusion as he said, No wonder Junior hasn't made any progress. So it's like this? Senior Brother Halai? Who is your Senior Brother Halai? Fu Yunbo asked. With your aptitude, there's no reason you can't refine Wood Life Talisman after practicing for half a year. Ha! Xiaohua was very happy. First, he successfully diverted Fu Yunbo's attention, and second, he also complained about Fu Min. This Junior's aptitude is not good. It has nothing to do with Senior Brother Halai, right? Xiaohua said pitifully. My Fu family has always been strict with the family rules. We definitely won't treat you differently just because you're a talisman master and not an inner court disciple. Speak. Fu Yunbo looked at the talisman masters below the stage and said sternly, Reporting to Patriarch, disciple Fu Min is precisely Xiaohua's helper's senior brother. Seeing this, Fu Min ran a few steps forward, arriving in front of Fu Yunbo. Fu Min. Fu Yunbo frowned and asked, What's going on? Why don't you teach Xiaohua the Earth Concealing Talisman? Don't you know what I mean? This. Fu Min slightly hesitated. Disciple indeed doesn't know Patriarch's intentions. Disciple only obtained the Skyward Pavilion's arrangement to have Disciple guide Xiaohua in crafting talismans. Moreover, Disciple was also asked to give Xiaohua some. Before Fu Min could finish her sentence, Fu Shan, who was standing in the distance, immediately ran over and knelt down in front of Fu Yunbo with a plop. He begged with his head, Patriarch, this is all my fault. I was muddle-headed and made a huge mistake. Fu Shan, what grudges do you have with Xiaohua? Fu Yunbo asked very strangely. Disciple. Fu Shan slightly hesitated and told him about the talisman puppet. He said very regretfully, Disciple felt that he bestowed him a talisman crafting master with a different surname. It really hurt my Fu clan's face. However, Disciple had no choice but to, idiot. Fu Yunbo didn't expect there to be such a dispute. He swept a glance at the talisman crafting masters present and angrily scolded, I already told all of you that talisman crafting masters with different surnames should be treated the same as the inner court disciples. I only allowed you to stay in the Skyward Pavilion because of your rules. You have really disappointed me. Fu Min, Fu Shan, you two stay here and wait until tomorrow to receive your punishment in the inner court. Disciple knows his mistake. Fu Min and Fu Shan's faces were ashen. It could be assumed that this punishment wouldn't be too light. Alas, everyone, this old master is truly ashamed. This kind of thing happened to Xiaohua, so I presume others have also encountered it. This old master apologizes to everyone here. If such a situation occurs again in the future, you can directly look for Elder Fu Feng of the Skyward Pavilion, or you can directly look for this old master in the inner court. This old master will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Wow, the talisman crafting masters present all clapped their hands. Their emotions were very high. Fu, you also saw that Senior Fu clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Since he already said that he wouldn't pursue your mistake, then I presume he won't pursue it. If you took the talisman cultivation method, then take it out. We will all be your witnesses. Senior Fu won't go back on his words. A few talisman crafting masters next to him tactfully advised him. Sigh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why Fu Yunbo was making a fuss over a minor issue. In such an urgent situation, he still pursued Fu Min and Fu Shan's responsibility to vent my anger. So it turns out he was just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. But I really didn't do anything. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Good. Fu Yunbo didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He threw the storage pouch to Xiao Hua and asked, "Do you have any other storage pouches?" "Yes." Xiao Hua was extremely honest. He also took out the other pouches. Fu Yunbo looked at them one by one. Naturally, he didn't gain anything. "And Xiao Hua, you can leave." Fu Yunbo waved his hand and Xiao Hua retreated to the back of the crowd. Seeing that Xiao Hua was fine, Song Ying felt even more at ease. His eyes didn't seem to fear Fu Yunbo's gaze. "Song Ying, you should also take the storage pouch." Fu Yunbo sneered. Song Ying calmly walked forward and handed the storage pouch over. Naturally, there wasn't what Fu Yunbo was looking for. Fu Yunbo's face became somewhat unsightly. His gaze was fixed on Song Ying. After a long while, he said, "Song Ying, don't think that if you don't admit it, this old man will believe you and forgive you." "Senior Fu, this junior didn't take it, how do you want this junior to admit it?" Song Ying slightly shook his head and said, "What is this?" Fu Yunbo reached his hand into the storage pouch and took out a cultivation technique manual. He said, "This seems to be my Fu clan's basic cultivation technique, right?" Seeing this, Xiao Hua's heart thumped. Although he was in a hurry and left in a hurry, he remembered that he had already taken the Yunqing talisman and the cultivation technique manual that Fu Zhu gave him. This Song Ying, just how many things did he take from the Fu clan? Sigh, reporting to Senior. Song Ying sighed and said, "This junior's cultivation is shallow. If I want to go further on the path of talisman crafting, I'm afraid that relying on my own cultivation technique won't be enough." Thus, this junior had the wrong idea and wanted to cultivate the Fu clan's cultivation technique in advance. This junior knows that he was wrong and is willing to accept punishment. Brilliant! Hearing this, Xiao Hua secretly gave Song Ying a thumbs up in his heart. This flaw in the cultivation technique was successfully used by Song Ying to divert the suspicion of him taking the Yunqing talisman. Ha! Fu Yunbo raised his head and laughed loudly. Song Ying, this old man didn't think that you really have some skills. You can actually turn a round into a square and a square into a round. Come, bring Fu Zhu and Fu Ho up. Hearing the names of Fu Zhu and Fu Ho, Song Ying's face suddenly turned pale. He bowed and said, "Senior Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were deceived by this junior. Their punishment, this junior is willing to accept it. Hee, don't talk to this old man about any conditions. As long as you take out the talisman, this old man will definitely not pursue the matter." Fu Yunbo sneered. "Senior, you should know that Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were with this junior the entire time tonight. This junior was also not allowed to enter the inner courtyard. How could the loss of the talisman have anything to do with this junior?" Song Ying argued. "What about Fu Ho?" Fu Yunbo asked with interest. Tonight, Fu Ho was on duty. There were disciples in the inner courtyard who saw Fu Ho enter the inner courtyard, but Fu Ho also disappeared. Didn't Fu Shan say it just now? Fu Ho and you are old friends. Did you instruct her to do so? I'm innocent. Senior, since this junior already has Fu Zhu and Fu Ho, how could I possibly think about Fu Ho? Moreover, Fu Ho is far inferior to Fu Zhu and Fu Ho. How could this junior have any thoughts about her? Song Ying anxiously said, perhaps it was Fu Ho. She had some business with Fu Ho and stole the talisman. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Tell me, Fu Ho is a disciple on duty in the Talisman Hall. She was originally able to see the refinement method of the talisman. If Fu Ho's cultivation was high enough, she would also be able to comprehend the talisman. What did they use the talisman for? This junior is not a Fu Ho nor a Fu Ho. Naturally, I don't know what they use the talisman for. Senior, it's better for you to catch them quickly. The entire Jinhua mountain has been sealed off by our Fu clan disciples. Furthermore, the disciples patrolling the mountain have not seen them leave the mountain. Where do you think they could have gone? This junior is even more clueless about this. Sigh, after thinking about it, if it wasn't for you, a direct disciple of the Fu clan in the past, who would want to steal our Fu clan's legacy talisman? This senior has accompanied you for so long and given you plenty of opportunities. Why must you fall out with them? Fu Yunbo spoke for a long time and gradually lost his patience. It was easy for him to catch Song Ying but difficult to find the talisman's whereabouts. The Fu clan was only a cultivation clan and did not have a good soul-searching technique or telepathy technique. This was why Fu Yunbo wasted so much time talking. As they spoke, Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were brought down from the high platform. The two of them saw Song Ying the moment they entered the skyward pavilion. When they saw that Song Ying's expression was normal, they knew that they had not exposed any flaws and were relieved. Greetings, family head. The two of them bowed. Well, I've already told you the ins and outs of the matter. You guys should also be honest. Fu Yunbo glanced at them and said, Song Ying? Fu Zhu and Fu Ho frowned. They looked at each other and said, we have already told the elders about senior brother he outside. If family head is willing to listen, we can repeat it again. Fu Yunbo sneered, I'm afraid you two don't know. Fu's real name is Song Ying. He is the direct descendant of the previous Fu clan head. The direct descendant of the previous family head? Fu Ho and Fu Zhu's faces were filled with surprise. Immediately, their eyes revealed a kind of understanding as they turned to look at Song Ying. This is all Senior Fu's guess. I have never admitted it. Song Ying laughed. Is that so? Fu Yunbo smiled and took a few steps forward, saying, since you are not Song Ying, then it's easy. Actually, this senior admires your talent in talisman crafting and has always wanted to choose one of Fu Zhu and Fu Ho to dual cultivate with you. Chapter 1495. What kind of medicine is Fu Yunbo trying to sell with these words? Xiaohua was confused. Songde was also surprised, but he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, if that's the case, then many thanks for senior's love. This junior has admired these two senior sisters for a long time. Hee, that's good. It's best that you two are in love with each other. Fu Yunbo said with a smile. Fu Zhu and Fu Ma are the direct bloodline of the previous generation's patriarch. This old man has always been worried about their future. If I were to find one or two for no reason, it would be slandering my Fu family's bloodline. What? Songde's face turned pale. His body swayed and he almost couldn't stand straight. Ha! Fu Yunbo raised his head and laughed. Even Fu Yunshan couldn't have imagined that the dual cultivation partner this old man had betrothed to him was already pregnant when he escaped from Mount Jinhua. Unfortunately, you don't fit, otherwise Fu Zhu and Fu Ma would really be your direct bloodline sisters. Patriarch, what's going on? Fu Zhu and Fu Ma asked anxiously, could it be that our father isn't the patriarch's nephew? Of course, Fu Yunshan is this old man's nephew. His father was the previous patriarch of the Fu family, which means he is this old man's brother. Fu Yunbo's face was full of smiles, but in Xiaohua's eyes, this smile was incomparably sinister. Xiaohua finally understood why Fu Zhu and Fu Ma were able to have a good impression of Tsongde. Was definitely not love at first sight, but a kind of bloodline relationship. Poor Tsongde. Xiaohua's heart mourned for Tsongde, but then he thought of the dead Fu Ma, thought of that so-called Uncle Xiang, and even more thought of retribution and karma. Rumble. In Xiaohua's space, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Under the heavenly Tao, the blurry hand of karma suddenly moved. It moved extremely fast and also extremely slowly. It seemed to have moved but also seemed to have not moved. Xiaohua was astonished and immediately withdrew his consciousness into the space. He saw that the hand of karma seemed to have become a bit clearer, and the heavenly Tao starry skies seemed to have become a bit more resplendent. Haha! A burst of arrogant laughter rang out from the sky above Mount Jinhua. Then, a divine mind several times stronger than Fu Yunhua's swept out from the sky. Who is it? Fu Yunhua's expression changed greatly. His body flew up, and just as he was about to fly out of the skyward pavilion, a fat figure appeared at the entrance. Xiaohua quivered and pulled his mind out of the space. Middle stage foundation building cultivator? Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He said inwardly, "Who is this person?" Xiaohua's thoughts were also the thoughts of the other talisman crafting masters in the skyward pavilion. Under the powerful pressure of the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, none of them were able to withstand it and their bodies began to tremble. "Fellow Taoist, why have you barged into my Jinhua mountain in the middle of the night?" Fu Yunhua did not dare to be negligent. He also released his pressure to resist the other party's pressure. This old man naturally has his reasons for guarding Jinhua mountain at night. The fat cultivator withdrew his aura and smiled, "I do have an old grudge with the Fu clan." Who is this fellow Taoist? Fu Yunhua frowned and cupped his hands. "I do not know this fellow Taoist. Moreover, my Jinhua mountain has always been magnanimous. How could we have any old grudges with this fellow Taoist?" "Old thief Fu, do you dare to say that you have no old grudges with my Liao clan? Do you dare to say that the decline of my Liao clan was not planned by your Fu clan?" A sharp female voice sounded. Everyone was puzzled. They looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Xianlan who walked out from the crowd with an impassioned expression on her face. "Ah?" Xiaohua was surprised and secretly said, "There will be a good show to watch tonight." At the side, Fu Min, who had been regretting and waiting to return to the inner court to receive her punishment. Her eyeballs were about to fall out. "You are a talisman crafting master of my Fu clan?" Fu Yunhua frowned and asked curiously, "What is your relationship with the Liao clan? Why are you slandering me like this?" "Old thief Fu, I's real name is Liao Xianlan. I am a direct descendant of the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. In order to find out why my Liao clan declined, I joined your Fu clan." Xianlan sneered and said, "The net of heaven grinds slowly but surely. I have only been in the skyward pavilion for half a year and I have already found evidence of your Fu clan harming my Liao clan." Fu Yunhua smiled and said, "Little friend Liao, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. The Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain and the Liao clan of Gung Mountain are also related by marriage. How could you be so ruthless?" "Ha, old thief Fu, I finally know your sinister intentions. You can even bear to use the bloodline of your Fu clan. Don't talk about being related by marriage." Liao Xianlan pointed at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai and said, "You must have known from the start that he Fu is a match for these two senior sisters. You even brought the three of them together. What kind of dirty thoughts do you have? Being related by marriage with the Liao clan, bah. I'm afraid it is just an excuse for you to give the Liao clan your alchemy skills." "Little friend Liao, what do you mean by that?" Fu Yunhua smiled helplessly and said, "I don't know whether they are related by marriage or not. Didn't you see it just now? He still doesn't admit that he is related by marriage. How could I know that they are related by blood?" Fu Yunhua. The foundation establishment cultivator waved his hand and said, "I don't care about your Fu clan's matters. I am Qiu Mingwei, an old acquaintance of the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. The Liao clan's younger generation begged me and I had no choice but to stand up for them. However, the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain is also a famous cultivation clan in the country of Xi. Who will give you a chance to explain things clearly. Otherwise, my fellow Taoists will say that I am bullying the young." "Oh, so it is fellow Taoist Qiu." Fu Yunhua cupped his hands and said, Since little friend Liao said that you have evidence, please show it to me. If it is really done by my Fu clan, I will definitely admit it. Old thief Fu, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin. Liao Xianlan sneered and said, if I didn't know the truth, how would I dare to invite Senior Chiu here? Please show it to me, little friend Liao. Fu Yunbo was still calm. Liao Xianlan cleared her throat and told the details she got from Fu Min. However, Fu Yunbo's face didn't change at all. After Liao Xianlan finished, Fu Yunbo smiled and said, little friend Liao, these words have been rumored for decades, but what is the truth? Little friend Liao, do you have any evidence? Evidence? Liao Xianlan sneered and pointed at Fu Min, who was trembling like a sieve. She said, this Fu Min is the evidence. Fu Min? What kind of evidence is he? Fu Yunbo didn't understand. Everything I know was told by Fu Min. Moreover, he also said where these things were recorded in your Fu clan's Fu clan hall. Liao Xianlan said proudly. These things were you the one who said it? Fu Yunbo asked coldly. This disciple didn't say this. Fu Min wasn't an idiot, and he stuttered and answered. Little friend Liao, you see, Fu Min didn't admit it. What you said is just a one-sided story. Who would believe you if you said it without any basis at all? Don't you think so, Daoist Chiu? Fu Yunbo was very tense and said, besides, little friend Liao was also in the Skyward Pavilion just now. This Fu Min is a dirty villain who doesn't know right from wrong. How can you believe his words? Yes, everything disciple said is nonsense. Please punish me, Patriarch. Fu Min quickly said. You heard it, old thief Fu. What he said to you is nonsense, which means he admitted it. Liao Xianlan laughed. Fu Yunbo glanced at Liao Xianlan and didn't answer. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Fu Min plucked up her courage and said, I saw you as my confidant and taught you all the 5 elements yellow talisman. But you actually framed me. What about me? Liao Xianlan said sarcastically, this only shows that you have eyes but don't know the depth. My Liao family's 5-element yellow talisman technique is several times more profound than your Fu family. Do you think I want your 5-element yellow talisman? Ridiculous. You don't even want to give a little wood life talisman to Xiaohua. Aren't you just jealous of his good aptitude? You even taught him many mistakes, making Xiaohua practice for half a year and still not get it right. You are such a petty person, how can you be called a man? Chiu Mingwei coughed twice and said, Daoist Fu, Liao Xianlan has said everything. Then, we will go to the talisman hall she mentioned and find the ancient books that recorded these things. Won't we know with a look? Fu Yunbo's expression changed slightly and he said with a bitter smile, if it was yesterday, I wouldn't be so unreasonable and would immediately invite you to the talisman hall to prove the Fu family's innocence. But today, my Fu family has just lost our ancestral talisman refining method. Before the talisman is found, no one can enter the talisman hall. Chiu Mingwei sneered and said, so, the Fu family is prepared to admit this matter? AI, Daoist Chiu, you are making things difficult for I. Think about it. According to what young friend Liao said, the so-called alchemy technique was given to the Liao family by the Fu family's previous patriarch, who is also Ai's brother, Fu Yunhai's dual cultivation partner, Liao Mei. That is Liao Mei's personal item and not my Fu family's. The consequences of this item are not something my Fu family is willing to bear. Fu Yunbo said unhurriedly, besides, if Daoist Fu admits that this item was given by my Fu family, but my Fu family didn't ask the Liao family to open it, right? They should have kept it well and returned it to my Fu family when my Fu family asked for it. If the Liao family opened it privately, would my Fu family have to bear the consequences? Also, ever since I took over the Fu family, I had been searching for this alchemy technique that had disappeared from the Fu family. I didn't expect it to be hidden in Gung Mountain. Young friend Liao, if possible, I would like to ask you to return this alchemy technique to my Fu family. After all, this was something that belonged to Ai's brother. Fu Yunbo was much more eloquent than Liao Xianlan and had already pushed this matter to her. Liao Xianlan was speechless. Why would there be so many reasons to wait for me? Chiu Mingwei laughed and waved his hand. Fu Min slowly flew up from the ground and into his hand. You will know when you come to the Talisman Hall. Chapter 1496. How could Fu Yunhua allow Fu Min to fall into Chiu Mingwei's hands? He waved his hand and tried to pull Fu Min back with the same force. What? Fu Yunhua, are you going to stop me? Chiu Mingwei didn't use too much strength and only asked coldly. Fellow Taoist Chiu, this Fu Min is a disciple of my Fu clan. No matter what, I can't let other cultivators take her away in front of my eyes. Fu Yunhua argued. Good, good, good. Chiu Mingwei shouted 3 times in a row and laughed loudly. He just lacked a reason to make a move. It would be best if Fu Min was in his hands. Even if he didn't, what was wrong with that? Chiu Mingwei waved his hand and an unparalleled force grabbed Fu Min like a big hand and pulled her to his side. At the same time, Chiu Mingwei released the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator and pressed down on Fu Yunhua like an avalanche. Fu Yunhua complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He circulated his magic power and released his pressure at the same time. Rumble! There was a muffled sound like thunder. When the 2 kinds of pressure collided, it set off a wave of air. Walala! The brilliance on the 4 walls and the roof of the skyward pavilion was constantly flickering. A large part of the restriction on the roof was destroyed. If the restrictions on the skyward pavilion were already like this, how could the numerous talisman masters and inner court disciples of the Fu clan who were scattered in the pavilion withstand the pressure? All of them fell to the ground, then ran out of the skyward pavilion as if they had pissed their pants. Good. This is really too good. Xiaohua stood at the side and watched happily. Such a chaotic scene was the best time to escape. Xiaohua's thoughts were 100 times more intelligent than Xiaohua. How could he not think of this? Just as the battle between the 2 foundation establishment cultivators began, he flew towards Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. He pulled the 2 of them and rushed out of the skyward pavilion. The chi waves produced by the pressure were pushing them forward. At the edge of the high platform, Elder Fu Feng, Elder Lu Yun, and the others couldn't interfere in the battle between the foundation establishment experts, but they could clearly see the movements of Chiu Mingwei, and Chiu Mingwei had already blended into the crowd and fled. Fu Feng glanced at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun also glanced at Fu Feng. She pointed at Chiu Mingwei and asked worriedly, Elder Fu, who is this Chiu Mingwei? Shouldn't we go and help the patriarch? Fu Feng understood and said in an extremely worried tone, Yes, this old man wants to help, but, after all, my cultivation is limited. It's better for me to stay here and guard the array. Yes, what Elder Fu said makes sense. Lu Yun nodded slightly. At this moment, a loud, ping sound was heard. Chiu Mingwei's magic art collided with Fu Yunhua's magic art, causing an explosion. Endless heat waves surged out, rushing towards the 4 walls and roof of the skyward pavilion. This is bad. The skyward pavilion is no longer safe. Elder Fu Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeves and shot out several yellow talismans. His body flew towards the back of the skyward pavilion. Pa pa pa! A series of chaotic sounds were heard, followed by a series of collapsing walls. From mid-air, the roof of the skyward pavilion came crashing down on everyone. Chiu Mingwei! Fu Yunhua was furious and shouted, How did my Fu family offend you? How dare you destroy my skyward pavilion? This old man will not let you off. This old man wants to see how you will not let me off. Chiu Mingwei laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, the bluestone and wooden beams that were falling from the sky all fell to the sides. However, before Chiu Mingwei could finish laughing, his exasperated voice was heard again. Fu Yunhua, you are really ruthless. Crush. At this moment, the broken walls of the skyward pavilion fell. Fu Yunhua was not as carefree as Chiu Mingwei. He stood up from a pile of broken bricks and tiles, his head covered in dust. Are you talking about Fu Min, fellow Taoist Chiu? Fu Yunhua flew into midair and said curiously, Isn't it because fellow Taoist Qiu destroyed the skyward pavilion? Fu Min couldn't dodge in time and was killed by the roof. If we were to investigate the cause, fellow Taoist Qiu is the main culprit. Fu Yunbo, Fu Min is a qi refining stage cultivator. How could she be killed by a collapsed roof? Who would believe you? Qiu Mingwei said in exasperation. Fu Yunbo shrugged and looked as carefree as Qiu Mingwei. He looked at the ruins on the ground and said meaningfully, I don't know if you believe me or not, but I believe you. Ha! Fu Yunbo, I didn't expect the famous Fu family to be so despicable. Qiu Mingwei waved his hand and took out a strange-looking magic tool from his storage bag. It was long on one end and flat on the other. He sneered and said, This old man is surprised. You have been in the skyward pavilion all this time. Even when this old man took action, you still stayed in the skyward pavilion. It turns out that you wanted to take advantage of the collapse of the skyward pavilion to get rid of Fu Min. Without Fu Min, even with Liao Xianlon, this old man can't do anything to you, right? Fellow Taoist Qiu is a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Your cultivation is higher than I. You can say whatever you want. How can I refute you? Fu Yunbo didn't seem to be afraid and said coldly. Very well, if that's the case, this old man. Qiu Mingwei activated his magic power and a ball of orange light shone from the magic tool in his hand. Fellow Taoist Qiu, don't be anxious. Look at what this is. Seeing that Qiu Mingwei was about to attack, Fu Yunbo reached out and took out something from his clothes and threw it at Qiu Mingwei. What is it? Qiu Mingwei was stunned. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was a token. Elder token of the Splendid Sect? Qiu Mingwei caught the token and looked at it carefully. His face changed greatly. Yes, this is the token of Splendid Sect's Elder Wu Herong. Fu Yunbo smiled faintly. What is the meaning of this? Why do you have Elder Wu's token? Qiu Mingwei was very familiar with this famous cultivator from the state of Xi. His command medallion didn't usually appear in the cultivation world, but if it did, it would be equivalent to Wu Herong personally making an appearance. Anyone who disobeyed his orders would end up, needless to say, nothing. Fu Yunbo smiled and said, Elder Wu's dual cultivation partner is my Fu clan senior. This token was requested by my Fu clan senior to protect my golden Mount Hua. Just like how fellow Taoist Qiu cherishes old friendships with the Liao clan of Gung Mountain, Elder Wu cherishes old friendships with my Fu clan. Of course, I also know that this is all a misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Qiu received little friend Liao's information, and little friend Liao received Fu Min's nonsense. This caused fellow Taoist Qiu to misunderstand my Fu clan. This humble Taoist also admires fellow Taoist Qiu's warm-hearted heart. My Fu clan will treat this matter as if it never happened and will not tell Elder Wu. Qiu Mingwei's expression changed several times and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. After a long while, he sighed slightly and waved his hand. The token returned to Fu Yunbo's hand. Then, Qiu Mingwei lowered his head and looked at the Fu clan's disciples who were scattered around Golden Mount Hua. Just as he was about to speak, 4 divine senses rapidly descended from the sky from all directions of Golden Mount Hua. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared in the 4 directions of Golden Mount Hua and firmly surrounded it. Ah? Qiu Mingwei was shocked, and Fu Yunbo was even more shocked. Foundation establishment stage cultivators were already considered experts in the cultivation world. In places like Jingbo City and Yenyuan City, they could still be seen from time to time. Since when did Fu clan's Golden Mount Hua have foundation establishment stage cultivators? But tonight, Qiu Mingwei came first. Before the matter of Gung Mountain's Liao clan could be settled, another 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators came. Although these 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators were all in the early stage of foundation establishment stage, but it was enough to make Fu Yunbo's heart break. Fu Yunbo's heart was trembling. He held Elder Wu's token tightly in his hand and flew up to greet them. He asked loudly, May I know, why have the 4 of you come to my Golden Mount Hua? As he spoke, Fu Yunbo held Elder Wu's token in front of his chest. If the 4 of them made any movements, he would show them the token. "Are you the head of the Fu clan of Golden Mount Hua, Fu Yunbo?" A clear voice asked. "Yes, I am I." Fu Yunbo turned around and cupped his hands towards the cultivator beside him. "Fellow Taoist, you are, I am Xianxia Sect's Jiuyu." The cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. Xianxia Sect? Hearing that it was Xianxia Sect and that Jiuyu was so polite, Fu Yunbo's heart relaxed. He quickly said, "May I know why fellow Taoist Jiuyu has come to my Golden Mount Hua? Is it Elder Wu?" "It has nothing to do with Elder Wu. I am here with fellow Taoists from Xuanyan School and Qiqiao Sect." Jiuyu said. "Ah? The three major sects of Xi are here." Fu Yunbo was even more shocked. Qiu Mingwei was also shocked. He also flew forward and cupped his hands. "I am Qiu Mingwei from 10,000 Poison Sect. Greetings to the three fellow Taoists." Although Qiu Mingwei was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't dare to be too rude to the disciples of the three great sects who were slightly weaker than him. Similarly, the four cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and bowed in return. "Fellow Taoist Qiu, may I know why you have come to my Golden Mount Hua in the middle of the night?" Fu Yunbo was no longer in a sorry state as he asked with a smile. "Oh, I am here on the orders of my sect master. I want to ask if your Golden Mount Hua Fu clan has a talisman master named Xiaohua?" Qiuyu asked word by word. "Xiaohua? Of course there is." Fu Yunbo said curiously. "Xiaohua is the talisman master that my Fu clan just recruited this year. Just now, he was still at the Skyward Pavilion." As he spoke, Fu Yunbo swept his divine perception in the general direction of Xiaohua. At the same time, the four cultivators in the air also swept their divine perception in the direction of Golden Mount Hua. Speaking of Xiaohua, when the Skyward Pavilion collapsed just now, he was the one who rushed out first. He also knew that it would be much easier for him to escape. He was also familiar with the road, so there was no need to worry. He could have escaped. However, he wanted to know the outcome of the grudge between Liao Xianlan and the Fu clan. He was also curious about the fate of Fu Min, so he stayed at Golden Mount Hua. After all, these matters had nothing to do with him, so what was there to worry about? Chapter 1497. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was watching the show on Jinhua Mountain. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, four disciples from the three major sects of cultivation appeared in midair. Xiaohua secretly applauded in his heart. "Damn, looks like this Fu Yunbo is full of evil. Today, he will suffer retribution." But when that Jinhua sect disciple Qiuyu called out Xiaohua, that voice was like a thunderclap that smashed Xiaohua silly. A kind of extremely absurd feeling arose spontaneously. "This? What does this have to do with me?" However, at this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly gave birth to a kind of understanding. Kai Hongfeng. Of course, the matter of Xiaohua meeting Qian Qinghua in Shihuang Town was only known by Qin Yang's Kai family's head, Elder Kai Hongfeng. If he didn't inform the three major sects of cultivation in Xi, who would know that he took Qian Qinghua's pearl? Of course, Xiaohua could deny it, but what kind of colossus are the three major sects? Who knows if they have some kind of divine ability that can discover Xiaohua's secret? Or use some kind of soul-searching technique to get what they want. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to take the risk. When that Qiuyu called out his name, he didn't hesitate and twisted his body. His entire figure suddenly disappeared and immediately escaped into Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua didn't move. He reckoned that several foundation-building cultivators would still need to search for a while. As soon as he moved, all of his divine senses swept over. Motherfucker, Kai Hongfeng really is among the four foundation-building cultivators. Xiaohua cursed inwardly as Kai Hongfeng's familiar divine sense swept over. Chase? Qiuyu also didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the four people surrounded Xiaohua and chased after him. At this time, Qiuyu and Kai Hongfeng surrounded Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua had nowhere to run and could only escape underground. However, how could Xiaohua compare to the divine abilities of foundation establishment cultivators? The moment Xiaohua escaped underground, the four people's divine senses had already locked onto him. The four of them all flew down towards Jinhua Mountain and each of them escaped underground to surround Xiaohua. What should I do? At the same time that Xiaohua dove into the ground, he also released his perception, allowing him to clearly sense the four people's divine senses and position. Seeing the four people surrounding him, Xiaohua's heart was burning with anxiety as he thought to himself, "Damn it, if I had just left, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Pitiful Xiaohua, who was only a minor loose cultivator of the fourth level of the refining stage, was actually captured by 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators from the country of Xi and a foundation establishment cultivator from a cultivation family. Fellow Fu. Qiu Mingwei stood in the air. Without Xie Yu's invitation, he didn't want to rashly attack. He asked in shock, "This is just a talisman master from your Fu family?" "I'm not sure either." Fu Yunbo was similarly stunned, and he was endlessly bewildered in his heart. Is it worth it for a mere qi refining cultivator to cause such a big commotion? However, while Fu Yunbo was paying attention to Xiaohua, he was also paying more attention to Tsong Ying. Just now, he was afraid of leaving something behind for Qiu Mingwei to use against him, so he recklessly thought of a way to kill Fu Min. Now that he was free, he naturally wanted to capture Tsong Ying. However, after Fu Yunbo used his divine sense to sweep the surrounding area of Mount Jinhua, he didn't find Tsong Ying's figure. Even Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were nowhere to be seen. Valspawn. Fu Yunbo cursed in his heart, but he also knew that at this time, the disciples of the 3 great sects had come to Mount Jinhua, so he couldn't act blindly without thinking and provoke them. Moreover, Tsong Ying was also familiar with Mount Jinhua, so who knew where he went? Since he couldn't send the disciples of the Fu family to search Mount Jinhua, it was useless to be anxious at this time. Elder Lu Yun and Elder Fu Feng were naturally surprised, but the most surprised were Fu Shan and Liao Xianlan. Xiaohua, is he the Xiaohua that I scolded a few days ago? That's right, a feeling of extreme absurdity, extreme hilarity, and extreme lingering fear filled the hearts of the two. Immediately, Mount Jinhua became cold and silent. Only the sound of the wind was like a wave blowing the mountain forest. The shock, surprise, fear, envy, and so on of the people on Mount Jinhua had nothing to do with Xiaohua. Right now, he was burning with anxiety. On one hand, he was rapidly escaping deeper into Mount Jinhua, and on the other, he was bitterly thinking of a way to escape. Based on his experience of using escape techniques in the magma of Flame Forest Swamp, although there weren't any restrictions at the bottom of Mount Jinhua, he couldn't possibly escape deeper. Moreover, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators above him could also escape through the earth. Whether it was earth escape talismans or earth escape techniques, in the end, they would definitely be able to capture Xiaohua. Unless, this young master's cultivation has also reached foundation establishment. Xiaohua's mind finally came to this conclusion. Of course, this was impossible. Li Zongbao's aptitude was only at foundation establishment. Zhuo Qingyuan's cultivation was only at the 11th level of qi refining. Foundation establishment was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But, at this time, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Xiao Mao. He thought of the method that Xiao Mao had taught him to integrate magic tools into his body. At the same time, he also thought of the fire marrow flame crystal. Although Xiao Mao hadn't said that the method was to integrate the fire marrow flame crystal, didn't Zhuo Qingyuan's words afterwards, as well as Xiao Mao's traces of despair, clearly indicate that the method was to use the fire marrow flame crystal? Since Xuanyan cult wanted to use the fire marrow flame crystal to increase the cultivation of their disciples, then wouldn't Xiaohua also be able to use the fire marrow flame crystal to increase his own cultivation? Moreover, Xiaohua himself also cultivated the dragonization art. The meridians in his entire body were different from those given to others. In that case, the fire marrow flame crystal was even more capable of being integrated. This was Xiaohua's final life-saving straw. If he didn't seize it now, when would he? As Xiaohua thought of this, he sensed that the 4 foundation establishment cultivators were already very close. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and waved his hand, taking out the fire marrow flame crystal from the space. Magic power surged on his arm. According to Xiao Mao's words, he slapped the fire marrow flame crystal onto his arm. The method that Xiao Mao taught him was indeed effective. The fire marrow flame crystal had already touched Xiao Hua's arm and immediately integrated into it. However, immediately after, the situation was out of Xiao Hua's control. According to his plan, he would integrate the fire marrow flame crystal into the meridians of his arm and then use the fire raising the heavens technique to refine the fire marrow flame crystal. It was exactly the same as absorbing the fire-type spiritual energy from the top-grade fire-type spirit stone in the past. Who would have thought that once the fire marrow flame crystal integrated into Xiao Hua's skin, it would be like a matchstick that ignited the entire forest? Of course, that fire marrow flame crystal was the matchstick, and Xiao Hua's body was the burning forest. Ah! Xiao Hua saw that the fire marrow flame crystal had entered his body and immediately turned into a ball of burning flame, igniting his arm. Moreover, that flame followed his arm and rapidly spread throughout his body. Oh no! I overreached myself. Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. There's no need for them to capture me. This young master is finished. At this moment, Xie Yu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were also stunned. Under the ground of Mount Jinhua, Xiao Hua's entire body suddenly turned into a ball of flame. That flame was extremely overbearing. Although they were far away and only used their divine senses to lock onto Xiao Hua, the scorching heat of the flame had already burned their divine senses. They were so frightened that they immediately retracted their divine senses. Following the feeling, they followed the fiery ball under their feet, slowed down, and chased down. Pressure, divine senses can't do it, quickly use your pressure. Xie Yu hurriedly transmitted his voice. However, when the pressure of 4 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously pressed down on that overbearing flame, not only was the flame not extinguished, it even slightly swelled, as if it wanted to counterattack the pressure back. Xie Yu and the others hurriedly retracted their pressure, somewhat at a loss. They had never encountered such a strange thing. Xie Yu and the others were like this, and Fu Yunhua and Qiu Mingwei, who were in midair above Mount Jinhua, were even more so. They no longer dared to release their divine senses. Moreover, just when Xiao Hua was in danger, the 13,200 points on Xiao Hua's body suddenly flashed. Like 13,200 little mouths, they swallowed the flames that burned near them. Immediately, an unprecedented heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Xiao Hua's entire body. Looking at the muscles beside the 13,200 points, there were faintly flickering threads of fire. These threads of fire burned Xiao Hua's muscles at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, at the same time that the muscles were burned, new muscles regenerated at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The new muscles were even thicker than the previous ones, and contained even more things that were not there before. Xiao Hua was really unable to bear it. This kind of rapid tempering akin to life and death made him feel like he was undergoing the cruelest torture in the world. That was not all. Xiao Hua's 130,200 spots on his body were tightly attached to his bones. Just as these spots were absorbing the flames, an enormous suction force was emitted from his bones, sucking the flames into his bones. His originally grayish-white bones suddenly turned into a white jade, and 20% of these white jade bones were densely covered with crimson blood vessels. As the bones absorbed the flames, it was as if they were using the flames to refine the white jade bones. The crimson blood vessels gradually spread out, gradually covering the entire bones. Now is the time. Although Xiao Hua was in so much pain that he let out a low cry, his mind was still very clear. Seeing that close to 60% of the flames were absorbed by the points and bones in his body, he immediately used the technique to move the flames into his meridians. Sure enough, under Xiao Hua's efforts, the flames quickly approached his meridians. However, a strange thing happened again. Just as the flames approached his meridians, the meridians in Xiao Hua's body trembled, as if they were excited. It can't be! Xiao Hua was almost about to cry. Xiao Hua's meridians had always been quietly cultivating the dragon transformation art, and at this moment, the dragon transformation art in his meridians suddenly activated. His meridians were really like a dragon, instantly sucking all the flames into his meridians. Fortunately, Xiaohua was very glad and hurriedly used the raising flames to burn the heavens, wanting to refine the flames in his meridians. However, after circulating the technique a few times, the flames in his meridians were completely out of Xiaohua's control. What should I do? Xiaohua anxiously thought. I can only use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiaohua very naturally thought of his other qi refining technique. Chapter 1498. What's going on? Xiaohua was bewildered. At this moment, Xiaohua's dragon transformation art was once again circulating crazily, absorbing the majority of the flames in his meridians into his meridians. In an instant, Xiaohua's meridians twitched and flashed with a red light. The dragon transformation art was advancing at a speed several times faster than before. But Xiaohua looked at the remaining flames in his meridians and wanted to cry again. He wanted to rely on the fire attribute spiritual energy to strengthen his cultivation. Who knew that when the fire essence flame crystal entered his body, 90% of the spiritual energy was divided up in the blink of an eye? How could he escape? A fly is also meat. Xiaohua was depressed and didn't dare to take out the fire essence flame crystal again. He hurriedly circulated the heavenly laws embodiment art to see if he could refine the flames formed by the fire essence flame crystal. The heavenly laws embodiment art was indeed an exquisite art. It was far from something a shallow art like the heavenly laws embodiment art could compare to. As Xiaohua practiced it for the first time, the true energy in his meridians immediately wrapped around the towering and motionless flames in an extremely mysterious manner. Following the circulation of the art, the true energy circulated in his meridians. However, a strange change occurred again. The originally very hot flames were admittedly somewhat overbearing, but in front of the 13,200 points on Xiaohua's body, in front of Xiaohua's sparkling jade-like bones, and even in front of the meridians refined by the dragon transformation art, they were slightly docile and didn't reject the absorption. But when Xiaohua used the cultivation art to refine the flames suddenly soared, as if they were transforming from one thing to another, magnifying by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of fire attribute spiritual energy was born from the flames, causing Xiaohua's meridians to swell by several times. Moreover, it flowed along Xiaohua's meridians. As expected, in just a moment, Xiaohua's meridians would be destroyed by this torrent of fire attribute spiritual energy and he would die. Shit! Xiaohua's eyes almost split open when he saw this. 90% of the fire essence flame crystal was used in other places. It wasn't easy to leave one place for his qi refining cultivation, but such a mistake appeared. He did not dare to hesitate at all. Immediately, he circulated the heavenly laws embodiment technique to refine the fire-type Ling Qi. At the same time, he desperately circulated the dragon transformation art to protect his meridians from being damaged. There was a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. The meridians that had been channeling the dragon transformation art with all their might suddenly trembled. It was as though a real dragon's body had appeared. As the spiritual energy rapidly flowed forward, the meridians also expanded. At the same time, countless flames seeped out from the meridians. Looking from afar, there was another ting sound. The flames that were sucked into Xiaohua's body earlier spat out again, lingering around Xiaohua's body. However, the flames this time were different from before. This flame was the result of Xiaohua using the heavenly laws embodiment technique to circulate the flame within his meridians. At the same time this flame was being refined into true qi, it also transformed into magic power that surged throughout Xiaohua's entire body. This magic power flame followed Xiaohua's earth escape technique and rushed out of Xiaohua's body. Seeing that his meridians did not explode under the impact of the enormous fire-type Ling Qi, and that the heavenly laws embodiment technique was also working hard to refine the spiritual energy, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Although this kind of refinement was somewhat slow, his magic power would definitely gradually increase. He thought that he could escape. However, at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly felt an unparalleled enormous force coming from below him. It forcefully supported him, not allowing him to escape downwards. Not good. Xiaohua was immediately alarmed. He knew that it was because his cultivation was limited that he could not escape deeper. Sensing his surroundings again, Xie Yu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were already not far from him. It was just that for some reason, they had slowed down their earth escape technique. Xiaohua did not think that they had encountered the same problem as him. His eyes turned rapidly as he racked his brains to think of a way to escape. Let's do it this way. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and a plan came to his mind. He stirred up all the magic power in his body. The flames outside his body were probably half a foot high. His entire body exerted all his strength to burrow into the ground. After burrowing down another 10 feet or so, the flames within Xiaohua's meridians were rapidly refined. Countless amounts of true qi poured into Xiaohua's meridians, rapidly approaching the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining. However, around Xiaohua's body, an even greater force prevented him from burrowing down. Seeing that he could not burrow down even half an inch no matter how much his cultivation increased, Xiaohua abruptly changed directions and burrowed towards the surface of Jinhua Mountain. In an instant, Xiaohua's own earth escape technique and the force of the earth squeezing him out. The two forces caused Xiaohua's speed to more than double in an instant. However, Xiaohua was still not at ease. He mobilized all the true qi in his body and crazily refined the fire marrow flame crystal. He used all his magic power on earth escape technique without any regard for his life. Xie Yu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They were apprehensive about the flames that suddenly appeared on Xiaohua's body that could injure people's divine sense. They also knew that with Xiaohua's cultivation and earth escape talisman, Xiaohua could not possibly burrow deeper. Therefore, they firmly sealed off all the directions of Xiaohua's escape, slowly preparing to catch a turtle in a jar. Of course, the direction they sealed off was based on Xiaohua's earth escape technique. Xiaohua's sudden increase in speed instantly caused a flaw to appear in their encirclement. Quick! Xie Yu immediately transmitted his voice. We will also immediately increase our speed. Don't let this guy escape our encirclement. Soon after, Xie Yu slapped his hand and took out a net-like magic tool from his storage pouch. However, just as he was about to activate it, he hesitated. Right now, they were under Jinhua Mountain, surrounded by earth. If it wasn't an earth-type magic tool, it would be suppressed by earth-type spiritual energy and unable to display its effect. Rather than using a magic tool to delay time, it would be better to catch up to Xiaohua. Therefore, Xie Yu only held the magic tool in his hand and still activated his magic power, preparing to intercept Xiaohua from above his head. Sigh, still lacking a bit. Xiaohua's figure rapidly burrowed towards the ground. In his heart, he was also estimating the distance between him and the 4 people. Right at this moment, the blood-like red threads on Xiaohua's bones were already close to 30% under the tempering of the fire marrow flame crystal. His entire skeleton faintly flashed with red light. Xiaohua felt his body suddenly become lighter. His earth escape technique speed once again increased by 20%. Bone tempering? The origin of fire? Xiaohua suddenly recalled the information he obtained in the space. Could it be, this fire marrow flame crystal is the origin of fire? It's the key to bone tempering? Xiaohua was only puzzled. However, this wasn't a good time to think carefully. Xiaohua released his perception without hesitation and flew straight towards the center of the 4 people's encirclement. Sure enough, Xie Yu and the other 3 also understood Xiaohua's thoughts. Seeing that Xiaohua's speed had increased again, they also slightly widened the distance between them. They still maintained their encirclement and were not in a hurry to approach Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that his thoughts had been perceived by these 4 people. He secretly sneered, "This young master's speed is still increasing. Wait until the fire marrow flame crystal in this young master's meridians is refined. Then, my speed might not be slower than yours. Let's see how you're going to catch up." However, just as Xiaohua was about to fly to the ground, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. His forehead was covered in sweat. Damn it, how could I forget Fu Yunbua and Qiu Mingwei? One of them is from the Golden Mount Hua's Fu clan, which is related to some elder of the Xianghua sect. The other is from the 10,000 Poisons sect, which is a sinister sect. Just now, they didn't chase after this young master because they were afraid of delaying the arrangements of the 3 sections. If this young master were to rush out like this, wouldn't I fall into their hands? I'm afraid that Qiu Yu and the others also have this idea, which is why they let this young master calmly escape to the ground. What should I do? Seeing that he was about to rush out of the ground, Xiaohua could almost sense that 2 foundation establishment cultivators were standing above him, eyeing him covetously. Damn it! It was unknown how many vulgarities Xiaohua had uttered tonight, but these vulgarities were truly unable to express Xiaohua's anger. This young master is only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Oh, that's not right. I'm just a little loose cultivator who's about to reach the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Unexpectedly, I was besieged by 6 foundation establishment cultivators. If this were to spread to the cultivation world, would you guys be the laughing stock? Or would this young master's name be passed down through the ages? However, Xiaohua also knew that tonight's matter would absolutely not spread out of Mount Hua Mountain. Right, Earth Fire. In the midst of Xiaohua's dejection, he suddenly thought of Earth Fire. Of course, in Flame Forest Marsh, Xiaohua had used 2 escape techniques. One of them was already known to be Earth Escape, so the other one was definitely Fire Escape. In these past several years on Xiaoyu continent, Xiaohua had only seen Earth Escape talismans, but he had never seen Fire Escape talismans. Moreover, even if there were, did these 6 foundation establishment cultivators all have them? While thinking, Xiaohua suddenly changed direction and fled towards the east of Mount Hua Mountain. What's this guy doing? Qiu Yu presumably also knew that Fu Yunbua and Qiu Mingwei, who were in the air above Mount Hua Mountain, would come to his aid. Therefore, he wasn't nervous and allowed Xiaohua to fly towards the ground. However, when he saw Xiaohua suddenly fly towards the east, where Kai Hongfeng was, he was somewhat astonished. Could it be that this brat has a trump card? Kai Hongfeng, who had the shallowest foundation, was somewhat afraid of this 4th level Qi refinement loose cultivator. He unconsciously braced himself and prepared to deal with him. Here. At this moment, Xiaohua's entire body was covered in flames. He was very sensitive towards fire attribute spiritual energy and found the location of earth fire extremely easily. With a sharp whistle, he rushed towards the passage of earth fire. Earth fire? Qiu Yu and the others weren't stupid. First, they saw Xiaohua change direction, then they saw earth fire appear in the east. Their hearts were already clear. This guy actually has a fire escape talisman. This was the same thought that came to their minds. Fellow Taoist Kai, quickly stop him. Qiu Yu hurriedly transmitted his voice. However, Kai Hongfeng's cultivation was originally the weakest among the 4. He didn't know any earth escape techniques and could only rely on earth escape talismans to chase after Xiaohua. Naturally, he couldn't be as free as Qiu Yu and the others, and his speed was also much slower. By the time Kai Hongfeng caught up, Xiaohua had already ignored the restrictions in the passage of earth fire and directly entered. Kai Hongfeng could only helplessly stop at the side and move away from the earth fire that was spewing out from the already broken restrictions. Chapter 1499. When Xie Yu and the others saw that Kai Hongfeng didn't stop Xiaohua, they hurriedly transmitted, "Fellow Taoist Kai, quickly chase after him along the earth fire tunnel. Even if he entered the earth fire, he will eventually come out. It's impossible for him to have many escape fire talismans." After that, the 3 of them stopped flying in the direction of the earth fire. Instead, they chased down the earth fire tunnel. Xie Yu was even more careful. He didn't care if his divine sense was burned again and swept it towards the earth fire. When he released his divine sense, Xie Yu's face revealed a strange expression. When Xiaohua was at the bottom of Jinhua Mountain, Xie Yu's divine sense clearly saw him. Even if he didn't release his divine sense, Yu could still sense the flames on Xiaohua's body. However, now that Xiaohua had entered the earth fire, his flames were like a flood dragon entering the sea. There was no trace of him. How is this possible? Yu was shocked. Even if he has escape fire talismans, he shouldn't be able to block Ai's divine sense. Quick, fellow Taoist Naiha, Xiaohua has disappeared. Quickly release your tracking magic treasure. Yu hurriedly transmitted to Naiha. Impossible. He was shocked, but he didn't dare to be careless. He clapped his hands and summoned a magic treasure that looked like a disc. This was a magic treasure of the Seven Skills sect, called Seeking Immortal. He had brought it with him by accident. He never thought that he would be able to use it one day. With his early foundation establishment cultivation, Naiha couldn't use Seeking Immortal freely. He spat out a mouthful of qi and poured his magic power into the Seeking Immortal. The Seeking Immortal began to glow with a red light. He squinted his eyes and smiled. This guy is escaping down the tunnel of earth fire. Let's chase after him. Fellow Taoist Shi, you should also prepare the flywheel boat. If this guy really has many escape fire talismans, we can only chase after him into the earth fire. Yu said to the Xuanyan school's disciple, Shi Muping. No problem, fellow Taoist Xie. Although Ai's flywheel boat can't fly as fast as outside the earth fire, it can still enter the earth fire. If we really can't, we can only use it. Shi Muping clapped his hands and a small boat magic treasure appeared in his hands. Maybe not. We'll chase after him from 3 sides of the earth fire passageway. Do you think he won't come out from there? Helplessness laughed lightly. Yu channeled his magic power and chased down. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. It seems, the 3 masters of the Xianghua sect still underestimated this Xiaohua. 3 foundation establishment cultivators really might not be able to catch Xiaohua. Of course, this couldn't blame the 7 skills sects. 7 skills sect. Who was Xiaohua? An unknown loose cultivator with only a 4th layer qi refining cultivation. Even though they heard Kai Hongfeng's report and knew that Xiaohua had extraordinary flying speed, Kai Hongfeng was still able to catch up to Xiaohua. Sects Qiyu, 7 skills sects Naiha, and Xuanyan schools Shimuping. These were 4 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. There was no reason for them not to be able to catch him. Moreover, Xiaohua had already been stopped by the cultivators of Shihuang Town and they didn't find any beads on him. Xiaohua might not be the person they were looking for. Therefore, the 3 of them thought that as long as they appeared and released their pressure, Xiaohua would immediately obediently follow them back. They would casually ask him and use the soul-searching technique to take a look and everything would be fine. Who would have thought that this Xiaohua was really a big fish? A big fish that couldn't be caught. And the most infuriating thing was that Xiaohua actually used a escape fire talisman to escape. Yu and the others had long been foundation establishment cultivators and had already practiced the 5 elements escape technique. Earth escape talismans, fire escape talismans, and even water escape talismans weren't difficult to find, but they had no use for them. Therefore, they didn't make any preparations. Unfortunately, the 5 elements escape technique could be used in all 5 elements, but it couldn't be used for a long time. Earth, wood, and water were fine. As long as the duration wasn't too long, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, fire and metal were different. The heat of fire and the sharpness of metal were the most harmful to the body. They could even damage one's cultivation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would rashly try to use them. Therefore, in the earth fire, the 5 elements escape technique was inferior to the genuine escape fire talisman. It had to be said that Xiaohua's escape into the earth fire had unintentionally hit their weak point. In the air above Mount Jino, Qiu Mingwei and Fu Yunbo waited for a moment. When they still didn't see anyone coming out from underground, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. They once again released their divine sense. There's no trace of him? Fu Yunbo was shocked and quickly asked, Fellow Taoist Qiu, could it be that Xiaohua has already escaped? But 4 foundation establishment cultivators surrounded him. How could a mere qi refining cultivator escape? Qiu Mingwei's divine sense was naturally several times stronger than Fu Yunhua's. After searching for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. He pointed to the east and said with a fake smile, "The Fu clan's alchemy technique is really amazing. Not only did they destroy the Liao clan of Mount Gung, they even became Xiaohua's escape route." Earth Fire? Escape Fire Talisman? Fu Yunhua suddenly realized and frowned. Even my Fu clan doesn't know the refining method of the escape fire talisman. Where did Xiaohua get it from? Then he looked at Qiu Mingwei and said with an apologetic smile, "I already made it clear just now. The matter between the Liao clan and my Fu clan was just a misunderstanding. I hope fellow Taoist Qiu can understand." Qiu Mingwei had already made up his mind. He cupped his hands and said, "Even an upright official can't solve a family matter. Since it was done by Liao Mei, then it's the Liao clan's own matter. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it." Fellow Taoist Qiu's warm-hearted heart really makes I admire you. If fellow Taoist Qiu has time, why don't you stay at Mount Jinhua for a few days? Fu Yunhua said with a smile. No need. You have a lot of things to do at Mount Jinhua. You should hurry up and deal with them." Qiu Mingwei laughed and landed on the ground. He said, "Xianlun, this matter is over. You have seen what I have done. I have fulfilled my promise. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to leave with me?" Liao Xuanlan's face was miserable. She knew she couldn't do anything about it. She could only smile bitterly and said, "Since Senior has fulfilled your promise, then I can't go back on my words. Naturally, I will leave with Senior." "And, fellow Taoist Fu, you don't have any objections, right?" Xianlan is the daughter of an old friend. If she stays in my Fu clan, I will naturally take good care of her. If she leaves, I won't stop her in any way. Then, fellow Taoist Fu, I will take my leave." Qiu Mingwei flew up and waved his hand. Liao Xuanlan's figure also quickly flew out of Mount Jinhua with him. Fu Yunhua stood in midair and looked at Qiu Mingwei's back for a long time. He didn't know what kind of expression he had in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples of the inner courtyard, divide into 2 teams. One team will search Mount Jinhua, the other team will go to the teleportation array. Along the way, look for He Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho." Then he said, "This matter? Everyone knows the severity of it. If you want to live, don't say a word." Although the group of talisman masters couldn't see the situation underground, they knew that Xiaohua had probably escaped. The face of the 3 major sects was not something they could bear with their small lives. Even if Fu Yunhua didn't say anything, they would definitely keep their mouths shut. When the talisman masters' faces were filled with excitement, Fu Yunhua waved his hand and said, "Fu Feng, follow me to the forbidden area to take a look." Inside the earth fire, Xiaohua's mood was incomparably excited. Just as he expected, the other escape technique was the fire escape technique. This was an extremely rare escape technique in the cultivation world. The earth fire around Xiaohua was pervaded, but to Xiaohua, it was like a fish swimming in water. He didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. What made Xiaohua even happier was that with the improvement of the dragonization art and the refinement of the flames in his meridians, Xiaohua's cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, there were still many flames in Xiaohua's meridians. The heavenly laws embodiment technique was still circulating in his body, and his cultivation was still rapidly increasing. However, for the sake of insurance, Xiaohua didn't increase the speed of the fire escape technique. He was clear in his heart that this fire escape technique was escaping through the earth fire. Sooner or later, there would be an end. He couldn't escape through the earth fire into the core of the earth. He could only escape from a certain place. Only by using the flight talisman outside could he truly escape from Qiu Yu and the others' pursuit. Flight talisman. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart was startled. Although he had a lot of flight talismans, their quality was limited. They couldn't be compared to a foundation establishment cultivator's flight technique. He could only increase his cultivation as quickly as possible and strive to escape the range of the 4 people's divine sense before the flight talismans ran out. Only then would he have a chance to escape. While Xiaohua was worried, Qiu Yu and the others were also shocked. Fellow Taoist Nai, the earth fire seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Is Xiaohua still inside? Fellow Taoist Jie, that Xiaohua is still inside the earth fire. Moreover, his speed hasn't changed at all. I'm afraid he's exhausted his abilities. Nai he smiled and said, however, I find it strange. This Xiaohua is only a qi refining loose cultivator. Why is his magic power so long? Logically speaking, it should have dried up long ago. I'm afraid that the flames on his body are somewhat strange. Qiu Yu nodded and said, the earth fire is getting bigger and bigger. We're chasing him outside, but we're getting further and further away from him. Fellow Taoist Shi, we'd better enter the earth fire and chase after him. We'll listen to fellow Taoist Xie's instructions. Shi Muping nodded and took out the small boat in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of vital essence and the small boat enlarged, stopping in front of the three of them. Fellow Taoist Kai, come over too. Although Kai Hongfeng was old, his cultivation level was much lower than the three of them. He was quite far away from the three of them. When he heard Qiu Yu's call, he had a flattered look on his face. The four of them boarded the flying boat. Shi Muping activated the flying boat and drove it into the earth fire. A red, misty brilliance enveloped the entire small boat. Fellow Taoists, I's magic power is limited. After a while, I'll still need your support. Shi Muping waited for the flying boat to travel through the earth fire and immediately reminded the three of them. Qiu Yu knew that the flying boat consumed a lot of magic power in the earth fire. Shi Muping's words were true. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist Shi, please rest assured. We'll be ready to support you at any time. Chapter 1500. Fellow Taoist Shi, Xiaohua is flying towards the north. Naiha suddenly reminded. North? What's so special about that? Shi Musing changed direction and flew towards the north. The speed of the flywheel boat in the earth fire was clearly much faster than Xiaohua's. In the time it took to eat a meal, it had already caught up. But at this moment, Shi Musing smiled bitterly and said, fellow Taoist Jie, I have used up too much of my magic power. Please take control of the flywheel boat. Although the flywheel boat could catch up to Xiaohua, it had to resist the heat of the earth fire. The magic power it consumed was also several times more than outside. This was also the reason why Shi Musing didn't use the flywheel boat unless it was absolutely necessary. Alright, fellow Taoist Kai, get ready. Fellow Taoist Naiha is chasing Xiaohua and can't leave. In a while, I will run out of magic power and you will take over. Qiu Yu took the flywheel boat and said to Kai Hongfeng with a smile. Since fellow Taoist Xie has signed, how can I dare to not follow? Kai Hongfeng cupped his hands and said, Naiha suddenly laughed and said, perhaps fellow Taoist Kai doesn't need to take action. The earth fire ahead has already reached the end. If Xiaohua wants to escape, he can either go straight to the core of the earth or… As expected, this guy rushed out of the earth fire and escaped towards the surface. Good. Qiu Yu laughed and said, now that he's out of the earth fire, how can Xiaohua escape? As for Xiaohua, he already had no way out after seeing the earth fire unless he went deep into the core of the earth fire. He naturally knew that he couldn't go deeper than a foundation establishment cultivator. The only way was to rush out. At this moment, he was already very far away from Jinhua Mountain. He didn't have Fu Yumbua's and Qiu Mingwei's divine senses, so the two probably didn't chase after him. Sigh, if only I knew flying techniques, that would be great. When Xiaohua rushed out of the earth fire and entered the earth fire, he racked his brains to recall. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Xiaohua racked his brains, he could only faintly feel that there were some spells he could use, but he couldn't remember which ones specifically. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had rushed out of the earth fire. Xiaohua hurriedly slapped the flying talisman he had prepared on his body and poured his magic power into it. His body, like a swallow, he flew towards the north. I'm afraid this guy is at his wit's end. Although Qiu Yu and the others were still some distance away from Xiaohua inside the earth fire, when they saw Xiaohua rush out of the ground, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. In the earth fire and underground, they might be somewhat stretched, and some spells or magic tools couldn't be used very smoothly. However, in midair, such a situation wouldn't exist. Moreover, their magic power was longer than Xiaohua's, and they also had flying magic tools, so their flying speed was definitely faster than Xiaohua's. Xiaohua was forced to escape from the ground, so it was very easy for them to capture him. This bastard, there's a change in his flames. Kai Hongfeng had always wanted to make a contribution. Just now, he had taken the risk to release his spiritual force. Only then did he discover the difference in the flames on Xiaohua's body. Seriously? Qiaoyu scanned with his spiritual sense and immediately said happily, Taoist Nai can keep the magic treasure. Although this thing is good, it consumes too much magic power. That's great. Unfortunately, his magic power was indeed somewhat exhausted. He took advantage of the situation and withdrew it. He smiled and said, I need to rest for a moment. As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and recovered his magic power just like Shimuping. In the distance, Xiaohua suddenly felt two spiritual forces sweep past him. He knew that he had been locked onto by Qiaoyu and the others. He could only grit his teeth and didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. He poured all of his fifth-layer qi refining magic power into the flight talisman. Pa! With a light sound, the flight talisman on Xiaohua's body immediately shattered. Xiaohua's figure rapidly fell to the ground. Damn it, what's going on now? Xiaohua was furious. He hurriedly took out another flight talisman and stuck it on his body again. What Xiaohua didn't know was that right now, in his meridians, there was a boundless amount of fire-type spiritual energy circulating like a flood. And within this spiritual energy, there was an extremely large amount of fire essence flame crystals that had yet to be converted into spiritual energy of heaven and earth by the heavenly laws embodiment technique. These specks of fire unavoidably followed Xiaohua's magic power and were sent into the flight talisman. Xiaohua's flight talisman was nothing more than a yellow talisman. How could it withstand the massive amount of spiritual energy contained within those flames? As a result, before Xiaohua's second flight talisman could land on his body, it immediately exploded again. Oh no! Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm afraid I can only escape underground. As a result, he didn't control himself and his entire body fell to the ground like a meteor. Behind him, Qiaoyu and the others also frowned. This guy seems to have seen through our plans. He knows that the flight talisman is faster than the physical body, so he wants to escape underground again. If this guy wants to escape, then let him escape. Why? Is he still stopping in midair? Kai Hongfeng took the time to ask. Xiaohua rapidly fell like a large rock. A feeling of weightlessness filled Xiaohua's body and mind. This feeling was somewhat pleasurable and somewhat fearful, causing Xiaohua to be slightly absent-minded. When he saw the mountain rock below him nearing, Xiaohua casually activated the technique and prepared to use the earth escape technique. However, when he activated the technique, his entire body slowly stopped and slowly landed on the mountain rock. Moreover, after his body stopped, he suddenly floated up and flew forward very agilely. Flight technique. Xiaohua woke up from that moment of absent-mindedness. His hands didn't stop forming seals, and the magic power in his body also surged. Following his gradually recovered memory, he slowly displayed the flight technique. Strange. In the distance, Qiaoyu and the others had already rushed out of the earth fire. When they saw Xiaohua's actions through their divine senses, they were all puzzled. This guy, could it be that he changed his mind again? Xiaohua naturally changed his mind. As he recalled the flight technique, his flight went from slow and clumsy to fast and nimble. What made Xiaohua most excited was that he didn't need a flight talisman to fly. This was a magical ability that only Foundation establishment cultivators had. Seeing that Xiaohua's flying speed was getting faster and faster, Qiaoyu also immediately urged his magic power. The flywheel boat was like a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky and chased after Xiaohua. Looking at the distant Xiaohua again, he didn't know how many cycles the heavenly law embodiment technique had been circulating in his body. His entire meridians had completely expanded by more than 10 times due to the flood of fire spiritual energy. Moreover, following the expansion of his meridians, the flames that rushed out of his meridians were also absorbed back into his meridians. The flames around Xiao Hua's body were also gradually extinguished. My Taoist robe and storage bag have been burned. Xiao Hua waited for the flames on his body to extinguish before he suddenly realized. He hurriedly took out a new Taoist robe from his space and put it on. Fortunately, in order to deceive Fu Yunhua, Xiao Hua put everything in his storage bag into his space, leaving only a few things. Aside from burning a few storage bags, Xiao Hua didn't suffer any losses. The flames on Xiao Hua's body disappeared. This guy, what happened to his body? Shi Muping, who had already recovered his magic power, stood up and asked curiously. Fellow Taoist Shi, I'm afraid only Xiao Hua himself knows about this. Kai Hongfeng smiled apologetically and said, however, looking at Xiao Hua's flying speed, it seems it's a bit faster than when we were at Shihuang Town. I'm afraid we'll have to use our full strength. Xie Yu, who was controlling the flywheel ship, said in bewilderment, this guy's cultivation is only at the 4th level of qi refining. How can his flying speed be comparable to our flying technique when we use 60% of our magic power? 4th level of qi refining? Shi Muping frowned and said in astonishment, quickly use your divine sense to take a look. He's already at the 5th level of qi refining. What? 5th level of qi refining? Kai Hongfeng and Xie Yu stared blankly. Even Ji He opened his eyes. The three of them used their divine sense to scan the rapidly flying Xiao Hua in front of them. It's not just the 5th level of qi refining. This guy, his magic power seems to be still increasing. Ji He exclaimed, I'm afraid it's because his cultivation increased that his flying speed increased. Xiao Hua's current speed is already comparable to 60% of our magic power. If his cultivation increases again, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up, right? How is this possible? Kai Hongfeng felt that this was very absurd. He said in disbelief, although the 5th level of qi refining is the middle level of qi refining, but, no matter what, it would take at least 2 years of cultivation to advance. Xiaohua, I'm afraid it has something to do with the flames from before. Could it be? It has something to do with that thing? Xie Yu probed. Who knows? Fellow Taoist Xie, let's take advantage of the fact that Xiao Hua's flying speed can't compare to the flywheel ship and quickly capture him. Ji He closed his eyes again and reminded. Since he's in the air, not only the flywheel ship, even our magic tools can be used. Wouldn't it be like playing with him? I want to see, how long can this Xiao Hua fly? Xie Yu narrowed his eyes and said, where else can he fly to? His flying talisman can't handle the magic power consumption on his side. No matter how many flying talismans he has, he won't be able to outrun our flywheel ship and flying technique. Fellow Taoist Xie, let's follow our sex orders and quickly capture Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist, she thinks too much. I was just curious. How could I dare to go against our sex orders? I will activate the flywheel ship now. Xie Yu smiled and the flywheel ship's speed increased by a bit. However, things went beyond Xie Yu and the others' expectations. At this time, Xiao Hua's meridians had swelled by 10 times and there was a huge amount of fire attribute spiritual energy in his meridians. Under the effect of the heavenly laws embodiment technique, the spiritual energy was tempered by Xiao Hua's usual cultivation speed by 10 times. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua's cultivation had increased greatly. Although the distance between the flywheel ship and Xiao Hua had shortened, Xiao Hua's flying speed had increased by a bit. Fellow Taoist Shi, you control the flywheel ship. I'm afraid I have to use some tricks. Xie Yu's divine sense had obviously discovered something wrong and turned around to say. And that's how it should be. Shi Muping nodded and said, Fellow Taoist Nai, I'm afraid we have to send out a message and have our sex disciples intercept him. If this guy escapes, we won't have any face left. Wait a moment. When I recover my magic power, I'll send out a voice transmission talisman. Nai He also nodded. We haven't used any tricks yet. How can you be so prepared? Qiayu smiled and clapped his hands. The net-like magic tool was taken out by him. Chapter 1501. Qiayu tossed the net magic tool in his hand and activated it with his divine sense. He directly flew in the direction of Xiao Hua's departure. However, just as Qiayu tossed out the magic tool, Kai Hongfeng cried out in alarm, "Not good! Fellow Taoists, that Xiao Hua's flying speed increased again." "What? How is this possible?" Naiha, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. His divine sense spread out like a waterfall. This guy, his cultivation didn't increase at all? His speed, how can it increase again? Did he use some top-grade flying talisman? Fellow Taoist Naiha, if this guy Xiao Hua doesn't have a top-grade flying talisman, how can he fly at a speed comparable to 70% of our magic power? Qiayu urged the magic tool and reminded in a low voice. "Don't say any more. I have already poured all my magic power into the flywheel boat. If Xiao Hua maintains this flying speed, we should be able to catch up with him after a meal." Fellow Taoist Xie, use the magic tool to attack. Fellow Taoist Kai, release your pressure and see if it can affect him. Shi Muping said somewhat impatiently. "Yes, I will release my pressure." Kai Hongfeng nodded and released his pressure. Like a wave, it pressed towards the distant Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who was flying freely in the distance, didn't know the flustered and exasperated appearances of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators on the flywheel boat behind him. He gradually familiarized himself with the flying technique he just recalled. As he familiarized himself with it, his flying speed became faster and faster. Not long after, he reached the fastest speed he could reach when using the flying talisman. Moreover, as Xiao Hua refined his fire-type spiritual energy and urged the flying technique with a huge amount of magic power, his flying speed was still slowly increasing. Haha, from the looks of it, it seems like I haven't reached my limit. Previously, this young master's flying speed was comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. If it increases a bit more, perhaps even 4 foundation establishment cultivators won't be able to do anything to this young master. Xiao Hua's heart was blooming with joy. This is bad. Just as Xiao Hua was secretly rejoicing, a foundation establishment cultivator's oppressive might pressed down from behind him. Although there was quite a distance between them, this was the difference in cultivation level. A heartfelt submission couldn't help but cause the flow of Xiao Hua's magic power to be somewhat sluggish. At the same time, following the arrival of the pressure, Qiayu's magic tool also caught up to Xiao Hua. That magic tool flashed in the air, like a fishing net, enveloped Xiao Hua's meridians from afar, as if it wanted to imprison Xiao Hua's cultivation. 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators, Just now, 2 of them brought out a little bit of skill and made Xiao Hua feel rather helpless. Coincidentally, at this moment, the fire essence flame crystals that Xiao Hua had absorbed had already completely merged with his bones. The red color had already spread to 40% of his bones. A fiery red brilliance flashed across his bones before the brilliance was extinguished. The red threads on his bones gradually disappeared, and his sparkling and translucent jade-like bones slowly regained their grayish-white appearance. It was exactly the same as before he had absorbed the fire essence flame crystals. What's his body's is his suddenly his's suddenly his body his feel his body's is his suddenly his he his. In the blink of an eye, his flying speed actually increased by more than 30%. This 30% difference in flying speed was precisely the difference between Xiao Hua and an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. It was also the difference between him and a flywheel boat flying magic tool. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly increased his speed. Not only was Kai Hongfeng's pressure unable to catch up, but even Qiayu's net-like magic tool missed. There's no mistake, right? Qiayu, who was activating the magic tool, was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine the expression on his face. After a moment, he turned his head and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, your pressure, My pressure seemed to have some effect just now, but Xiaohua's speed increased again. After all, pressure can't compare to divine sense and can't reach far. I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Kai Hongfeng's heart was filled with misery. That's right, Xiaohua. Half a year ago, he was still an ant under his feet, chased by him until he covered his head and fled like a rat. But now, he can actually fly faster than me. Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect didn't need to fear Xiaohua's revenge, but what about their Qingyang Kai family? With Xiaohua's ghost-like flying technique, they didn't have a good way to stop him if he did something without anyone noticing. No need to say anything, I will send a message and have the senior brothers of the three sects come and help. At this time, Naiha had also recovered his magic power. He stood up and said, even a middle foundation establishment senior brother can succeed. We don't need to think about face anymore. As he spoke, Naiha clapped his hands and took out several sound-transmitting talismans. He said a few words into them and urged his magic power. The sound-transmitting talismans turned into several red lights and disappeared. I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Nai to send a few more sound-transmitting talismans and have the disciples of the three sects block Xiaohua's path. This guy's flying speed is amazing, but his magic power is still only at the 5th layer of qi refining. A few disciples will be able to kill him. Qiayu raised his voice. Fellow Taoist Jie, Xiaohua's speed is still increasing. Kai Hongfeng couldn't participate in the mobilization of the three great sects, so he had always been paying attention to Xiaohua. The distance between him and us is gradually increasing. With Kai Hongfeng's reminder, Qiayu and the other two locked onto Xiaohua with their divine senses. Sure enough, Xiaohua's speed was still increasing, gradually increasing. The three couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Shi Muping bitterly smiled and said, "We're using the flywheel boat, so our flying speed is already faster than normal. Even if we use our flying swords and use our bodies as one, we won't necessarily be faster than the flywheel boat. Although within the range of our divine senses, we can still use magic tools or flying swords, but Xiaohua is flying too fast. Magic tools might not be able to catch up to him. We can't just let him run away like that, right?" Kai Hongfeng said somewhat anxiously. "Fellow Taoist Kai, don't be impatient. Aren't we also thinking of a way?" Naiha said coldly, somewhat displeased. Yes, I was too impatient. Fellow Taoists, please think more. I will help pay attention to Xiaohua's movements." Kai Hongfeng was anxious, but he didn't dare to disobey the three. He could only look forward with a thoughtful expression. "Fellow Taoist Jie, I have a magic treasure of my sect with me. However, I's cultivation is shallow, so I can't use it at will. I will need your help." Naiha thought for a moment and said softly. Qiayu glanced at Shi Muping, who was controlling the flywheel boat, and nodded. "I'm afraid fellow Taoist she doesn't have the time for now. Fellow Taoist Kai and I will help." Naiha didn't delay. He clapped his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. That flying sword was different from others. There was a fist-sized bead on the handle. Naiha handed it to Qiayu and said, "Fellow Taoist Jie, please inject your magic power into the bead on this flying sword." But Qiayu took the flying sword and poured his magic power into the bead without hesitation. As Qiayu poured his magic power into the bead gradually became dark green. After Qiayu poured his magic power, he handed the flying sword to Kai Hongfeng. Kai Hongfeng hesitated for a moment and also poured his magic power into the bead. Not long after, the bead became a bit translucent. Naiha took the flying sword and poured his magic power into the bead as well. Soon after, he spat a mouthful of blood essence into the flying sword. The flying sword flashed with a dark green brilliance and suddenly expanded. Then, Naiha formed a seal and the flying sword pierced toward Xiaohua's back at an incredible speed. How could it not be powerful when it gathered the magic power of 3 foundation establishment cultivators? The flying sword quickly caught up to Xiaohua's back. Under the urging of Naiha's divine sense, it accurately pierced down. But at this moment, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out something like a spear tip from his storage bag. Although he didn't look back as if he had divine sense, It just happened to stab the tip of the flying sword. With a ding sound, helplessness flying sword was sent flying by Xiaohua. It stabbed diagonally into the air, and Xiaohua himself very cleverly borrowed the force to fly forward a large distance. Naiha's face showed even more surprise. The sword seal in his hand moved again, urging the flying sword to fly down from the sky. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't care at all. His whole body was like a fish in water. Every time he was able to dodge the flying sword at a critical moment. Moreover, there were many times when he could use the devil spear tip to borrow force. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment. Naiha dejectedly withdrew the flying sword and said with a bitter smile, "Xiaohua flew too fast and the distance is extremely far. My divine sense can reach him, but my control of the flying sword isn't exquisite enough. I can only use 30% of its usual power. It's beyond my ability to deal with this guy. What do we do?" Kai Hongfeng asked again. "What do we do?" Naiha rolled his eyes and sneered, "I also want to ask, what do we do? Since fellow Kai knew that Xiaohua met Qianxinghua, why didn't you tell us earlier?" "So, fellow Naiha? Didn't I also just know about your sex matter? If I knew earlier, how could I dare to delay?" Kai Hongfeng smiled apologetically. Forget it, Xie Yu hurriedly said. "Fellow Kai is only an elder of a cultivation family. Our three sects also wanted to keep it a secret that day. Fellow Kai also informed us in a timely manner when he found out later. Otherwise, we still wouldn't know that Xiaohua is actually so important. Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid all our efforts will be in vain. That Xiaohua's speed is still increasing." Shi Muping, who was controlling the flywheel boat, sighed and said, "If we fly for another hour, I'm afraid he'll leave the range of our divine sense. It won't be easy to find him then." The other three all sighed. They've cultivated for so many years. Which one of them hasn't experienced many dangers and seen countless storms, but they've never been so aggrieved. He's obviously just a little loose cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refining. He's obviously an opponent that could be dealt with by whatever Thunder Palm, whatever 5 Thunder technique, whatever Great Confinement technique. But because they couldn't catch up, they couldn't use any of these magical powers. Even if they used flying magic tools, they still couldn't catch up. How could the 4 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators endure this? Chapter 1502. The development of the situation was just as Shi Muping had predicted. Xiaohua's speed did not stop increasing. Instead, it became even faster. In less than an hour, he had escaped from the range of the 4's divine sense. The 4 could no longer lock onto Xiaohua. Fellow Taoists, what should we do? Now that things had reached this point, Xie Yu was no longer anxious and spoke slowly. Naturally, we should chase him to the north. Kai Hongfeng said anxiously. Xiaohua is really cunning. Just now, he repeatedly changed his method to escape. I'm afraid, once he escapes from our divine sense, he'll escape to another direction. If we blindly head north, we'll fall into his trap. Shi Muping said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. The 4 of them were all foundation establishment cultivators and had used their divine sense for many years. If they couldn't lock onto Xiaohua with their divine sense, they would be like ordinary people without eyes. No matter what, it was like a blind man touching an elephant. I think that since Xiaohua wants to run for his life, he naturally has a guilty conscience. Qianxinghua's item is most likely on him. Xie Yu thought for a moment and said, but this item belongs to the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua is just a little 5th layer Qi refining cultivator, so he definitely has no use for it. Oh, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Kai. Xiaohua definitely can't use that item. The flame on his body shouldn't be what we're looking for. Since Xiaohua can't use this item, then he must have sent it to the Imperial Thunder sect. Although our 3 sects can't completely fall out with the Imperial Thunder sect, we can send people around the Imperial Thunder sect to investigate. We've already made some contributions by finding out about Xiaohua's matter. Our sect's disciples only need to follow the map, saving us a lot of effort. He sighed and echoed, fellow Taoist Jie's words are exactly what I was thinking. 4 foundation establishment cultivators actually let a 5th layer qi refining loose cultivator escape. It's really shameful. However, this is also the truth. It's undeniable that even if we continue to pursue like this, it won't work. How about this? I will continue to drive the ship to the north. Fellow Taoist Xie will send a message to the east. Fellow Taoist Nai will send a message to the west. Fellow Taoists, what do you think? Shi Muping suddenly said. Great. Everyone applauded. Only Kai Hongfeng was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I wonder, how can I help? Hee, fellow Kai has been out for a long time. It's better for you to return to Qingyang first. Wait for I to report to my master. Our Xianghua sect will remember fellow Kai's hard work here. Yu cupped his hands and said, Sigh. Kai Hongfeng sighed inwardly for no reason, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, That's good. Then I wish you the best. With that, he leaped into the air and prepared to fly away. But then he called out, Fellow Taoist Kai, Jinhua Mountain won't divulge this matter. I'm sure only fellow Taoist Kai of the Qingyang Kai clan knows about this, right? Kai Hongfeng turned his head and smiled bitterly. Is eyes, face not also a face? After saying that, he turned around and flew away. Shi Muping scoffed. If this fellow had told us earlier, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Let's go, let's go. Yu cupped his hands and said, Fellow Taoist Shi, it's been hard on you. We'll immediately find a disciple to help us. No matter, it's been hard on us. Fellow Taoist Xie is the same. Shi Muping smiled. But Naiha stopped Yu and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xie, I's martial uncle is currently visiting an old friend in the east. If it's convenient, why don't you leave the east side to my 7 skills sect? Of course. Fellow Taoist Naiha, please. Yu didn't hesitate and cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you very much. Naiha smiled and flew out of the flywheel ship with Yu. They went their separate ways. Naiha's body moved like lightning and quickly flew a few miles to the east. He scanned with his divine sense and saw that there wasn't anyone nearby. He clapped his hand and the plate-shaped magic treasure from before fell into his hand. He pointed his hand and saw a blurry red dot at the edge of the plate. It was slowly moving towards the east and was about to break free from the plate. This fellow is really fast at escaping. Naiha sneered and clapped his hand. He took out several communication talismans and activated them with his magic power. They all flew into the sky and flew in different directions. Then, Naiha's body wasn't slow either. He held the magic treasure in his hand and flew towards the east. If Naiha had his own methods, how could the other two not? Yu also flew for a while before stopping in the air. He clapped his hand and an exquisite talisman appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and the talisman suddenly expanded into the shape of a crane. Yu chanted and pointed at the crane's eye. The crane let out a clear cry and circled around a few times before spreading its wings and flying towards the northeast. Damn it! Seeing the crane-searching talisman fly towards the northeast, Yu was about to stomp his feet in the air. Naiha actually knows how to play tricks. I let him take the lead. Then he also threw a bunch of communication talismans in the air and chased after the crane-searching talisman. As for Shi Muping, his gaze followed the 3 people flying away and his face revealed a sneer. Hee, other than that country bumpkin Kai Hongfeng who doesn't know how to use his divine sense, which of us disciples of the 3 great sects doesn't know how to cultivate when we reach the foundation establishment stage? Yu and Naiha are pretending to be regretful. How could I not know? However, this is also good. Let's see whose methods are better. If the 3 sects are together, I'm afraid they will tear each other's faces. Xiaohua, do you think a 5th layer qi refining cultivator can escape from the hands of foundation establishment stage cultivators? As he spoke, Shi Muping clapped his hand on the flywheel boat and a unique spell was cast. The flywheel boat immediately became twice as fast as before. Moreover, Shi Muping didn't even need to guide it with his divine sense. The flywheel boat flew in the direction Xiao Hua flew in. What a pity! Xiao Hua thought he had stolen a trick and was actually able to escape from the hands of 4 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, he didn't know the real reason was that he had become the target of everyone's schemes. Fortunately, Xiao Hua, who was flying far ahead, didn't casually find a place to hide his cultivation base. Instead, he urged the magic power in his body. On one hand, he was refining the vast amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his body. On the other hand, he was desperately urging his magic power, pushing the flight technique to the limit again and again. Are you kidding me? Naiha, who was the closest to Xiao Hua, looked at the formation plate in his hand with great vexation. Although Xiao Hua changed directions from time to time, he was still generally heading north. However, his tracks were always at the edge of Naiha's formation plate. Many times, he even disappeared. He should have escaped the detection range of the formation plate. Thinking about how he had already used nearly 90% of his magic power to urge the flight technique, Naiha knew how fast Xiao Hua was flying. However, Naiha still didn't dare to relax. He knew that Qiayu and Shimuping both had methods to chase in other directions. If he slacked off even a little, that thing would fall into the hands of Shanghua Zong and Xuanyan School. Naiha was like this. Qiayu and Shimuping were the same. The crane-searching talisman and the flywheel boat also flew and stopped, but they weren't shaken off by Xiao Hua. After flying like this for several days, Qiayu and the others didn't catch up to Xiao Hua. There were also no disciples of the 3 great sects blocking Xiao Hua's path. However, Xiao Hua's cultivation base had steadily entered the middle stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. However, although Xiao Hua had refined an extremely large amount of spiritual qi, there was still an extremely large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his meridians. Xiao Hua couldn't imagine how far his cultivation could break through if he could refine all the spiritual qi into true qi. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua wasn't thinking about how to break through, but rather, he was too tired. That's right, from the time Xiao Hua attacked the Fu clan in Jinhua Mountain, to the time when the Fu clan in Skyward Pavilion met with trouble, and then when the 3 great sects of cultivation chased after him, Xiao Hua racked his brains to escape. Xiao Hua's body and mind were both extremely exhausted. Especially after his entire body absorbed the fire essence flame crystal, it was as if it had been tempered anew. It was indeed comfortable, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of indescribable sorrow. I should rest for a while. Xiao Hua's figure landed on the foothills of a mountain, wanting to find a secret place to rest, at this moment, in the northern direction, in a forest that was as green as the sea. The Empress, who was about 20 years old and wearing fiery red clothes, leisurely strolled with a drooping little girl. These 2 people seemed to be walking slowly, as if they were admiring the beautiful mountain scenery. However, in the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen zhang was left behind by them. These 2 people seemed to be one with their surroundings, but also seemed to be completely separated. Everything around them was lively because of their existence, but they were also quiet because of everything around them. The gentle mountain breeze didn't blow the Empress bangs on her forehead, and the gurgling water also didn't wet the Empress' bare feet under her skirt. Everything was so harmonious. Empress, the little girl lowered her head to look at the small marten in her hand, and said very sadly, "It seems, this little thing hasn't made a sound all this time? Could it be?" Sigh, Dire, everything in the world has a life and death. Whether it is an autumn plant or a flying firefly, they all have a beginning and an end. This little thing, I'm afraid it has already reached the end of its life. This end may be the end in our eyes, but, who knows, maybe this is the beginning of another kind? The Empress' words were mysterious and profound, as if she was referring to something else, but how could Dyer understand? She frowned and said, "This servant only wants this little thing to live well. Seeing it have vitality, this servant is also happy. As for its other beginning, this servant doesn't want to think about it." The Empress felt that this was a good opportunity to teach and was just about to open her mouth when she saw the small marten suddenly raise its head, a trace of excitement flashing through its eyes. It opened its mouth and very soundlessly shouted a few words. Dyer was pleasantly surprised and said loudly, "Empress, Empress, quickly, quickly, this little thing found its mother." A trace of pleasant surprise also flashed through the Empress' face. She waved her big sleeves and no longer strolled leisurely, but like a comet chasing after the moon, she directly shot towards the south. In the distance, Xiaohua had just found a secret place and was about to go into seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart, and a few mournful cries sounded in his heart, "Mother, Mother." Chapter 1503. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Xiaohua was no longer able to meditate. He pushed open the hole that was just sealed and flew towards the source of the cry. In the distance, Xie Yu and Shimuping didn't say anything, but Na Nai he stomped his feet. Damn it, that bastard clearly stopped and seemed to want to hide. But why did he come out again? Moreover, he's heading straight north? Could it be that he already discovered the divine sense mark on his body? Since Xiaohua ignored his exhaustion and flew north, he naturally used all his magic power and pushed his flying technique to the limit. Just run. Seeing that Xiaohua was about to disappear from the formation plate again, Xie Yu secretly laughed. "We've already sent out a message. The martial brothers of our sect are rushing over from various teleportation formations. The further north you fly, the closer you'll be to the teleportation formation." In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Under the blood-red sunset, Xiaohua was hurrying on with his journey when he saw an unparalleled divine sense sweep past him from afar. It circled around Xiaohua's body and firmly locked onto him. Damn it! This divine sense is even stronger than Qianqinghua's late-stage foundation establishment. Could it be that the seniors of the three sects personally made a move? Xiaohua thought to himself. Since there was a hungry wolf in front of him, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and activated his magic power, wanting to fly east. At this moment, from the emergence of the divine sense, a few more cries of "Mother" were transmitted. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. He really didn't know what the relationship between him and his mother was. Moreover, in front of him was clearly an opponent whose strength was beyond his reach. If he took advantage of this opportunity to escape, he might still have a chance. If he continued to fly forward, he would only be a moth to a flame. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaohua dejectedly stopped. He knew in his heart that the heart-wrenching feeling in his heart couldn't be wrong. Even if there was an opponent who could easily kill him in front of him, he definitely couldn't throw away this obsession and escape. Sigh, Xiaohua once again activated his magic power. This time, he didn't use the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. He only used the fifth layer of qi refinement and braced himself to fly forward. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a fiery red figure rapidly flew over from the north. Xiaohua had just seen that figure when it landed in front of him. What kind of cultivation is this? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. He blankly stopped in midair and looked at the Empress in fiery red clothes under the beautiful sunset glow. Her incomparable beauty and temperament. "Mother!" The small marten in Dyer's hand suddenly sprang out of Dyer's hand. It struggled to shake its tail and rushed to Xiaohua's side. Unfortunately, it only flew halfway before the small marten was exhausted and fell straight down from the sky. Dyer cried out in alarm, but Xiaohua was even faster, flying towards little marten. That heartwarming cry of "Mother" resounded in his heart, causing him to involuntarily reply, "Little Huang." "Mother." Goldie fell straight to the ground. Its eyes were already closed, and the life force in its body was rapidly draining away. "Xiao Huang." Xiaohua easily caught Xiao Huang. The coldness in his hands startled him. "Are you little Huang's mother?" The Empress didn't say anything. Dyer tilted her head and looked at Xiaohua in astonishment. "You seem to be only at the qi refinement realm. How could you be a divine transformation realm spirit beast?" Then, Dyer turned her head and said, "Empress, this little thing's mother, why does it look like a man? What kind of spirit beast is he?" "Empress?" Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the beautiful woman, then looked at the little girl whose cultivation was comparable to the peak of the qi refinement realm, and the naivety on her face. He bitterly smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and gently stroked Goldie's smooth fur. His eyes were filled with doting love. Dyer, you're wrong. This person is a genuine human cultivator from the cultivation world. He's not some spirit beast transformation stage cultivator. The Empress was naturally able to see through Xiaohua's background and answered Dyer with a smile. But at this moment, the Empress frowned. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. She chuckled and said, "Little friend, we really met at the right time." Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "Junior was indeed being chased by a strong enemy, and when I heard Xiao Huang's call, I ran over to Nyang Nyang's side. If Nyang Nyang is convenient, then please help this junior. If not, then this junior will find another way out." Empress? Dyer looked at little Huang with her big eyes and whispered, "Little Huang is so pitiful. He just saw his mother. You wouldn't, hee little friend." The Empress waved her hand and removed the divine sense mark on Xiaohua's body. She smiled and said, "You have someone else's divine sense mark on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be found." Then she waved her big sleeve again and flew towards the west. How did he disappear? As the Empress removed the divine sense mark on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's faint red dot on the formation plate immediately disappeared. Could it be a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect came to receive him? Similarly, Jie Yu's crane-searching talisman and Shi Muping's flywheel boat also stopped in midair and didn't fly at all. The three people sighed almost at the same time. However, they couldn't stop and still flew towards the direction Xiaohua had just disappeared. The Empress's flight was naturally swift. In the time it took to eat a meal, she had already flown an unknown distance and landed on a foothill under the night sky. As soon as he landed, Xiaohua bowed and said, "This junior thanks the Empress for saving my life." No matter. The Empress smiled and said, "What's your name? Why are you this little thing's mother? Tell me." Xiaohua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I won't hide it from the Empress. This junior's name is Xiaohua and I am a loose cultivator. Moreover, this junior has lost his memory long ago. I don't remember anything from the past. It's only because little Huang and this junior's minds are connected. Otherwise, this junior wouldn't dare to admit it." Is that so? You've already lost your memory. How do you know your name is Xiaohua? Dai asked curiously. This junior's name was given by my previous sect." Xiaohua's heart moved and he told the Empress about Shang Huaming. However, the Empress's expression didn't change in the slightest. This caused Xiaohua's thoughts to stop moving. "Oh, so it's like that?" The Empress looked at little Huang with some pity. It was as if little Huang's fate was more important than the lives of a few cultivators. She thought for a moment and said, "Poor little Huang. He came looking for you, but you still don't know his origins. And if you don't worry, let this Empress take a look at your Naiwan palace and see what exactly is wrong." Xiaohua frowned. This matter was very dangerous. If the Empress had a trace of evil intent, he would be a fish on the chopping board. The Empress seemed to understand Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile, "This Empress will only casually take a look at your Naiwan palace. I definitely won't look at other places. This Empress only wants little Huang to have some comfort before he dies. Don't think too much." "But I asked the Empress to cast the spell." Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. "Sit down cross-legged and don't resist. Otherwise, this Empress's spell won't work," the Empress said. After Xiaohua sat down cross-legged, the Empress urged her spiritual power, and a tricolored brilliance appeared on her fair right hand. The Empress slowly placed her right hand on Xiaohua's Baihui acupoint and pressed the brilliance into it. However, before the brilliance entered, the Empress' originally calm face suddenly showed a burst of astonishment. She quickly raised her hand, and the tricolored brilliance immediately popped out. After that, the Empress stood behind Xiaohua with an extremely complicated expression. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she flicked her finger and a strand of three-colored brilliance flashed through Xiaohua's Naiwen palace and seeped into his meridians. Xiaohua, don't be nervous. This Empress? Okay. The Empress's words had just left her mouth when the three-colored brilliance reached Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. It immediately stopped and quickly retracted back into the Empress's hand. Oh, how is it? Empress, did you find anything? Xiaohua stood up and asked with an expectant look in his eyes. Alas, this Empress's cultivation is limited. I really didn't see anything wrong with little friend's body. The Empress said with a smile and glanced at Dai. Dai originally wanted to speak, but when she saw the Empress's gaze, she could only shut her mouth. Since that's the case, this junior doesn't dare to force it. This junior is already used to it. Everything will come to light one day. This junior will wait, Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, Xiaohua looked at Xiao Huang in his hand and said sincerely, Empress, although this junior can't remember the matter between Xiao Huang and me, this junior is undoubtedly Xiao Huang's relative. Therefore, the Empress returned Xiao Huang to this junior and saved this junior's life. This junior is endlessly grateful. This junior's cultivation is shallow and my ability is limited. However, if the Empress has something that is inconvenient for her to do, please instruct me. You? Dai at the side pouted and said disdainfully, your cultivation is not as profound as I. What are you instructing me for? The Empress scolded, that's a small token of my appreciation. Don't say too much. Xiaohua's face was full of embarrassment. He said with a smile, it's fine, it's fine. This junior's cultivation is shallow. The Empress looked at Xiaohua and patted her storage bag. She took out a dark green object and handed it over. She said, since you have such thoughts, how about this? When you cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, take out this thing. It will bring you to find this Empress. This Empress indeed has a troublesome matter here that requires others to do. Xiaohua respectfully received it and put it in his sleeve. He said, many thanks for the Empress's trust. This junior will definitely find the Empress when the time comes. The Empress waved her hand and said, this Empress just happened to see that there is a lot of fire spiritual energy in your meridians. If you refine it yourself, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. How about this Empress help you? Xiaohua's face showed gratitude. He bowed and said, many thanks for the Empress's good intentions. However, this junior has received a lot of grace from the Empress. It's better for this junior to do it himself. That's good too. Cultivating on your own will always have a solid foundation. The Empress looked at Xiao Huang again and sighed. Xiao Huang, this Empress is leaving. Dai also said goodbye with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1504. The Imperial Concubine and Dai flew slowly through the starry night sky. After a long time, coughed and looked at the Imperial Concubine several times with her big black eyes. If you have something to say, just say it. The Empress said unhappily, you've been holding it in for so long, you still don't want to ask? The Empress is really wise. This servant can't compare to you in this life. Dai sighed and pretended to be mature. I don't know. Little Huang, is he okay now? Alas, I'm afraid his soul has already returned to the underworld. The Imperial Concubine also sighed and said in a low voice, even if Xiao Huang has found his mother, the injuries he suffered are very serious. Even this Imperial Concubine is helpless, so what can Xiao Hua do? Giving little Huang to him can also be considered as avoiding the separation of life and death. After coming to this Dawn Rain continent for several years, the Empress's heart, seems to have softened a lot. Dai said with a chuckle. You little girl, what are you saying? The Empress frowned and scolded. How can you be so impudent? This servant knows her mistake. This servant knows her mistake. Dai immediately apologized, but how was that the appearance of someone who knew her mistake? She blinked again and said with a smile, that Xiao Hua is really funny. He's obviously a male cultivator of the cultivation world, but little Huang still calls him mother. he's far worse than what this servant thought. Hearing this, the Empress also covered her mouth with a smile. That smile was so charming that even the bright moon paled in comparison. Of course, this Empress also thought it was a big yellow. Who knew it was actually a big man? All right, Empress, look at that Xiaohua's amnesia. Is there something wrong? Why don't you let this servant ask? Dai took the opportunity to ask again. Alas, although this Xiaohua's origin is unknown, since little Huang calls him mother, he must have an extraordinary origin. The Empress looked up at the starry sky and sighed slightly, but this Empress still underestimated Xiaohua. Why is that? Dai was puzzled. Isn't this guy just a 5th-level qi refining cultivator? What kind of background could he have? I don't know about Xiaohua's background, but I do know that Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace has been sealed by someone using a divine ability. And this cultivator's cultivation, even I don't dare to rashly provoke him? How is this possible? Dai covered her mouth in surprise and said in a low voice, he's just a so-called qi refining cultivator, how could he? That's right. I was also puzzled, so I probed his dantian. Who knew? His middle dantian had also been sealed by someone with a divine ability. Ah? Dyer exclaimed again. Xiaohua is cultivating the middle dantian? That was the cultivation method used by the ancient, so-called qi practitioners when they first tried to gather qi, right? Now, not only the 10,000 demon realm, but also the cultivation realm, they should have long been extinct, right? Dai asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were confirmed. The Empress smiled bitterly and shook her head. These are the mysteries of the desolate age, ancient legends. I can't be sure, so, once I encountered this kind of restriction, I immediately withdrew the technique, lest I provoke the person who cast the restriction and bring disaster to me or Xiaohua. Since Xiaohua's middle dantian and Naiwen Palace have only been sealed by someone, and his cultivation is at the 5th level of qi refining, then he must be cultivating the cultivation method used by the cultivation realm today. Since that person allowed Xiaohua to freely cultivate, Xiaohua shouldn't be in any trouble for the time being. But if I touched the restriction and that person found out, Xiaohua would naturally be in trouble. Seeing Dai's puzzlement, the Empress explained, moreover, the restriction on Naiwen Palace and Middle Dantian is very mysterious. If I hadn't practiced a special divine ability, I wouldn't have been able to detect it at that time. And, in this cultivation realm, if a cultivator isn't at the tribulation passing stage, I'm afraid they also wouldn't be able to detect it. Then the Empress said, there's a saying in the cultivation realm here, the ignorant are fearless. Xiaohua being completely ignorant of his own situation is also a kind of happiness. Maybe he'll have some kind of opportunity in the future. Speaking up to here, the Empress smiled bitterly. Even she didn't dare to provoke someone, so how could Xiaohua have any kind of opportunity? This servant understands. If the Empress didn't say anything, Xiaohua would have seriously cultivated. If he knew he had such a powerful enemy, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any desire to improve. And that's more or less the case. Then, this servant is even more puzzled. Dai asked again, since Xiaohua doesn't have any future prospects, why did the Empress still give him the spirit-transmitting talisman? Wouldn't it be a waste to leave it in his hands? Girl, you were still clear just now. How come you're confused now? The Empress pointed at Dai's forehead and said, this Empress brought little yellow to him and saved him from danger. If I don't give him a chance to repay me, his Tao heart will be shackled, and it might affect his cultivation. This servant said so. Empress, your heart is getting more and more meticulous. This trip to the Dawn Rain continent is really not in vain. Dai said with a smile. The Dawn Rain continent is the human cultivation realm. Life, death, happiness, anger, sorrow, love and hatred are indeed rare in my 10,000 demon realm. Traveling again is really beneficial to this Empress's cultivation. This Empress has already felt that the bottleneck that hasn't moved for hundreds of years is showing signs of loosening. The Empress smiled. Congratulations, Empress, Dai, immediately saluted in the air. That etiquette was different from all the etiquettes in the Dawn Rain continent. Get up. You've worked hard this time. There will be benefits for you when you return. These words made Dai even happier. Her big eyes curved like crescent moons. As for Xiaohua, after the Empress and Dai left, he looked around and found a secluded place. He used the earth escape technique to escape into the ground. He found a place to hide and stopped. Then he used the tip of the devil's spear to dig a hole the size of a person in the ground. Then Xiaohua sat cross-legged and raised Little Yellow in front of his eyes. At this time, Little Yellow was almost lifeless and motionless. Xiaohua looked at it with heartache. His heart was torn for no reason. AI, if only I saw Little Yellow earlier. Xiaohua secretly regretted. Then, his eyes fell on the vertical crack on Little Yellow's forehead. Little Yellow also has a crack here. It seems to be exactly the same as the one on my left hand. Could it be that there's something strange here? However, the crack on Little Yellow's forehead was the same as the crack on Xiaohua's left hand. It was tightly closed and he couldn't see what it was. Oh, that's right. In my space, the Ice Worm King egg can slowly recover. I wonder if Little Yellow... Xiaohua suddenly thought. He immediately waved his hand and Little Yellow disappeared from his hand and was sent into the space. Sure enough, when Little Yellow entered the space, the light of tracing light shone on Little Yellow's body. After waiting for a while, Little Yellow's big tail swayed slightly as if it was enjoying it. Good. Seeing this, Xiaohua immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's good. Even if I can't cure you, as long as I can save your life, I won't be a mother in vain." Then, Xiaohua took out the Mi from the space and put it on his body. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated on circulating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. He refined the fire attribute spiritual energy in his meridians one by one and slowly raised his cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. Time flew by quickly. In just a few days, the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao Sect sent a large number of disciples to the place where Xiaohua disappeared to begin a search. Although the place where Xiaohua went into seclusion was extremely far from the place where he disappeared, the 3 sects still sent many disciples to search this place. However, Xiaohua didn't leak his magic energy and only immersed his mind into the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao and on the other, he cultivated. This realm was something that even the Splendid Sect's Sun Yunzi couldn't detect, let alone these Foundation establishment cultivators. Xiaohua disappeared under the eyes of the 3 sects. Of course, this matter was related to the reputation of the 3 sections. Just like what Xie said, anyone could know, but no one could say it out loud. Xiaohua's disappearance didn't cause any waves in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. And, even if someone was thinking about it, it could only be a coincidence. They were thinking about when Xiaohua would return the refining method of the Yunqing talisman. However, in addition to the coincidence, there was another person who no one could think of who was also thinking about Xiaohua. Far outside of Jingpa City, in a secluded mountain stream, a large blood-colored fog shrouded the entire mountain stream. In the blood-colored fog, all the flowers and plants in the mountain stream withered and countless small fish in the stream flipped their bellies. In the middle of the blood-colored fog, there was a small cave. Inside the cave, the blood-colored fog was even thicker. Several fist-sized moonstones couldn't penetrate the blood-colored fog and couldn't shine on the slightly fat human figure in the middle of the blood-colored fog. At this moment, the blood-colored fog above the human figure was like a drop of blood that was gradually dispersing. When the blood-colored fog gradually solidified around the human figure, it formed a circular space. The human figure began to gradually become clearer. This clarity was clearly separated from the blood-colored fog and there was a gap of about half a foot in between. However, this human figure didn't seem to have any flesh and blood. Only white bones and a layer of shriveled skin were tightly connected together. Immediately after, the human figure stretched out its hand and picked up a golden mother-child spirit fruit from the ground in front of it. Looking at the thick golden runes on the mother-child spirit fruit, needless to say, it was the one that Xiaohua sold in Yenyuan City. At this moment, this mother-child spirit fruit was somewhat different from before. Within the golden color, there was a faint sparkling and translucent brilliance. The skeleton-like hand of the human figure threw the mother-child spirit fruit into the air and then spat out a mouthful of life essence on the spirit fruit. The mother-child spirit fruit suddenly swelled. When it swelled to the size of a person, the skeleton-like hand drew a line at the bottom of the spirit fruit. A golden liquid that emitted a rich fragrance mixed with countless golden runes was poured into the human figure's Baihui acupoint. Immediately after, the skeleton-like human figure's mouth kept chanting and his hands kept making strange seals. From time to time, he would hit himself and the spirit fruit above his head. As the golden liquid flowed in, the human figure gradually filled up. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mother-child spirit fruit in the air had completely shriveled up, leaving only a thin layer of fruit skin. The human figure's bones and skin also had a sense of density. However, things weren't over yet. The human figure then sat down cross-legged and made an even stranger seal. Endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth penetrated the blood mist and entered the human figure's limbs and bones. The human figure gradually emitted a faint golden brilliance. Chapter 1505. The pale golden brilliance continued to increase, forcing the blood-red fog to scatter and churn. After the time it took to eat a meal, the brilliance seemed to have reached its limit. With a sudden flash, it quickly converged, revealing the human figure within the pale golden brilliance. At this time, the human figure was no longer as withered as before. His limbs and body were full, just like an ordinary person. However, the head of this human figure was still blocked by some hazy brilliance, and the true face could not be seen clearly. Then, the human figure stood up, raised his head and laughed. Ha! Countless years of hard work always failed at the last step. No matter how much I racked my brains, I never thought that, when I was at the end of my rope, there would be a turn for the better. Li Zongbao. Have you ever thought that I would have such a day? Old man? Damn it, why do I always call myself that? Am I old? Then, the human figure chuckled and said to himself, I'm a handsome young man, how can it be me? Although Qing Fengmin's face was like the full moon, his face was red and his eyebrows were extremely thick, how could he be liked by female cultivators? Humph, speaking of Qing Fengmin, I am angry. A 5th-level Qi refining cultivator actually wanted to possess me? I was just sleeping in the cave of Yellow Flower Ridge, and I was woken up by this guy. But it's good, the price of waking me up is to become my meal. As the human figure spoke, the brilliance on his head gradually dissipated, gradually revealing his true face. It was none other than Shang Huaming's second disciple, Xiaohua's second senior brother, Zhang Qingxiao. Good, this 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit is really powerful. It is actually the same as Qing Fengmin's memory, able to reshape the soul and erase all the filthy imprints. Especially the devil general. Damn it, what devil general? This guy is just a magical beast. All traces of magical beasts in the devil realm are all destroyed. Otherwise, although I am now a human, there is a devil imprint in my soul, and it is hard to guarantee that I will not be discovered by a powerful expert one day. Now, Qing Fengmin's memory has been merged with me, and my soul is also pure. I am really the same Zhang Qingxiao from before. Qing Fengmin has worked hard for hundreds of years. When you were working hard, did you not expect this result? Making a wedding dress for others for no reason, how pitiful! Damn it, why am I still in a daze? The 1,000-year-old mother-child spirit fruit can reconstruct one's face when the devil seal is removed. If I don't get myself a gigolo now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. Zhang Qingxiao mumbled and immediately sat down cross-legged. Before the faint radiance on his face completely dissipated, he began to move. As expected, Zhang Qingxiao's fat, round, and slightly tanned face gradually became thinner. Although his face was still round, his skin was slowly becoming fairer, and his face became more handsome. Not long after, a handsome and confident pretty boy with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared. Looking at his elegant temperament, as well as the unruly and worried look in his eyes, he was more suitable than Yun Jichong. In fact, Zhang Qingxiao's matter was not as simple as he mumbled. For Zhang Qingxiao, it was almost a narrow escape. That night, when Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei returned from 100 Herbs Gate, they encountered Sun Yunzi and the others killing the little white dragon. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei were easily killed by Sun Yunzi's thunder palm. Gong Mingwei was unlucky and lost his life at that time, but Zhang Qingxiao was lucky and didn't completely lose her life at that time. She only fell from a distance and fell into the cold pond. It was the bone-piercing cold water of the cold pond that froze some of the thunder palm that was still wreaking havoc in Zhang Qingxiao's body. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxiao would have died in a moment. Of course, Zhang Qingxiao did not lose his life at that time, but he only had one breath left and was struggling at death's door. Coincidentally, the icy water of the cold pond had carried Zhang Qingxiao's body to the hidden cave that Xiaohua had discovered earlier and stopped at the spot where the pond water had flowed back. This was also the reason why the 100 Herbs Gate and Xiao Xinrui were unable to find Zhang Qingxiao's body. Just like that, Zhang Qingxiao's body stayed in the cold pond water until Qing Fengmin's blood shadow escaped from 100 Zhang Peak and arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Qing Fengmin's soul was originally a demonic beast. He only possessed the body of a cultivator to cultivate. He couldn't possess a cultivator of too high a level, so he could only use the body of a low-level cultivator. This was why Qing Fengmin's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, the injured blood shadow was even weaker. It didn't even dare to possess an ordinary person and could only search for a dying cultivator or an ordinary person. Coincidentally, when Qing Fengmin passed by Yellow Flower Ridge, he very keenly found Zhang Qingxiao in the cave. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's cultivation at the 11th level of qi refining and only a sliver of vitality, how could he not be like a fly that had seen blood? Without any hesitation, he rushed into Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit and wanted to possess her. In the process of possession, Qing Fengmin inevitably awakened Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit. Needless to say, the two primordial spirits fought to the death. It could be said to be a perilous situation. However, to Qing Fengmin's surprise, Shang Huaming's cultivation method had traces of the demonic race. His primordial spirit was incomparably firm. Although Zhang Qingxiao looked very frivolous on the surface, her heart was tenacious and she cared most about her family. Thinking back to when Xiaohua showed a little bit of alchemy to Shang Huaming, Zhang Qingxiao warned Xiaohua, "Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where I grew up. Master, senior brother, and junior sister are the people closest to me in this world. I will never let them get hurt. No matter who, if anyone dares to hurt them, even if I go to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, the devil Dao, or the ghost Dao, I won't spare them." Therefore, although Zhang Qingxiao was on the verge of death, a trace of stubbornness in her heart had been persevering. At this time, when she saw that someone wanted to possess her, she naturally poured out her anger on Qing Fengmin's primordial spirit, devouring his primordial spirit until nothing was left. However, what Zhang Qingxiao obtained was not only Qing Fengmin's memories, but also the demonic marks in his primordial spirit. This kind of demonic mark was the brand in the souls of the demonic beasts and demons of the demonic realm. Qing Fengmin had gone through many possession attempts, and it was already very faint. He also didn't know where he got the information that the mother and child spirit fruit used to refine the embryonic breathing pill had another unknown effect. Therefore, after a period of recuperation, when his cultivation gradually recovered to about the 10th layer of the qi refining stage, he quietly sneaked out of Yellow Flower Ridge and went to the place Qing Fengmin had arranged to find the mother and child spirit fruit. Of course, the mother and child spirit fruit in Weimeng Mountains had already been plucked by Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao had no choice but to try his luck at the auction in Yenyuan City. It was also fate that the mother and child spirit fruit in Xiaohua's space was actually 1,000 years old, which was really beyond Zhang Qingxiao's expectations. When the mother and child spirit fruit was in his hands, he made other preparations. It was only until today that his preparations were complete. Zhang Qingxiao held the idea of giving it a try and nervously gave it a try. As expected, she succeeded. Then, she was overjoyed and changed her face. Firstly, it was to not let her enemies know her identity. Secondly, naturally, Zhang Qingxiao waited for her face to be fixed before she stood up again. She took out a set of Taoist robes from the storage bag on the ground and put it on. She waved her hand in front of her and a faint water ripple appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao's entire body was reflected in the water ripple. Zhang Qingxiao looked up and down, left and right, front and back. Then, she flicked her sleeve with great satisfaction and removed the water ripple. Her face revealed a cold smile. Although this young master doesn't know which expert destroyed my Shang Huaming's nascent soul, there are only so many nascent soul experts in the country of Xi. This young master doesn't have such a high cultivation now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. You just wait and see. This young master has been reborn. You better wash your neck clean and wait to eat this young master's sword. Hee, Xiaohua, my cute and mysterious little junior brother is actually abandoned by the heavens. Granny, fortunately you met Li Zongbao. Otherwise, you would also be devoured by this old man. That's not right. Although you haven't entered my Shang Huaming, you have cultivated 2 levels of Shang Huaming's cultivation method. But based on these 2 levels of cultivation method that are related to the demon realm, you won't be devoured. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. Since you have fallen to such a state, this old man probably can't suspect you anymore. I'm afraid that nascent soul is not someone you can summon. But, my Shang Huaming's strange cultivation method, how did I end up in such a state? Senior sister, oh senior sister. Zhang Qingxiao's mind seemed to be in a mess. She muttered to herself incoherently, as if she was thinking of the past and the future. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. Forget it. Now that senior sister is together with Jiang Fan of the 100 Herbs Gate, you can be considered free and unfettered. This old man will let the 100 Herbs Gate go. But if senior sister feels wronged in the slightest, 100 Herbs Gate, oh 100 Herbs Gate, you must kneel and kowtow to her. This old man had better cultivate. I just cultivated to the 12th level of qi refining. It's really a pity for this body of mine. Master, oh master, why are you so stingy? While thinking, Zhang Qingxiao sat down cross-legged again. But then, her brows relaxed and she beamed with joy. I wonder who the mysterious cultivator who exchanged the mother-child spirit fruit for this old man is? That heavenly law's embodiment technique is the real deal. But it's said to be a cultivation method modified from the overseas celestial clan's cultivation method. It's not suitable for the mortals of the cultivation world at all. I wonder if that fellow is regretting it after spending so much effort to cultivate it and not gaining anything in the end? Of course, this old man is not lying. That is, of course, the complete cultivation method. In fact, this old man even added a lot of things to it. It's just that the token that I got together with the cultivation method looks similar to the good fate token, but this old man has been looking for it for so many years and still hasn't found its origin. It's just that Li Zongbao has benefited from it. That's right, there's also the heavens relinquishment. This thing is extremely good. I can't waste it. When this old man has succeeded in cultivating it, I'll make good use of it. Chapter 1506. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless beads condensed from heaven and earth's spiritual qi suddenly appeared in the air. The heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of several dozen li in the tranquil valley was instantly sucked dry, as if being pulled by a huge suction force. All of it poured into the mountain peak. In the cave inside the mountain peak, the bloody fog had already been forced to the 4 corners of the cave by the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Zhang Qingxiao was currently sitting cross-legged, his face expressionless. As the pressure on his body continued to increase, the heaven and earth spiritual qi poured in from the top of his head and was absorbed into the meridians in his body. The droplets slowly revolved around him, and from time to time, many of them merged into his body. After waiting for several days, the cave slowly regained its tranquility. The bloody fog once again spread towards the center of the cave, but this time, there seemed to be an invisible restriction around Zhang Qingxiao's body, forcing the fog several zhang away. The bloody fog couldn't get close. Haha, Zhang Qingxiao's figure slightly moved, and he flew up from the ground. His face was intoxicated. Oh my, so foundation establishment is like this? Li Zongbao, oh Li Zongbao, I've also built my foundation. When will you be able to eat my sword as well? Oh, that's not right. The one who gave me a sword seems to be Xiaohua. My little junior brother, if I stab him, wouldn't his soul scatter? Forget it. And counting with my fingers, it's been more than a year. From the 12th layer of qi refining to foundation establishment is really an extremely difficult step. If it weren't for the accumulation of heavens forsaken, I wouldn't have been able to set foot into foundation establishment so easily. When Zhang Qingxiao thought of this, he suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, "This guy, why is he here again?" As he spoke, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in and landed in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao coldly glanced at it, then stretched out his hand. With a crisp crack, he crushed the messaging talisman and sent a message, "Jihao, come in." After which, he looked around and saw the blood fog in the cave. With a wave of his large sleeve, the blood fog in the cave as well as the fog outside the cave were all sucked into his large sleeve. Not long after, the entire mountain stream was restored to its original beautiful scenery. He saw a cultivator in the 5th layer of qi refining, about 20 years of age. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe, had delicate features and a scholarly face. At this moment, the cultivator's face was filled with respect, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He quickly walked in from outside, bowed his head, and said, "Junior Zhang Ji, how greets your excellency." "This junior congratulates your excellency. Congratulations, your excellency." A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She quickly waved her hand and said, "My goodness, Zhang Jihao, can you not be so rotten? My teeth are about to fall out." "There are no outsiders here. You can speak as you please." Zhang Jihao, he, "Master, your ins, that's. In the past, when we were struggling between life and death, we were rude. Now that Master's cultivation has improved, it's the beginning of our glory. This kind of etiquette is to show Master's majesty, it's only right." Fine, I can't win against you. Do as you wish," Zhang Qingxiao said, reaching out his hand from his sleeve. At this time, his hand was holding a fist-sized bead. This bead was blood-red and translucent, emitting a bewitching color. It was condensed from the bloody fog from before. When Zhang Jihao saw the blood bead, his eyes involuntarily showed a trace of greed. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Jihao's expression. With a wave of his hand, the blood bead flew in front of Zhang Jihao and steadily stopped in front of him. "Master?" Zhang Jihao smiled apologetically. "Master, this is..." Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, "Nothing else, I've made progress, I can't let you envy me for no reason. I have no use for this thing, you can have it." "Master!" "Really are..." Zhang Jihao's face showed a shocked expression. "I thought..." "Haha." Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, "It's exactly what you thought. Don't worry, you will be you in the future. You don't have to worry about me taking you back." "Master." Zhang Jihao once again kowtowed in front of Zhang Qingxiao with tears flowing down his face. "This little one, thanks Master for your grace. I knew you were different from Luo Jiasen. You were always unconvinced, but you didn't want to." Zhang Qingxiao sneered. I don't dare. Zhang Jihao quickly kowtowed. This little one, is really a small shrimp in Master's hands. From now on, you can stand up." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, "Right, you first put away the blood bead, I have something to ask you. Zhang Jihao carefully received the blood bead and said respectfully, yes, this little one will listen to master's instructions. Qing Fengmin is gone, but Tianqi is still here. I feel that it's a pity to disband Tianqi. Tell me, how can I use Tianqi again? Reporting to master. Zhang Jihao bowed and said, in the past few years when master was not around, this little one has been to Jinghua City and other strongholds of Tianqi. This little one admires master's foresight. Tianqi is a loose organization of rogue cultivators. Although master is no longer around, Tianqi does not seem to have completely disbanded. When those rogue cultivators see this little one, it is like seeing master. They even hope that this little one can support Tianqi. Of course, this little one knows that master is fine, so I did not dare to take over. Moreover, this little one has thought about it a lot in the past few years. I feel that Tianqi's original purpose was to be blood food for master. If it is disbanded, then so be it. It is not important. But now, master can no longer use it, then it cannot be disbanded. Moreover, this little one feels that, since master wants to use Tianqi again, there is no harm in using it in a big way. Big way? Zhang Qingxiao smiled and asked, how to use it in a big way? Why don't you tell me? Hee, master, aren't you testing this little one? This little one does not believe that master has not thought about it. Just say it. Zhang Qingxiao was displeased. Zhang Jihao panicked and smiled apologetically. The reason why Tianqi's rogue cultivators joined Tianqi is because there is no cultivation sect to take them in. Tianqi has developed for so many years. Not only do I have cultivation techniques from the cultivation world, but also master's cultivation techniques from the devil world. Hee, master, why don't you directly establish a cultivation sect? I believe those rogue cultivators are willing to join master's sect. In this way, Tianqi does not need to be disbanded anymore. Everything abandoned by the heavens can be reused. And what you said is exactly what I want. Zhang Qingxiao smiled. All right, master, you should stop calling yourself Lao Tzu in the future. I remember that you used to call yourself Lao I, which sounded very pleasing to the eye. But if master wants to establish a sect in the future, it will always be Lao Tzu, which is impolite. Zhang Jihao said. Damn it, Lao Tzu used to call himself I. Zhang Qingxiao muttered in his heart and nodded. Very good, I will be more careful in the future. Then he frowned and said, what is Tianqi's name in the future? You have some ability to play with words. Tell me about it. Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Jihao said without hesitation. Presently, there are many fiendish cultivators in the Daybreak continent. This means that as long as they can cultivate, these cultivators will not care whether the cultivation method is from the fiend world or the cultivation world. It's just that these fiendish cultivators' cultivation methods are uneven and might not be able to achieve the Great Tao. Since Master has a complete cultivation method, why not establish a fiendish sect and establish a fiendish sect? Recruit all these fiendish cultivators under your command? Furthermore, with these fiendish cultivators as examples, those rogue cultivators who don't have cultivation methods will also change their minds and switch to cultivating fiendish techniques? Great. Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Qingxiao clapped and said, this sect is the sect master. Jihao, you are the deputy sect master. Many thanks for Lord Sect Master's good intentions. But this lowly one's cultivation is shallow. Being the deputy sect master is not enough to convince the masses. Zhang Jihao shook his head and said, don't worry about this. Today, this sect master can change sects, so why can't you? When there's a chance, this sect master will help you erase the fiendish marks. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly and said, many thanks, sect master. Zhang Jihao's face showed surprise and he knelt on the ground once more. No need to thank me. You and I are one. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Heavenly Fiend sect's matters are settled like this. This sect master will go and get started. Zhang Jihao said in shock, how can this kind of thing be done by sect master personally? Of course, it's this lowly one who works for Ma Qian. No need. You still have your own matters. The matters on your side are more important than establishing the heavenly fiend sect. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile. This sect master only needs to cast a spell and find a few people to use it. Zhang Zhihao nodded when he heard and said, That's the only way. This lowly one will concentrate on cultivating. After refining that blood bead, I will be able to find a suitable position over there and be of greater use to my heavenly fiend sect. Good. It's quiet here. You can refine the blood bead here. This sect master will also lend you a hand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and said, Many thanks, sect master. Zhang Zhihao was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged and raised the blood bead in the air. His hands formed a strange seal and he hit the blood bead with his spiritual power. After a while, the blood bead gradually melted and turned into a pool of viscous blood-red liquid. It started from the top of Zhang Zhihao's head and wrapped around his entire body. Then, as Zhang Zhihao operated his cultivation method, it squirmed around his body as if boiling. Seeing that Zhang Zhihao's face was a little bitter, Zhang Qingxiao's expression did not change. His hand also formed a strange seal. This seal was definitely not Shang Huaming's cultivation method. As the seal was formed, the thick blood-red liquid around Zhang Zhihao gradually calmed down and thinned. It was slowly absorbed into Zhang Zhihao's body. Looking at Zhang Zhihao's appearance, Zhang Qingxiao knew that he was fine. Then he turned around and flew up. His figure was a little clumsy at first, but it gradually became smooth and he went straight to Jinghua City. A few days later, Zhang Zhihao slowly opened his eyes. He looked around the empty cave and slowly walked out. Looking at the secluded forest of Bird Cry Mountain, he smiled, Heavenly Fiend Sect. From now on, the demonic cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent can be righted. The sacrifices of my Devil Realm seniors for many years can be considered to have begun to reap the rewards. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.